thinking about you? Are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in. Yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes. Just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노리는 것들일 거야 발 밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys 난 마탄 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause 마탄 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 저렇게 잘 받아 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 몫을 내 못다 짜증나면 질러 I don't let me cool 앨리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 참 we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 boss 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈에 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
I don't know what you've been told, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall. The stakes are low. If I could say one thing, just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated it one move father's best. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated
like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. 우택부 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore.
I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes.
I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
It's playoffs time, baby! Teams across the globe are getting ready for the most important event of the year, Champions Paris. So, as the rightful host for the best Valorant action, the time has come to discover which teams will be joining Fnatic to represent EMEA in Paris and make sure that that trophy stays right where it belongs. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kakuka, and I will be your host for the day. Joining me on the desk, Minnie and Billy. Hey, guys, how you doing? How are you feeling today?
Feeling good.
Ready for some action, Billy?
Yeah, I'm ready. Get us into playoffs. I can't believe we're here already. It's almost the end of the year.
Yes, exactly. So, as you're saying, get us into playoffs. Some of the teams in other regions have already locked in their spots, either through points or through wins. So let's take a look at how the rest of the globe is doing. Pacific is the one that is the closest to making it. I believe that Americas is starting today or tomorrow as well. And they only have this sole spot to left. Minnie, do you have any preferences there?
Talon. I like Frost will be kind of fun just for the, you know, the memes and him getting angry all the time.
Okay, absolutely. I love that. As you can see in the top right, Fnatic is the only team that is currently locked in for EMEA because that is 4 points. But as you know, each region will send 4 teams to champs. 2 of them will be the ones that finish first and second in their respective playoffs, and the other 2 teams will make it by a point. I know you already know this, but you know, some people might have forgotten. So here's what you need to do about our team's chances of making Paris, because as you can see, everybody is able to get it on points, but Fnatic are the only team currently locked in by them. They could literally bomb out of the tournament, out of playoffs, and they will still be making it to Paris. But right behind them is Team Heretics with 14 points, who can also lock in on points by winning their upper semi-final tomorrow. And all of the playoff teams, all of them can make it on points, as I said. But remember, in playoffs, you do not get points per win. Only the teams placed 3rd and 4th will get 4 and 3 points respectively. So even though if you take a look here and you see GiantX with 4 points, let's take them for a dramatic effect, they can still make it as long as they place at least 3rd, which is very good. They also need Fnatic, Team Liquid, and Heretics to be with them. But I think that the TLDR of this is that we are very happy that for the first time, I think in a long while, we are not a 1-team region. And I really like that. This is the bracket that we're going to have for playoffs. And as you can see, those 2 teams at the bottom, KC and Vitality, the French teams, Billy, I see you laughing. What do you make of them? Because, of course, they will not have 2 chances like the rest of the teams to play for the spot.
Yeah, it's tough for the French organizations at the moment. Of course, you want to be there to represent your country. You know, you want to be there to cheer them on at Champs Paris. So, yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for them to be finding themselves on the lower bracket, but it doesn't mean they can't make it. It does not mean that they can't make it.
I like that. Who has the better chance out of KC and Vitality?
Oh, that's rough. Vitality, maybe?
Okay, Vitality.
We expect them at Globals, so.
Okay. I like that, Minnie. You know what I also like, as I was saying, we're not a 1-team region anymore. I think that this top 3 is a top 3 that could represent us very, very well. So for the sake of playoffs, I think that it's good if we focus on who could it be that 4th spot? Who could it be the dark horse that joins these 3 teams? I ask you guys to make a pick. Minnie, I know that you just said Vitality, but if you had a dark horse for this playoffs run, who would it be?
Yeah, so my relationship with this team has been a love-hate one. So my pick is Na'Vi. And
I agree with you on that one.
It's a love-hate relationship because I know how good they can be and historically have been, but this year went a bit strange. But now, right now, in this very moment, I think they're playing some of the best Valorant that we've seen them play for a long time. And so that's what I'm excited about. In particular, I think we got a quote from Angel here saying about how they needed to simplify their game plan for the youngsters to feel comfortable. And that's what I identified at the start of the year, was that there was chaos at the start of the year. I had no idea what was happening whatsoever. And you could clearly see how the players in the team also didn't really know what was happening. And Ruxic and Hero were doing their best but couldn't really feel comfortable. Whereas now it feels like they're popping off. Like, we've got Hero and Ruxic here. Like, Ruxic is like one of the best players in our region right now. And Hero's only gotten better over the year. And we know how good he could be. So for me, my pick is Na'Vi, because the recent form of Valorant they're playing is setting up their team for success.
Do you think that Hero would look even better if Ruxic wasn't there?
Yeah, yeah, you take up some more frags.
Okay. What about you, Billy? Who have you chosen?
Okay, so I posted about this on socials and I'm going to double down on it.
Okay.
We have to see a French team at Champs, and I've been rooting for KC. Guys, I've been rooting for you. I genuinely think KC can do it. They can go on another lower bracket run, right? We think back to 2024 kickoff, you know, they were able to make it. So just to clarify, this is of course the kickoff bracket where they did beat Fnatic, they did beat Team Heretics, and we went to the first global of the year. Yes, Martin is the only remaining player from that KC roster, but it doesn't mean it's completely out of the ordinary. I genuinely do think they could do it. And I think a key piece of that puzzle is of course Sadak being back on the Sentinel that we got to see last week when they decided to make the roster changes. Sadak has played Sentinel not since 2021, I believe it was the last time he played it, but he said in the interview himself, it comes naturally to him. He's comfortable on it. He looks great on it. Yes, we got to give it a little bit of time to see how it works out in playoffs, but I genuinely think Sadak being on Sentinel could be the key piece to KC making it all the way to champs.
Is it comfortable or is it desperation at this point? You know, I like what you're saying, but for myself, I also have to follow up on something that I said at the beginning of the year, and I said that it was going to be BBL. Yes, this was, you know, after they won a couple of matches and I was like, oh my God, they're winning the entire thing. But I have to choose BBL. I think this is also like a very vanilla pick. But I did say that Jumpy would be the first IGL to... Yeah, I'm so boring. The first IGL to take BBL onto their first global event, and I stand by what I say. And I love the fact that every single week we see them giving their all on the stage. This is you go from having the most concentrated, the most on the game, and you also have this kind of celebrations. You cannot tell me that Jumpy doesn't want it more than anybody in this city. I will not believe you. The other day when he was like, oh, I'm not comfortable speaking Turkish, turns to the camera and starts speaking. Like there's no tomorrow. I was like, that's my captain. That is my captain.
They're not even a dark horse for me. Like in my mind, they've been top 4 consistently all year. I wouldn't be surprised if they made it to champs, if that makes sense.
Billy's now picking BBL too.
Yeah,
so I'm the only one left.
I convinced her. But yeah, speaking about BBL, they are in the first match that we're going to see here in playoffs, and their opponent is Fnatic. Now, at the beginning of the year and during kickoff, we already saw this match, but Vac was here. Hi, Vac, if you're watching, we miss you. It was lovely having you here. We hope to have you back. But even like the maps that they played are not even in the pool anymore. So what did we take back from that win, BB?
It's okay, you can call me BB if you want. No, I think for BBL, like when we think back to them at the start of the year, I feel like they were kind of underrated. Like no one actually really knew how good they were going to be, and I feel like this Fnatic game that they won in kickoff was like the sort of biggest upset
put
that
them
we
in the
had.
map.
Yeah, it put them on people's radar, and I think a big key piece of that was the aggression that Levin was showing.
Yeah, I think that initial game, like Fnatic were a very different team back then, but Levin's aggression is something we keep talking about week by week, and his chaos against Fnatic in this game was a big win condition, and I think it's going to be a big win condition today, and because I think he naturally counters Fnatic's style. Fnatic's slow-paced mid-round style, if Levin's able to get aggressive whilst both are trying to figure out the chess match and cause chaos, it means that he will either gain information or catch people off guard. So I think that if he's able to do that today, it's going to be big. And recently he's been on form. Like he's locking in the Euro, an agent that's really able to allow him to play like that. And like just playing really good. Like at the start of the year, hot and cold. Now he's just good.
Yeah, I like it also because we saw them, as you said, moving to different agents. We also have Magnum playing against Fnatic, which is always a treat. And there are many things that connect these two teams. And one of them is sitting on Fnatic's coaching booth. Scott started his VCT journey this year in BBL, but is now assistant coach for their opponents. Mitch wouldn't shut up about this interview, so we finally let him do this. So take a look at this.
Well, I'm joined here by fellow Irishman Scott of Fnatic, their assistant coach this year. And first of all, let me be the first to say, Faltero to VCT, Scott. It's great to have another Irishman here.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's great to be here.
Yeah, well, I'll make you regret those words as we go through this interview. Listen, the first thing I wanted to ask you, a big topic of conversation for Fnatic this year has been the team culture. So I wanted to ask you about sort of how we've seen you evolve over the last weeks and months. You came in a little more reserved, but you've really been expressive in that coaching booth. Has joining this team caught you off guard sort of with how quickly you've started to feel at home with these lads?
Yeah, definitely. I think joining the team initially, I could tell more or less in the first week that these people were super like welcoming, and they made me feel right at home. They make it very easy to get on with each of them as individuals, and I think collectively as a team, the culture is very good overall. I think a lot of that credit has to go to Milan and Jake, and of course, performance coach Phil as well.
Oh, fantastic. It's good to hear an Irishman going abroad and feeling welcome. That's what we're always looking for. It's been great seeing your reactions down in the booth, but I wanted to get your reaction to something that's been going on social media, because first of all, you're facing your former coach, Pal. And obviously this is someone who I think has been a big deal to you coming up in the scene. You worked with him for quite a bit. Is there any rivalry there between you two, first of all?
I think definitely we want to one-up each other a little bit,
yeah.
But I don't think it's in any negative way. It's just like some friendly rivalry more than anything.
Well, I wonder if Alphayer would agree with that, because we actually have, there was a little bit of a back and forth from Pal, and I wanted to get your take on if this is some mind games that were going down. So himself and Alphayer were trading blows online. Alpha even saying, brother, just advice, don't make me want to play harder, try hard. Is this Pal trying to get in your players' heads before the games?
I don't think so. I know Pal and Alpha get on quite well, so I think it's just a bit of friendly back and forth. But yeah, it's always fun to have a bit of a rivalry showing out to the fans before we play a big game. So
yeah, well, another player, someone that you'll be very familiar with, also been piping up, and I think this one is a little bit more directed. Let's take a look at what Magnum had to say about this matchup. In particular, Fnatic is a comfort matchup for us. We have a better map pool, and we're just better at playing the style that they are trying to play. He said this in an interview recently. I'm curious what your take is on that.
I mean, it's an interesting take from Magnum for sure, because I think we've only played, like Fnatic and BBL only played one time this year, and at that time I don't think Magnum was playing for BBL, so I'm not sure how it's a comfort matchup for him in that way. But I think it's perfectly fine to show that you're confident coming into a big game like this. I know for them, like, the stakes are very high, so they definitely want to like raise the atmosphere a bit and get up for the game.
Well, I'm very excited to see this matchup unfold. Before I let you go and prepare with the boys, I want to ask you, put you on the spot real quick for a prediction. How do you think this game is going to go?
I think it'll be a tight game. They've looked very good, but I think we've been working very well on stuff over this past week, so I would say 2-1 to us. 2-1.
Well, he'll give them a map, but let's see if they do on the server. For now, that's all the time we've got. We got to let Scott get back to Fnatic, and we got to get this matchup underway. See you soon.
It's interesting, right, that he says he expects a 2-1. He respects BBL as an opponent. And when we think about Fnatic, as we said, they're already locked in for Champs Mini. In the case that you were coaching Fnatic, what would you focus on if you were them coming into playoffs? Because they can bomb out.
Yeah, I think a big problem for them right now is their map pool. They have about 3 or 4 maps in which they do not look, in my opinion, like a world-class Champs winning team. And I think that is going to be the focus for them this playoffs. I really want them to use their veto correctly in a way where they're trying to get reps on those maps. So like maps like Corrode, but also Haven and Sunset are maps in which they're not looking too hot on. And so they need to get reps and practice. So this is a perfect opportunity for BBL to actually take the game, because Fnatic shouldn't be doing everything they possibly can to win via the veto.
I think to add to that, even Ascent hasn't looked the best for them recently. They had that loss against Navi, you had Team Liquid that absolutely dominated them on it. So like they're in a tricky spot where like they need to get as many reps out on these maps, like you say, as possible before they do end up going to Champs, because like, yeah, you can scrim and prac the maps, but like the official...
This is way better than prac.
The official practice on stage is what's going to set them up for success when they do go to Champs.
Yeah, I think that we're also seeing a Fnatic that you mentioned in the Ascent, right? And we speak about a map that has been so innovative for them, you know, just like playing a composition that not many other people play and whatnot. But apparently some other teams are already catching up onto that, so the list keeps getting longer. So I really hope that they use these players very quickly. A player from Fnatic that has to show up this playoffs.
Chronicle.
Do you agree?
Oh, that's, yeah, I get Chronicle, yeah. Just because he kind of like started dwindling off towards the end of groups, I would say.
Okay, we'll give him that. Well, very different stakes for both of these teams coming into playoffs. Fnatic might be locked in for Champs, but they could possibly double down on last year's results and win both regular seasons. And for BBL, they've never been closer to Champs. So it's time to welcome our teams onto the stage. BBL are honoring Drox, a member of the BBL family who sadly passed away earlier this week. We send our condolences to his family and his friends. And you kind of have to love BBL for even in this time have their priorities in order. Just another reason more to just be a BBL fan. And today, this entire playoffs, of course, means a lot to them. And this map veto, Billy, could be defining, would you say?
Yeah, I would say so. I think that there's a couple of questions that we have for Fnatic as well on like figuring out what does their map veto look like in particular, and then BBL as well. How can they kind of play into that, I suppose? But
Fnatic just not even like but they picked Corrode Mini.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they needed to do. I think that if they want to be a team that's going to be competitive at Champions, letting maps through like Corrode and even the Haven at the end there, I think this is great for them to get reps in for champs. Again, playoffs means a lot for them, but not as much as being great at champs or winning champs.
Yeah, I think this is great. I mean, I think the fact that we're seeing them actually pick into Corrode, it makes me wonder what compositions are we going to play across this? Because, of course, Fnatic have been sussed out, so perhaps they need more prac on the comp that they're playing. We want to see like how they can be more flexible with that, especially on the defense mini. But for BBL, do they stick with the kind of composition that they were playing previously?
I don't expect so. They had that Phoenix right, and it was a bit weird.
You're not a fan of the Phoenix Gecko?
No, unfortunately not. The Ascent is also interesting. Mirror Vice Chamber potentially coming up.
Do you think that maybe BBL expected Fnatic to pick up that Ascent and they prepped it so much they're like, I mean, it's a good map for them, don't get me wrong.
I think it went both ways. They're like, Fnatic might pick it and therefore we'll prep it, but if not, we'll pick it. So I think it was either way.
Okay, what was he decided? I didn't get to see it. Was a
Haven, yeah.
Okay, what do we make of that? Because Scott did say that he expects the 2-1.
It's another map in which
now
Fnatic...
that you see the veto, expect the 2-1 as well?
Well, I think this is one of the best map vetoes that BBL could get, in my opinion. Getting a map like Corrode that's new, which Fnatic aren't tested on, getting Ascent, which they looked pretty comfortable on, and then getting Haven, in which Fnatic haven't looked hot on recently.
And I think on BBL's Haven, the only loss that they had on it was to Team Heretics, so I don't want to read into that too deeply, considering how dominant Team Heretics have been. So I think, yeah, honestly, this isn't even playing ground for me. I think BBL have a little bit of an advantage in the sense that we've not seen Fnatic's Corrode, so no, they don't have an advantage. It's more like going into it like not knowing what they're going to play. I think for me as well, the Ascent like mirror matchup that we're going to see, I don't think we've seen that just yet, at least in our region. So it'll be intriguing to see how that plays out.
Thinking about this Corrode, we've been discussing, you know, how similar, and the players were speaking about how similar they are in style. Who would you say it favors in this case? Because we have not seen Fnatic. Do you think they should be a good map for them?
It should be. Yeah, it should be a good map for them.
Okay, Alpha Vice?
Alpha Vice. This is something that I don't think he's actually played. Has he played it this year? I don't think he has.
We've seen Crown. I don't think we've seen Alpha, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, and looking like a pretty stable... Oh, it's BBL
Just to clarify, the Fnatic and BBL titles are flipped round the other way.
It's so crazy. I bet to you that what happened in production was that somebody read Magnum's name and that was like, oh, Fnatic. Fnatic over here.
So BBL still sticking with the Gecko core, but like Phoenix has been swapped out for the Yoru. They swapped out Viper as well. So in my opinion, the BBL comp is a better version of what they were doing before, but it is still that core identity of double smokes. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think as well, like Yampy on the Gecko, it looked good. I'm very glad that they've moved away from that Phoenix. I don't think it's something that we kind of saw a whole lot of value from when they did play it. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see this matchup today.
Okay, we are ready. Players are ready, and so are our caster for today's first series. Haz and Cairo are back in the venue again, and I have a feeling that Cairo loves Corrode.
The biggest of Corrode fans, aren't we here, as the road to Paris starts here, of course. Over the next 4 days, we will be starting to figure out what that top 4 looks like. And for BBL, the belief that they belong there can only be solidified if they can get past one of these top 3 teams.
The thing about this matchup, though, is Fnatic have been able to beat everyone domestically apart from one. And it's the opponent that lies before them right now. Are BBL Fnatic's kryptonite? And can they be able to win right here in the first match of playoffs?
That's the question that we pose to the team on your screen, of course. Already qualifying to Champions is the narrative. Can you then bolster your chances on the big stage at an international event in EMEA, which we have waited to see of course, be the pinnacle of competition for them. And that's the thing. It's the trophy that has always managed to evade them. Boaster on your screen, one of those players, of course, in this core, which when we talk about new maps, just don't quite have the history there recently.
Yeah, and it's good that you bring up Boaster here as well, because when they finished the match against Apex, they had the sit down with him, right? And he was saying that they're going to try and get as far as they can in playoffs, but ultimately they want to prepare their map pool and refine it for champs. That's the big aspect here, and that's where the goals are going to be for Fnatic.
Heading into Corrode, Fnatic were unwilling to play the new map at home last year. Lost it both times in Korea on Abyss. But since then now, they're choosing a guaranteed route that we will be heading in and getting some airtime on it. As you can see, the statistic backing that up. With this core, Pearl coming in, Lotus the only real map that they hit the ground running on. For BBL, it's been, a while since we've seen this one from them too. Second week against GiantX, just when it looked like they'd suffered yet another setback, losing out massively on their attack half. They'll start the defense here.
Yeah, and it's great info, early doors, 3 players hit by the Dizzy, but BBL putting their focus on a weaker side of the map. The mid portion, Boaster lying, and unfortunately caught out. Big entry pick from Levin.
BBL often leaving the B site open when they play GX. Happy to go for the retake, and with numbers in their favor here, that looks to be the view. Slight focus on Kayak, facing the defender spawn side of the map.
Alpha going to play as a late win condition here, lurking through, but BBL already making work through CT and clearing it out. Alpha's works out, getting rid of Prophet. So all the bodies towards CT, and Fnatic know that they're going to set up for it. Levin through, but Fnatic completely fill the kill feed and win out the first pistol.
It's comfortable enough from them in the end after losing Boaster in the mid-duel, which we're expecting to see a lot more of. That's where BBL had put their priority, leaving B open and paying a hefty price here, but taking a step back again. That has to be the master plan for Fnatic and their Champions run, because they've had a few goes at it now over the last couple of years. 2023, the peak of their performance, 24, a learning curve, and 25 now. You're really expecting them to have put the right measures in place.
Yeah, I think you think towards 2023, the potential golden road for Fnatic there. It felt as if by the time that they got to Champs, they just ran out of steam a little bit.
Of course, Sunset and Abyss were both difficulties for them last year, and then flipping that around, you have to consider it's interesting with Abyss now coming back in for the next champ cycle, as Fnatic are making light work of this eco, because Sunset was released 3 days after the conclusions of Champs 2023, so we didn't see it come back into competitive play really until kickoff at the beginning of the next year. So now with time to think about what it is they want to do and giving us a look at what it could potentially mean for them here, it has been a solid start.
Yeah, I mean, everyone already knows the fact that they were able to make it all the way to Toronto Grand Final, and now they'll be wanting to repeat that feat at Champs. And that all starts with fixing this map pool, right? A dominant start on Corrode could cement themselves as a team to be wary of, right?
Really
if you pick
nice.
this map against them.
Really nice.
It was really nice.
Simply lovely.
And so with a flawless second round under their belt already, Fnatic will be looking at giving this bonus a crack, if you could even really call it that. There's money behind them, full set of rifles. They're continuing to push their own interests, further them through middle. It's Sociable instead that gets the opener A main, and Kayak of all players, the one that falls.
Levin needs to be careful of his timing on TP. He's the only one holding on to mid and all alone. A player who is first in first kills, but also pretty high in first deaths as well. And Prophet gets caught out.
The risk that you take, but 2 players immediately behind Link side. A wall placed here by Alpha, just signposting the authority of Fnatic as they continue this slow creep, and Levin caught trying to make some sort of a play. Yampi could suffer a similar fate, and there you go. Fnatic, once again, walking through BBL as if they weren't there.
Yeah, it feels as if Fnatic are now starting to pull BBL limb from limb. That will most likely be a bonus round converted here. Both are up against Sociable in their own spawn, and like ships in the night, they pass each other.
Two teams we've seen in this region for many a year, their involvement spanning back all the way to 2020, 2021. But the kickoff game that we saw, that opener, was BBL's first win in their history against the Black and Orange. And looking at the parallels to now with the change that's been made, Magnum, of course, coming in, a former Fnatic player, they're pushing for these top 4 spots, or at least it feels like they've been there or thereabouts all year long. From that kickoff run, how it ended up, to narrowly missing out from stage 1 in Toronto. And so here, really, in these bigger games, against the kind of opposition that you have to beat to put yourself on the biggest of stages, don't want to see the ground fall from beneath their feet too quickly. It's one rifle save by Sociable in the end there. But for Fnatic, from strength to strength, and some of those ults getting closer to coming online.
Well, something to work with. You saw how BBL wanted to play the anti-eco round against Fnatic, being aggressive, and once again, B main set up to look the exact same. Fnatic were able to get through tricky waters last time, but can they navigate it this time round? On the orb, is that the trigger?
Same Vice Wall that we've seen placed a couple of times now by Alpha. Typically, you would see Kron on that role, but the slight switch up, and Kayak holding an angle under the arch, but comes off it just as BBL make their move.
I don't know, through Sociable, the only rifle, can't quite get the fight that he's looking for. At least as the smoke creates a question mark that Fnatic will have to re-clear, or maybe they feel forced to go elsewhere on the map.
See, investigation of mid. BBL have 3 players here. They outnumber Fnatic in this fight for the moment.
Yeah, but they don't outnumber them in terms of weapons, and that's the problem that BBL will have to try and face, get through, but unfortunately at this moment in time, they can't. It's going to end up an even trade, in Yampi looking to hold on through A length, all alone, untradeable.
Fnatic moving through the map in numbers, but time is dwindling here. We know they like to play it late. A, one of the hardest sites to hit without time.
Yeah, but look at Magnum playing in the smoke with a shotgun. You thought just for a moment he might be able to make it work, but Profik is. Sheriff hitting, Spike finally down, but Sociable's here, the only rifle. A player that needs to clutch up against 2. Althea and Boaster playing off of one another.
Has the smoke back up now, though?
That's going to stop any lines of sight onto the defuse, and is able to get rid of the arc rows. Both players begin to walk towards Sociable, but spammed out. It will be 4 in a row for Fnatic.
The round that you expect Fnatic to win, but kept fairly close, always having your heart in your mouth when you're watching them play. That was disgusting from Kayak. Sociable is not quite keen enough on the trade to make it any more doable than the 1 versus 2.
Someone check for Kayak's PC, please. What was that?
Yeah, it was definitely nothing out of the ordinary from what we've come to expect from him in his rookie year, of course. From 7 months ago in that kickoff duel until now, looking much more like a functioning component of this Fnatic machine, which as it stands, has left no stone unturned. Yampi collecting some information early on, the Dizzy again towards B. This time, Fnatic with a more tempered approach, but it's into 11's op.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. 11's op for the first time. Can he get the value out of it? The arc was already used, but taking a bit of damage off the back of that. And I was about to say, Fnatic want to execute. They do have the ultimate. Well, the first of that is going to be the Dimensional Drift, and that's combined with the Steel Garden. And Kayak's entry into the site is blistering. Magnum's able to at least get 1 back in BBL's favour, but they're still at a numbers disadvantage.
Fantastic set piece to open up, but BBL still have numbers here, and Sociable has one more TP, but Alpha finds him inside the smoke.
Yeah, now Fnatic, 2 to the good. It gets even worse. Magnum, the only one really being able to get kills in this round and waiting for the wall to drop so he can get Prophet to support him, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be Fnatic dominance in this round once again. Looking to be 5 in a row unless Prophet can find 3 of his own, but he's thrown in the white flag. He tries to escape, but you can't escape Fnatic.
Fantastic individual round from Kayak, but one which he was set up to execute. Just as I was saying, he's found his place in the team. It takes time to make these kinds of plays work, but it's exactly what was successful for them against Liquid of very few things when they had these orchestrated approaches, split pushes, using the dimensional drift when he can TP ahead. I'm thinking of Market on Ascent, for example. And the combination with the Steel Garden to just strip the gun from the hands of Yumpy was the cherry on top. One of the first times we see BBL actively try and fight for the B space instead of conceding it. This is another eco for BBL. One of the most difficult parts about the defender's side, which we just want to reiterate. They picked up 9 rounds against GX on last time.
And yeah, that is very true, but I want to pick up on a quote that the head coach Pal had given us when he guested on the desk, and he was talking more about how his compositions need to be loaded more for the attack side, right? So maybe that's where BBL's focus has been.
Okay.
As for right now, BBL playing this round on the attack. 2 entry kills, 1 through a Bucky, 1 through a Sheriff. And Fnatic feeling like they're on the back foot a bit.
Yeah, from some incredibly aggressive positioning as well. BBL also with the mid control. Quick rotation towards B. Fnatic forced to make this play, guided into the defense, which is waiting for them.
Yeah, and the utility is great for delay. Time is getting low, and we all know that Fnatic like to play with low time. And they've already got the next one back in their favour, right? Still 1 down, but it is still BBL to try and deny a plan. 18 seconds, Alfie gets another. Now the body's starting to dwindle. It's all going wrong for BBL just when you think there's a chance. The spike won't go through, but Yampi denies. And Alfie, I don't know if he's got enough time. He has to commit to it, comes off the plan, and gives BBL the first round.
Rebel clutch for Yampi. 1 on time itself. Final grains hitting the bottom of the hourglass. Alfia will find the kill afterwards. It's a very nicely set up round, Mosh aside. Very deep positioning, and as soon as Magnum gets outside of A, the rest feel a sense of confidence to bolster the B hold. He joins the fray late on. And BBL fly in the face of Fnatic to find their first on an eco.
But it doesn't really do much for the bank account of BBL either. That's the sad reality. It's a round, yes, but still one that puts BBL in a difficult spot.
And when the macro is set up well enough by Yampi here, you're kind of confident to keep going as the coach. You don't need to invest an early timeout just yet, give Fnatic an opportunity to talk things over either. They'll be making their way over to the A site. Yampi's already put a hell of a lot of noise on the B side. He leaves behind him Chronicle, who will be slow on his approach, and Magnum out of Link is the player to be worried about. 2 kills immediately. Fnatic a little bit labored as they slowly stagger their way through the courtyard towards the A site.
BBL have control of Spike, but look at Alfia finding another angle of approach.
Profex considered this though, and from the angle he will find the Turk. Taken down now, 4 versus 2. Numbers in favor for BBL to increase their efforts, double their round count.
Last player standing.
Without a break in play required either. It's Profex to strike yet again. Chronicle have the pit. There is no position from which to play. Magnum in the end at the triple. BBL restoring order on this map before it gets out of hand.
BBL very reactive to Fnatic's push. But I think for me as well, the other aspect of this as well, Magnum does well here, is we've got to be thinking in the early rounds, right? The pick on towards Kron and that B main, or on towards Yampi. I think I think there was a potential opportunity for Fnatic to pivot because they weren't completely out of A main just yet.
Yeah, Yampi creating a distraction, really, and perhaps anticipating on the Fnatic side that there would be more behind it. Saw in the previous round, they were quick to get that Vice Wall placed in A main, and here, it's the exact same, but right on the edge of the Viper's pit. BBL, same push outside of B again, but there are numbers to this Fnatic attack this time.
As BBL hanging around, the same smoke that Sociable dropped last time, but Paranoia waiting, and they deny any more space. So very well done by Fnatic to keep control of B main, but BBL still want to fight this.
Oh, huge kill from Magnum in the meantime as well. Finding one in mid, he's cornered in the process, and Sociable's out of smokes to help him.
To not be drawn out, but the fights come through, and when they do, BBL come out on top. But not only that, get control of Spike, and this is going to be a disaster for Fnatic if they can't get that back. Look, they're all towards the B side. BBL need to be careful of their flank.
And we're approaching the 30-second mark again here, so Fnatic don't have time to play with. They need to win the duels.
They do. Kron, lost start, gets taken out, and now look at Crashies having to approach from top mid. BBL change up the positioning, Magnum towards the other side. They can both double swing if needed, but there's a time in here. Crashies gets the spike, but the pick comes through, and BBL get a third in a row.
Another huge round from Magnum as well. A player with a point to prove coming into this game. He's represented multiple different organizations. Now on the hunt for a second ever Champs appearance. After making his debut there with Fnatic back in 2021. The only other win that he had against them was the first in kickoff with KC a year ago. But I think the big story with that team was that they couldn't keep the momentum up throughout the year. That's something that BBL have been able to excel in. This change of team culture, which has, you know, upholstered the entire fabric of the organization we thought we knew as they've moved to an international roster.
Yeah, and this international roster keeps going from strength to strength. The only teams that they've never, or the only team that they've not been able to beat is Heretics, who lie in wait in the next game.
Further down the gauntlet, something to think about, and those statistics on the screen back up exactly the point that we're trying to make here. BBL, a household name in the Turkish region, but one which was synonymous with group stage exits. In fact, even a win for them today would represent them replicating something that they did in the previous stage, finding 4 successive wins in VCT EMEA, which they had been unable to do before. That had been the issue. They'd been stagnating, but you do feel a real difference in the squad here, and that's reflected through the players as well.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes on Champs for everybody. We know that. We know the stakes that are here for both teams, right? Fnatic already qualified, but for BBL, this is the most important game that they could possibly play.
And while we have Magnum with his headset off, he's been someone who we've also seen changing character, even within this roster. The amount of times you see him shouting across the stage. And why does he feel confident to do that? Because he's got Yampi right next to his side. If you contrast that with previous teams that he's been on, we've not really seen that aspect to Magnum. You know, Apex weren't a shouty bunch. You couldn't really say the same for KC. I mean, Narrate would stand up every now and then, but it doesn't really count. So yeah, there is a certain feeling within this team, and more than anything, to draw it all back, it's mirrors with that GX game. That second game in the group, going down 0-2 with the matches they had remaining. How many times have you seen a team come back from that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right, is about how we've seen BBL and like strength and mentality as well, in terms of there's the confirmation with the red lights.
Yeah.
But like the fact that like we've seen BBL's like mentality as a whole being able to bounce back, the fact that they lost the first 2 games in groups as well and had to turn what was potentially looking like a bleak end to the season through the last 3 games.
Yeah. Absolutely, but it is a brief intermission. We're right back in. I think you could tell that it wasn't too serious of an issue, just something with the gear. A tech pause indeed, but no time to waste. right back into Corrode. And look, it was at the end of Fnatic's veto before. They floated it a few times, and we were sort of hoping that we were going to get it. They've opted right into it here, and well, there you go. He's the only one who's actually been able to get past them after leaving. I don't know what that says about former Fnatic players.
Well, I mean, think about the players that have left, right? Yaka, which is a big one, considering, you know?
Yeah.
At the same time, focus on the round. Levin, deep in mid. We've seen him do this push quite a few times. Yampi's towards top mid, jump spotting, and has long-range utility that can support. But Fnatic have somehow been too focused on what they were doing, and Levin's got an opportunity to find a player. That was Kayak.
Common positioning for Levin as well. I'm surprised that he's able to take the 1 versus 1 there. Does still have the TP.
And it's the second time he's done it.
Yeah. And that makes it all the more surprising. I mean, even here, Bosa's overlooked it. Caught falling foul to the same player again. Finally, he overstays his welcome, and that's something that we have to mention. The discipline on the BBL side. All of this aggression expected from Fnatic after the timeout. You could see the setup. They were playing passive, but now they have the picks.
Thrash being used, and obviously that's going to be on a time-up to when it expires, but Fnatic trying to brute force their way through A-Link, and it's not working out. Prophet gets the pick onto Chronicle, and Sociable pushing main, gets Althea, leaves Crashes in a 1 versus 3, but he does have the spike on his back.
Sight at his disposal for now, but Sociable closing the gap with that paranoia.
Yeah, and so is the rest of BBL. They'll get confirmation of their 4th, and that's after Fnatic timed out.
Fnatic had started a few of their previous games, maps against Liquid, Apex, Na'Vi, all very slowly. It's after the timeout usually that you then see those improvements come through. The difference here is that it was 5 rounds in a row, and yep, that's the new map for you. As we said before, in terms of overall wins on new map debuts, they are 3 and 4, so 42% win rate on any new map for the first time, and that's one of the factors, I suppose, for getting your lineups.
Yeah, but the other aspect to this is Fnatic now have everything that they need to push themselves forward for the last couple of rounds. They have 4 out of 5 ultimates, and Crashes is close to his Nightfall as well. And BBL aggressive in the mid-round once again, and it's Levin on a line from A-Link.
Toxic screen goes back up, but that's for both teams. Fnatic wearing through their toxins to take the duel on Prophet, hoping that he would be willing to challenge. 2 players caught by the trail of the Nightfall. There is a 3rd here, though, that reveal. It's just reconfirmed Chronicle's position. Again, BBL given the mid control. Still got Alpha hanging around A late, and that's where you think Fnatic might opt to pivot. But Levin left unchecked could continue to be an issue, and he's just setting up Yampi instead.
Yampi has a full belt of utility as well, but it's that dimensional drift that's going to be used. And remember, Yampi has been seen, and he has no way out. Has to use Levin as a ways of supporting him out of this. And Althea in the corner catches Yampi. Levin at least gets the trade out, and Magnum goes one better, finding Kayak. Delay further in B main. Fnatic can't quite get out.
It's still stalling here, still utility to work with. Paranoia in the hands of Social arriving late.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. Fnatic need to get a move on. We know that this is where they like to play, but BBL, they're using that to their advantage. Kron holding on and potentially able to do it. Spike in his back pocket. He's up against Magnum, who's wrapping him round, and he's going to get it. Magnum makes it 5-all.
Another multi-kill for Magnum as we head into the end of this first half. Only a couple of rounds left in it, and Fnatic on the brink of having their bye broken. Levin still able to freely operate within mid. His opening game, sort of second game against Fnatic in VCT, felt almost defining, I think, in terms of how aggressive he was willing to be against some of the best teams that we've seen in the region. The best that EMEA has ever sent to an international stage. And with them thinking to the future, all focus on the present very quickly. We're at a tied game.
Yeah. 2 ultimates used with no value off the back of Fnatic. Steel Garden still there, as well as the Viper's Pit. It's a change up in the Viper wall. And BBL on this extremity with the Euro, pushing the envelope. 11 forced out. BBL looking to regress their positioning and delay as much as they possibly can, but Fnatic have changed their pace. Oh, Sociable come from? Unfortunately, risked it too much and gets caught out as Fnatic overwhelm the site and look to finish this one off, leaving Prophet all alone. So much work on his shoulders. He's spotted the second player, having found the first. 4 players all trained to this one position. You'd expect this is impossible, and it is. Fnatic finally make it 6 and guarantee at least an even half.
It was a nice idea from Sociable with the TP there as well, hoping that the Nightfall would have hit onto enough targets, and even Crashies was marked, but just has the presence of mind to stay aware of the possibility. It's a really interesting Viper wall that we have on the execution here. It does allow for Fnatic to fight those close angles with a little more confidence. Enough to get them over the hump and land them on a 6th, but still money behind BBL. To see if they can keep it tied out of the opening 12. Levin chasing them away from the A site.
Yeah, already finding quite a few bodies through that. That's at least 3 that you see TPing out just before the ultimate expires. Where does Fnatic go? Do they look to re-clear A main? It looks like that's the case, but Sociable has taken that space for himself.
Well, we've seen the change in the duel list. The macro for BBL is very much the same. Very aggressive early on. Fnatic respecting this, but Sociable on the angle does get checked. And they're looking to invest a bit more utility here to take him off position.
Fnatic aren't fully sold on this being an A finish just yet, but the body's starting to move over. Maybe that's different from what I think. Sociable needs to be really careful. Nearly catches Poster off guard and has to use the paranoia to get out, or so I thought.
The side of the dark cover, 4 players for Fnatic.
Yeah, he's just trying to be a bit too cheeky. Has at least one, but as the players start to move forward, there's still damage! Kayak at least is able to get the trade before Sociable pounces, but Kayak now through A main, trying to be the person leading the line, but instead it's Alfia so deep. And when the orb drops, that's when the engagements will ensue, but Fnatic need to get a move on.
Look at the spike! There's 10 seconds, Cairo. There's simply not enough to get this one done. I don't know what Fnatic are up to.
And Yampi's won the duel on B main as well. Fnatic are the makers of their own doom and make it a 6-6 half.
There were points on their offense against Liquid where they looked scared, and as uncharacteristic as that is to say, it's happened again here. Sociable, non-stop scorched earth, keeps them back for as long as he can, and it's just too much ground to cover in the end. Plenty of work to be done for both teams, I think, coming out of this half, but BBL certainly with a confidence boost. Respect shown by the BBL fans that have turned out today, and I mean, what a result this could be to keep them moving forward in the bracket. It's 6-6 on the half, a strong start for Fnatic, but things very quickly turned around, even post timeout. Two faces that will have checked in with their coaches now and had plenty to say coming out of the half, Sposter and Yampy.
Yeah, I mean, between these two, they have been in the game for the longest time, right? And in terms of their personal performance, Yampy, for me, has been on average, right? On par. You can see that with his stats, whereas Boaster has taken maybe a little dip in performance, but his calling has reached another level.
We're always expecting Yampy to be a fragging IGL, unfortunately, sits at the foot of the scoreboard as it stands. But deadlock on the half should have you slightly concerned, even if you are on the BBL side of things, because it's the attack side where they did massively struggle before. Just 2 rounds against GX, looking for their first on this A push. It started with success. Prophet finding Alpha, GiantX trying to flash back out, and takes 2! No! The Prince of Pistol may just have crowned himself king. Ridiculous flicks from GiantX. And of all players, it's Yampy that's got to try and walk back in. An ace to add further trouble. Fnatic have flight in the second half.
We know BBL struggle with their attack side on Corrode since the last time that they played it, but this is ridiculous. This is something extraordinary from the young gun that Fnatic have picked up.
Sit down.
Prophet having absolutely none of it. Both from the East League, of course. Plenty familiar with each other, as, you know, even the coaching staff on either sides of the server are. Pal's protege, Scott, happy with what he's seen. This a commanding buy for the next. It's straight into GiantX's site they go again, and he's already at the races.
That he is. Althea gets rid of 11 as GiantX still continues on. That spike on the ground, and well, it's going to be as easy as possible for Fnatic. A nice round all in.
Isolate the problem.
It's very, very simple stuff for Fnatic. Opening both halves as it stands, and BBL sort of giving it to them here, I suppose.
Down A.
Trying to make the set piece work, but still not quite what they would have been looking for. And Fnatic's bonus not going to be as good as it was on the attack side. But GiantX already has the Yoru ult, and in terms of how they want to play, happier to invest more heavily on mid, play retake towards either side of the map with that.
So much spam damage through the defensive Viper wall. As Fnatic look to hold on to it fairly well. At the same time, BBL are working with one player on either extremity and have given up mid. Fnatic holding on to that, and it's an important part of the map. That's why Sociable's still holding on here, seeing if he can at least get something.
That'll have to be the plan for the next round. GiantX spearheading it again. Another kill picked up, this time Sociable. In terms of what options that leaves BBL with, the Viper Wall's committed towards mid. They've got to walk in dry. It's GiantX again! A triple made into a quad. And inside the first 3 rounds, he's nearly had 2 aces. Still holding on to the dimensional drift, of course, but Fnatic, another blistering start.
It feels as if it's the GiantX show, though. It feels as if it's a one-man army at the moment who is dragging Fnatic up by the collar.
30 seconds left.
BBL will feel hard done by. That's another first 3 rounds going Fnatic's way, like it did at the start of the first half.
Another begins.
BBL's attack side, you expect to set the pace of the rounds too, but it's falling to Fnatic's favor. GiantX is thriving in this environment right now. Still holding off on bringing Pal and Thinky into the equation yet again. Still believing that they have this one locked down. on this round here, Pat's just trying to make good of what the setup exactly looks like, because there's no tape there.
You need to just deny that wall going up as well by destroying the clone before it touches it is going to be important for Fnatic. They're going to have that passive information into the late round, allowing their decision making to be fairly easy.
BBL having the preference to try and overwhelm Boaster on the B hit. He will not be caught in this situation though, and with the gravity well, a little bit more time to delay the oncoming Levin, who posted in the corner as a simple pickup for Kron. Wingman making its way onto the site, but the spike felled, and Yampi, Sociable, needing a whole lot more from this host of Sheriffs, which now sit in the sole hands of Sociable. Cleared out by Kron. Double digits for Fnatic.
They are on the home straight to winning out their first ever Corrode. The debut looking serviceable, you could say.
Yeah, hold on to that one for a bit.
And with that being said, we are going to see the BBL coaching staff go for a timeout.
And it's what I was talking about moments ago. You kind of want to give it a little bit of time to air it out, but then again, BBL have found themselves in playoff matches before. The story for them was breaking into it in stage 1 and really keeping themselves there after the promise that we saw in kickoff, but you need to deliver on that consistently. And when we're speaking so much about the culture shift within the team, that comes from the backroom staff, that comes from the management as well. And with Pal now giving the players their orders, it needs to be a quick reality check, because we can't see BBL again come into a similar situation when the promise is built up there behind them, just for it to be all too easily taken away by the authority that is Fnatic, because that's ultimately the bigger picture here. They rewrite those narratives every single time, even if they aren't favorites.
Yeah, and that's the big thing coming into it. And there you have it. GiantX has the third most multi-kill rounds in VCT EMEA this year, sitting at 235 multi-frags before today. That's nothing short of ridiculous.
Yeah, and for it being his first full year on the stage after making his first showing in Berlin, in those same orange colors, but with Apex on their Ascension run, a single best of 5. One hell of a way to climatize, but here we are, BBL, the all-important round, the rifle between the two teams. GiantX still clutching onto the Yoru ult, but this time Fnatic are a no-show in middle.
Spotting towards B main, and the fact that we are seeing GiantX being so aggressive, but it's the fact that we've got Prophet close by. BBL waiting for a reaction from Fnatic, but they're not getting it.
BBL, given all of this space early on, start to question themselves. Where are Fnatic? Posted up on the sites, of course. Seeing the regroup coming in. Prophet, full forfeiture of A main.
Yeah.
Rerouting himself towards B, as the rest of BBL will be. Both anchors, both controllers waiting.
That's the thing. Just a little bit of pressure moves the bodies of Fnatic towards A, leaving this B side looking maybe a little bit more weaker. Levin by the molly and in towards the site. Kron on default, able to hold it down, but can he hold on any longer? No, he can't. BBL, they're able to get the advantage and the spike plan.
Late positioning from GiantX coming in main though. Prophet has to be aware of the potential. Social has stopped the mid push, but it's from either end that Fnatic make their reprisal.
GiantX doesn't win the duel against Prophet, leaving crashes in a 1 versus 4 with possibly one of the worst weapons, the Odin, and he has to give it up. Or at least makes it look as if he is.
Sticking around. But the round has been won through a number of players on the BBL side. It was a team effort, a well-orchestrated display of how they can look at their best when they're playing a fundamentally charged game, looking at the extremity control which they held on to, relinquished to then regroup and hit the site of B. I'm liking these sort of lurks from Profek and how it is that he's able to hold on to space. But for me, Fnatic have to reconsider their approach on middle. It looked like such an asset to them. They give it up there, and it's the biggest loss.
Scott may be a little frustrated by that, as you mentioned it. And I agree. The mid portion looked the average stat force of 950 newtons.
Scott can certainly slap a hand, I'll tell you that. Dapped us both up, felt like a rocket had gone off, and Fnatic have certainly got a fire lit underneath them here. Yampi responds in kind, 1 kill, needs double headshot, only 1 though. And as much as we talked up Profek, he has a mountain to climb. Alpha can see him coming from the summit. That's where Fnatic find themselves sitting. Just a couple away from peaking on 13 to their first foray on Corrode.
Yeah, I mean, it is starting to become dominant, right? I don't know if I necessarily agree with the attack side. They made it work, but now the momentum firmly in Fnatic's favour. Look at that, 5 out of 6 rounds played.
It's the change-up too in the terms of the mid-fight. Fnatic then re-engaging here after looking like they were happy to roll over and give it back to BBL. Same this time around. Viper Wall, a little more aggressive than what you would usually expect. BBL gearing up to let one rip from their own Strapberg.
But Levin denied through the razor vines of the Vise. Crashes waiting for the opportunity to get in, but the Nightfall makes the sight anchors a little bit unsteady, a little bit uneasy, and Alfia makes it look easy. As Fnatic look to fall on down, collapse upon BBL, as Fnatic hit 12 with an in-zone flawless.
Match point.
Coming into this one instantly with the map pool discussion, this is only going to be a huge positive to take for Fnatic on that road to champs that we expect. Simplistic shutdown, players put under scrutiny and excelling. It's what you expect.
Time to jump.
With BBL's rifles removed, it's a sorry state of affairs. The flip side is that it was Fnatic's pick, and with still rounds left to play, something we've constantly credited BBL for is their ability to turn a bad situation around, and it will start, as it often does, through Yampi.
Toxin screen down.
Big entry kill as well. Alpha gone. That's that Vice util offline. As BBL tried to pivot in towards B, but Boaster takes a timing on towards the Phantom, and it's just a Sheriff, but he's in. Oh, he's in his cosmic form and gets taken off guard. Now, Profek's going to be calling to the rest of BBL. Have an open sight. The problem is, Chronicle can disrupt this. He can and will. That's the spike, remember, and the players can't get out. Chronicle might have just won this map here and now, as Profek has to try and go back and collect that spike.
Should be willing to invest the pit, give himself half a chance, but even then, 2 players on the double stack, it should be done.
Both players holding, and confirmation there. Fnatic on their debut of Corrode will win it out.
It's only one of few maps which they've been able to win on their full debut, but that now sticks them at 50%. And ever since Pearl came in with this core, we've never had the expectation they'd hit the ground running, but to do so in a Stage 2 playoffs is exactly where you want it to hit heading into champs. The perfect opener for Fnatic. We'll see if they can take it any further after this.
I got the horses in the back, horse out gets a track. Eddie's made the black, got the booties rocking back.
Riding on a horse, you could check my Porsche. I need to take my horse to the old down road. I need to
ride till I can't no more.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bro, but Elias, they will stupefy you and we lose.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Are you stupid? Bro, you never watch Fnatic?
Hello, 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 hello.
Boaster will do stupefy for you, and you will be stupid.
With the lights out, it's contagious. Here we are now.
In case you ever wonder how it felt when you were on the other side, this is like, I'm so worried. She must be thinking about this, and she's thinking about something completely different that has nothing to do. You are safe. Welcome back, everybody. Fnatic, they take Corrode. We were so excited. Last week, they left it open. We thought it was a possibility. Today, we finally see it. What did we think of it? Any general thoughts?
Yeah, I thought it was a decent Corrode. I thought all the tech made sense. They looked a little bit silly at times on attack with the rounds going, you know,
to
the end. But I think that approach, that kind of slow approach on Corrode, really works. And what I love is that they get to iron out those mistakes going forward for the playoffs, but that slow approach, they're able to manipulate the map, know that there's 3 lanes, and Boaster can do his stuff. I think it was really good.
Yeah, I think this round in particular was really nice, round 5, because we got to see them kind of layering up the ultimates that they have to fill out a set piece and guarantee themselves a round. I think that it looked really well drilled, and it was really nice to see them kind of do these little things that we've not been able to see on Corrode just yet. I always think it's exciting when we get to see teams play a map for the first time. And yeah, obviously this was going to catch BBL off guard because they can't really counter that if you've not played it before.
I absolutely love the fact that also this is in round 5, so you build that economy, like after getting 4 rounds in a row, like using your 2 ultimates to guarantee this one, put BBL also in the trenches with the money again. So really like to see that Fnatic have this kind of micro that I think it's kind of expected, but it's also good to see Alpha being put on the Vice again, him playing for the Util, and just a very good play. And the man getting the 4K is Kayak. Now, if you notice, if you have been watching this year, he's pretty good, and he is actually our highlight for today. So let's take a look at our performance highlight presented by Hermer Miller Gaming. It's Kayak's pistol ace, because it might be a 4K, it might be an ace with him. You just simply do not know. We spoke a lot about the pistols, and meaning when I'm playing, it's just not that easy. Do you have any advice for me?
I have no idea. No.
No?
To play like that?
Yeah.
No, I'm not that good.
I feel like Kayak just took the game into his own hands as soon as they switched to defense, and what like a way to get off to the start of it, right? By having
Very
that
necessary,
ace.
don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. Like, for them to be able to bounce into that, but then as well, like, we've known that BBL's attack wasn't the greatest on that map when they saw them play against GiantX. Granted, they do have a different composition this time, and Levin was someone that was struggling throughout that. I think when you put these two head-to-heads, it just looks very, very drastic.
Yeah, Levin, to me, he had some good rounds on that defense early where his aggression was doing well, but I think he had equal bad rounds and good rounds. And the stylistic difference between Levin and Kayak is that Kayak is not going to put himself in those risks as much, but he's going to get kills every single time. So he's not up and down like Levin is.
Well, Levin didn't even find a kill in the attack in half, so definitely not the best way to end that map. So let's look forward to Ascent. Billy, at the beginning of the day, you were speaking about how both of these teams play a very similar composition. Is it something that we expect to see again? And if you were to pick a winner, who would it be?
So what I will say is we did only see BBL play this map for the first time in Stage 2 last week against Foot, but I want you guys to remember, during Stage 1, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have said that initiators usually are the kind of agents that kind of anti the kind of composition that Fnatic have been going for. I need to remind you that BBL were playing triple initiator during Stage 1.
Bring it back?
So it's a question of, do they bring it back today, knowing that this is the composition that Fnatic run?
I think even if they don't, when I was watching the matchup, the way that the stylistic differences, I think that BBL's style with this composition would do quite well into Fnatic. They're a bit more aggressive on the defense and
So
taking...
a little bit more of like what we were seeing in Corrode, you mean? Like aggressive from the defense?
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive, and this composition doesn't have the volume of utility like the Parlors, etc., or the Recon, or, you know, sorry, they do have the Recon, but not the camera, knife, etc., to deal with, you know, the chamber of vice as much. So it'll be interesting to see if BBL's stylistic approach will...
Well, let's see, because Billy, I don't know if you saw it in the stars or where did you see it, but BBL have decided to bring back the triple initiator here on Ascent. Yamp is going to be put on the KO, Sociable is on the Deco, and Fnatic are not making changes. Billy, you
I second terror of this, yeah. I mean, I feel like if you're Fnatic though, you kind of see this coming, especially when you think of, like, you know, Scott's previous relationship with BBL. There might be that knowledge of tendencies there. So I don't know, for me, it's a question of how well is it going to work. We have noticed that on their attack specifically, they have struggled with this triple initiator composition.
Which is concerning, to say the least. Would you say?
Yeah, of course, yeah. I think the attack side is going to be interesting. The Teo, drone, and knife able to counteract some of the util from Fnatic. It's a very strange matchup where BBL's, I think triple initiator should do a lot better on the attack. They don't have a sentinel. And then when you flip, it should do worse on the defense. But then on Fnatic's side, they've got a defense comp, in my opinion. So it's like a weird matchup, in my opinion.
I think if you're BBL, though, and you've watched how Fnatic have been playing this map with this composition on that defense, your ideal situation is that you set up those kind of trap plays with the initiating utility that you have. You don't play to take that space in the way that they normally would. Of course, you can set your Levin up in any of the kind of extremities and mains, but for me, they're going to exploit mid with these sort of trap crunch plays is what I'm looking out for with that kind of composition that you're running.
Yeah, I think what I imagine they're going to do is use that information on the extremities. And as for if Fnatic have not changed their defaults and they're going to root down middle a lot of the time, then BBL will get information on those extremities on the defense.
Do you think, like, if you're Fnatic, you see BBL picking up this composition again, should you be scared? Because as you were saying, like, all of these things that you have spotted, they probably have spotted about themselves, about the tells that the other teams can have. And especially if BBL decides to go to Ascent and show this composition, would you, if it was you in the coaching booth, would you be scared, being like, oh, this is why they wanted to go? Yeah.
Yes, but Fnatic should have changed enough from the last time they played, because I'll be honest, I don't think that they've looked amazing on this map recently. Well, they've lost 2 in a row, so they should have changed up enough that hopefully those changes catch BBL off guard, and so the counter doesn't quite work one-to-one, if that makes sense.
I think on that point as well, Fnatic chose to float Ascent still even after that tragic loss against Team Liquid. So it's not a map that they're scared to go to. It's like you say, they will have made those kind of, because they're quick fixes, right?
I mean, I think that also is the thinking of going ahead and going into champs. Ascent is a map that they consider to be good, so it's time to iron these things out. So let's wait no longer and let's see if BBL can actually make it even in the scoreboard. Let's toss this over to Haza and Cairo.
Sanctuary in, looking like one of their best coming out of Toronto. Never really an Ascent team, but when you think of the history of BBL, this was never a place that teams wanted to take them. And yet here we are. It's the matchup that we end up getting in playoffs.
Yeah, half of all Ascent losses this year has come in Stage 2 for Fnatic. So that shows you where the state of the map is. But as for BBL, you know, we saw that the triple initiator comp didn't initially work out, but as the matches went on, they seemed to get better and better. Can this be what is going to be the upset to Fnatic's Ascent, as the past couple of weeks have not been able to win it?
Back on the attack for BBL. Seems to be using that initiation power as best they can in a straightforward manner. With the suppression on Alpha, no headhunter in his hands, Sociable secures it. Spike, the position to be planted, and they will.
Look at how deep right now Magnum is. Through mid he's going, but there's players from Fnatic that could catch him off guard.
Timing from Crashies, and Magnum has now been located. The classics click away, and there he is, gone. Goes it down to 7 in the meantime. Still trying to force BBL off, as you can see. They're planning to get aggressive here. There's a flash on the underhand of Yampi back into short, catches Kayak, looks for the second, he comes through Levin. The conduit! The killer on the face of BBL. A triple kill. After what we saw from Kayak in the previous map, there needed to be a response from the rookie on the other side of the server, and there is.
Yeah, I mean, there needed to be a big performance uptick for Levin. I mean, we know how good he can be. We spoke about it in the first map, right? He is first kills in FKPR, first kills per round.
Nice!
But,
Let's
go! Yeah, well, we needed to keep a watch on what Levin does throughout the rest of the map, because one good round doesn't decide exactly the performance on the map, right?
Those expectations for him as a player very much set the last time these two faced. So much character building needing to be done in the meantime. Getting used to the environment that little bit more as Magnum goes back into the mid angle. In Alpha's absence, there are plenty on the Fnatic side. It's a Bulldog that can be picked up later on. BBL resting on this A plant once again with little trouble.
Yeah, and it was Kron who will go and pick up that Bulldog as Fnatic look to set themselves for the retake. Unfortunately, Prophet tries to go a bit aggressive, and I don't know if that's what is needed there.
Exactly what you've got to be looking for, though. BBL players pushing through smokes is where Fnatic's preparation should be tailored. Alpha's flag is completely unconsidered.
As BBL focused on the save, Alpha comes in at the right time, gets the first but not quite the second. Levin's the only real rifle here, has her.
It's got plenty of work to do. I mean, Sociable holding across from A.
Yeah, and well, he's holding on to it, but can't hold on long enough. Kron will get that defuse, and a Bulldog that Magnum gifted to Fnatic was their undoing.
They take it to the nth degree. It's a really important first kill, as we know Kron's classic is as good as a rifle in most senses. But after last, couple weeks ago now against Liquid, right back in. He's looked next level again. It's so frustrating for BBL after trying to give themselves a head start in this map, their own map pick, needing to respond after Corrode with how Fnatic started both halves so quickly.
Two hero buys coming through for BBL, Prophet's Guardian and Sociable's Vandal. Big engagement through mid. Crashy's bringing out the drone to confirm information, and Albia gets the first duel onto Levin, and Sociable falls as well.
Here.
BBL hemorrhaging players.
Here.
That's the difference with Fnatic starting on the defense this time. It means that having the map picked into them, other teams thinking it's a weakness, BBL of course. Something that they've been able to play with, I suppose, as Kron is going to find yet another kill through middle, and Yampy, best case scenario, probably be a plant. 2 low health opponents in tree. He's found the first.
Reload as he walks into sight will allow KaYaK an easy kill. So, couple of rounds on towards 2. And now this should be BBL's full rifle round, which it is. And yeah, I mean, out of the 2 sides for Fnatic, defense is the better. That's the one thing to notice.
And so getting into the game early has to be a point of paramount importance for them. Like I said previously, Na'Vi, Liquid, Apex, all slow starts on some of those maps, which came back to punish them to varying levels. Here, BBL just doing what they know works, this quick A hit, which so far, Fnatic haven't been able to deal with, at least initially.
No, they haven't. Not been able to hold on to the site. Alpha looking for an angle and accidentally works against them. Levin getting the entry. Spike goes down. 5 versus 4 retake.
Spike planted.
BBL are going to be trying to search for a kill here if they can. It's often come through Heaven. Players like Profeg. But now the group up to fight the push from short.
Blood from short is where the players try to get out from, but it's just Boaster all alone on site. Levin holds left trigger and completely blitzes the opponents coming out. We're all even once again.
It's a lot more difficult for Fnatic to make that retake work when they've not got a second layer, when there isn't a player flanking from main or given complete access, free reign in Heaven. BBL just taking their timings here instead.
Let's go!
Something else we need to think about, of course, is the fact that there is a Teho now from Sociable. The only other player to have shown this agent in the stage is Alpha, of course, on the other side, playing the Chamber, which usually would be Sociable's agent. So they have traded roles, and in terms of the value you get from that kit, it's the clearance of Cat, and now the KO ult coming into the A site again, this time a split.
Oh, and Boaster in the smoke with a judge doesn't hit. Alpha identified. It's Magnum who ended up getting the kill, not Levin. He still has his blades, but they expire. Spike down, and still an advantage to BBL in post once again.
Levin holding back though. Not overstaying his welcome on that exposed angle. Heaven, KaYaK getting the better of him so far in this series. Cheeky one from Yampy, even on for the second, but walks away. BBL looking like they have this round wrapped up. Fnatic should confirm it.
Yeah, managing to overpower Fnatic on this A side consistently. The delay just not there. The fact that Levin's just able to updraft and dash on towards site and has so much support through the utility that BBL has. There's no comfortable place for a player to sit. Fnatic right now need to find an answer, because BBL are just going to keep doing the same thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Act on my intent. Don't give
as much as I was laying up the conversation about the initiators too, I think really it's this KO pick that's been the biggest one for me so far. Null Command coming up for Yampy and some of the knife placements, removing key utility. Think of Alpha and the aggressive lines that he wants to try and take. I don't really know how that shock dart worked, to be brutally honest with you. Unreal 5 moment maybe? Who knows?
Yeah, maybe, mate, maybe. But yeah, you were speaking about the KO pick, but I think the other aspect that we need to talk about is talk about the duelists, right? Talk about how Levin and KaYaK have been playing against one another, because KaYaK had an absolutely unreal map number 1, and as we've headed into map number 2, Levin seems the one taking control.
Yeah, the stats here across the whole of stage 2, a lot more forgiving on Levin's behalf, a fairer assessment of his abilities. Otherwise, the two fairly evenly matched, I would say, across the board in terms of their output. And for BBL, really, it's always got to be in those first engagements, I think, where Levin is getting most active and where you're super reliant on him making stuff happen for them in the attack so far. So many times he's the point man of that execution. And with it being the Jet as well and not the Yoru, you don't have as many tools, I suppose, to be setting yourself up. You're kind of waiting for those 3 initiators to load the duelist and really put you on your way.
Alpha 51 to 48 against Yampy in head-to-head duels in their matches before today. Maybe a 1 versus 1 to sort it out.
Maybe.
Well, tour de force out through mid, he looks. That's where a lot of targets lie in wait, but does Althea go for the take? No, decides against it. And now BBL, they try to force it through. It's Althea to get another. That'll be 52 in head-to-head engagements.
Thanks for keeping count. And with Yumpy now gone as well, Spike can't be left behind. BBL are very quickly taking the site.
Yeah, but look at Alpha, back a sight, back to the wall, knows that he needs to hold on, knows that he has no support, but when Booster comes, BBL are able to rout out any players. Sociable has the spike on his back. He needs to be careful, he needs to get to site.
So they're having to invest his full utility belt to deal with this issue. There is no empty threat. Chronicle's Stinger still could be a problem, but won't find the final kill. The cheers of the crowd very quickly dampened as BBL have built on that early lead.
That they have. Ascent, once again, start to look more and more like a Fnatic weakness. We know that they were speaking about the map pool, and what was once a staple is now starting to fall to the wayside.
Such a weird one too. We're talking about the pool that's coming up for champs, the struggles they've had with Sunset, Abyss coming back. The new map is the silver lining, really, if this is what the Ascent is supposed to be. 3 and 5 in VCT this year, but irrespective, still questions being posed at BBL here by Alpha.
Yeah, and it's big execute ultimates that BBL have, the first of which has already been used. That's the Nightfall, and the Hunter's Fury ripped from Crashes has not hit. Boaster taking an alternative angle doesn't work out, but he needs to move. He needs to get out of there, and the spam works out. Another entry pick for BBL.
Cleaning the board, 4 on 4. Levin still leading this line, entertaining the market fight.
They want this, they want to go, but remember there's no flashes left realistically, and that dimensional drift will clear out Levin, but that doesn't mean you're going to win the fight. Not against this man, who keeps continuously winning out. The primary's taken offline, and BBL trying to find safe corners in which to work. It's the two at back of sight, Perfect and Sociable, but all the hopes are put on right here. Players low on Fnatic's side. And we should be one bullet. They'd be able to win this out against a couple, but instead no, just Perfect. Shorty in hand, first bullet hitting, and now Kayak on the spike against his Polish opponent. And it'll be a Red Bull clutch for Perfect.
Such an important clutch that Profek is able to win. BBL creating an advantage through their unrelenting aggression once more. Levin doing it all. And then on that drop back to site, both players Boathouse. We've seen him step up again in this series. After really dropping off in the GX loss, they need him massively today. The self-motivation still there to prove everyone wrong that he can make it to champs. Alongside a BBL side, lined with quality.
Not
Now,
cleared.
that is ever so slightly unforgiving, but Alpha just reconfirmed with the TP that he was looking to probe B main. And ultimately, that's not something we've seen too much of interacted with so far from BBL, looking to try and push players off of extremities, both with the TP, Kayak as well. This time, though, their execution is into a site which is more than prepared for the execution.
There's no ultimates, it's just weapons. It's the difference between these two teams as well.
BBL like to try and disrespect the smoke, but how much cadence do they give to Kron here? He's fallen back, Levin on the offensive, up, around, over the top. Slam dunk as far as he's concerned. The pistols on the Fnatic side not doing all too much work here, even with the correct read. So BBL get past, yet another trial placed on their route by Boaster. If any team had to be the gatekeep, the stamp of approval for international quality, for anything to get shipped out of the EMEA region, you'd say it would be Fnatic.
historically one of the teams that can consistently show up at internationals, right? We always expect for them to be there.
One of the, I think,
Yeah.
if we're looking at recent history. I suppose Heretics also fall into that bracket as they do this one. Waiting for whoever wins this game, a rematch for either team. That is just that much more salivating. Yumpy securing the 6th. BBL really building up their repertoire here on Ascent. Fnatic already having used one timeout, of course.
Yeah.
So the expectation is there won't be another in this half, but we have been proven wrong in that respect before.
That we have. But rifle round once again, and this is going to be a big one, right? Alpha's got the op out again. Some players that could potentially be broke in the next round. This defense economy cannot be stabilized whatsoever. And Fnatic showing so much respect to BBL's aggression every single time. 11, another entry, and BBL, another site opened.
The spike is a long ways away for now, though. It's going to take a little bit more time for Yumpy to arrive, but Fnatic have folded.
Yeah.
They don't want this. I mean, those weapons they've got left, 2 players on such low health, there's no real reason to go for it.
Yeah, I agree. And now for BBL, they can go hunting, right? And that's probably going to be the next call for Yumpy. Go and try and make this be as painful as possible for the defense of Fnatic, especially when you have money in your back pocket.
Yeah, 3-7 record for him against Fnatic, the Finn. Only calling against Boaster once, in the sense that as the IGL from the start put into this project, that was his responsibility in the kickoff game, whereas a couple of stints on Liquid weren't exactly the same, of course. It does still represent the highlight of his career so far, that Grand Finals win over them in 2023 as Magnum found the first. Kayak wanting to give a little bit more airtime to Sociable there before pulling the trigger. Oh, and the only healthy one, and he's going to survive.
No, that's going to be a really difficult loss for Fnatic. That's what was a potential 3 now down to 1 rifle carried into the next round.
I just look at the utility usage here as well. I'm so glad we put it on the replay. First safe position from Alpha, taken away, can't play Pizza because of the salvos, flash onto any open angle, and then an immediate suppression from an unbreakable knife to drop any further back. So it is a double timeout from Fnatic. The last time we saw this was the last time that they played Ascent against the sort of top 4 team against Liquid.
Yeah, last time though, they were definitely in a very different position, right?
They were on the attack as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for me, Fnatic having a springboard here, right, for a lifeline. I mean, there is 1 hero rifle in the next for Kayak. Whether anybody else wants to force anything, that's another thing entirely. Seems as if BBL Pal has a wee smile on his face.
Yeah. Can sort of understand why.
Yeah.
Everyone else on or just below par in terms of kills on either side of the server at this point in time. But Levin is 14-6. And something else I want to bring your attention to is that Yumpy has 11 assists coming out of the first 9 rounds. So this is the sort of synergy that you want to be promoting as much as possible on BBL's side of the server. And when we're seeing the positives of the triple initiator when the setup is going to plan.
Looks like it's going to be another A-pop Vice here, but that's never been an issue for BBL realistically. Been able to get through it every single time as the utility comes on down.
Suppression onto Boaster. Chronicle still sat on the edge of this. Able to dodge the suppression there a little longer. Kron walking away with 1. Yumpy goes down and Spike in an awkward position. Vice wall was up. A little bit of segregation on this BBL push.
Yeah, that there is, and this is the first time we've really seen Fnatic have an advantage coming into a retake, so that's another thing to notice, and that's why they're flooding, trying to get out. Alpha gets ones of his own, but they've still not found Levin, who continues on. Profec a double, and now BBL with the opportunity to pivot to the B site, but Kayak looks to cut them off. Right here, right now, he's noted by the Prowler.
Spike down. Defender spawn.
Magnum rescues the spike and looks to go B.
Oh, he's dropping off. Kayak's still going to win it.
And it will be a Red Bull clutch for Kayak, the most clutch player in all of EMEA.
And a duelist, no less. In terms of how the round was set up, the Vice Wall does absolutely everything. As soon as that one goes up from Kron, it's laboured at best. Prophet does well. They know that B is free. But even then, Kayak can beat them there with the TP if he places the anchor on the ground. And with Magnum searching, that was another part to the picture. Magnum was making a lurk through short, so he couldn't support the site push. If Fnatic can find any way to stall out this direct approach from BBL, they're effectively solving half of the problem.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that about a double Sentinel comp as well, right? Straight in, the null command will take all that utility off on anyway, so there's a bit of time here for BBL to get that spike down.
But BBL know exactly what they're up against. They played the exact same comp the last time they were on Ascent. They know its weakness. And leaning into that here, it's 10 toes down on the site. Nightfall in the 5-on-5 to stop Fnatic getting back in.
Yeah, and they know that the short is usually really try and make their approach, and Nightfall invested, Levin leading the charge, crashes, was only able to get sociable. As we look towards Heaven as well, that's where Boaster's making his approach. BBL might have already done enough to stop Fnatic getting out, but instead, no, it's Alfia from main. Bodies everywhere, carnage. This is Prophet looking to try and deny this. Shorty in hand, but instead, it will be... Wait, is there enough time?
Yeah, just about. Cutting it very fine. Crashy plucking the shock dart out of thin air, the same one that he was hoping to land against Yumpy a few rounds ago, but here you have it. It's so scrappy on site. And by the skin of his teeth, Fnatic get their respite.
Yeah, and that lifeline that we were speaking about, right?
But it's 4 rounds on defense in the first place. It's not like there's been a huge drop-off. It's not like there's a chasm between the two teams right now. There's parity in many senses. BBL just want to extend that lead, and Alfia stops them dead at the gates.
BBL just forcing the issue maybe a little bit too much. The spike is all the way out on B. And remember, Prophet doesn't have ultimate either, so BBL are just being aggressive, running it down, trying to make Fnatic uncomfortable, but it seems as if they've settled the defense.
Prophet can recollect the spike. Or should I say Boaster? Got a little bit caught up in that one there. You're always expecting the attack side to be the ones playing fetch, but as you say, it is royally screwed, as expected.
50 seconds, so there's some time to work with.
There is indeed. Crashy's isolated from the rest, but he's been on top form so far.
That he has all stage, all year. He's been on form. Fnatic, maybe a little bit shaky, but as always, they make the stabilization, find 5. And well, we'll need to see if they can push it one step further on their attack where they really struggled against Liquid. We'll see that after the break.
But back into the second half, BBL leading on Ascent at a scoreline of 7-5. The difference just 2 rounds, but Fnatic with both 2 timeouts invested to that end. Chronicle, the player on your screens, of course, though, the most decorated player that we have in VCT. Turned 22 over the weekend after groups, so he'll be in high spirits heading back into this one and has already delivered thus far.
Yeah, that he has. I mean, it's very cool to see like all the events all over the world, seeing everything that he's achieved in the game. But we'll need to achieve a victory on Ascent if he wants this to be a clean 2-0. It's all up to the players here. The coaches have no more interjection unless BBL allow them to.
Closing in on a milestone himself, of course.
There. Right here.
Number of kills away from the 2K mark, which is achievable within this series, but we'll have to see if he can make the start to playoffs for Fnatic that little bit sweeter, as it's the pistol rounds have been up until this point. Pretty damn good. Well, they missed out on the first one here on Ascent. The pistols worked well in the second round, and they are going to in round number 13 too.
I'm just waiting for BBL to peek them.
And tonally, it feels very different to when we saw that against Liquid. As the half dragged on, they looked shaken. Round number 10 in that game at 11.5 seconds, the shortest that we've had in VCT EMEA this year, which feels crazy to say, but they're going through the gears now. And any early confidence which they're able to get, which Kayak is able to get after what we've already seen from Levin, talking about that head-to-head, is going to do wonders for them. 3 off the Yoru ult. Hoping that it's just going to be a couple if he can be allowed to chase Yampi here.
Well, he's going for it low, but well, he will get one ulti orb, and that's all it's going to be as he's given his death.
Chronicle to close it out. So Fnatic within one. A pivotal pistol round for them to keep going against the grain. BBL, on the other hand, can't afford to be getting off to any kind of slow starts here.
One enemy remaining.
Really wonder how this defender's side should function with the triple initiator, if they're going to be able to get as aggressive as they want to against this Fnatic side, which is so slow to make their pushes happen. And another thing to think about, the Teho. How sparing can you be with your utility? Do you want to play exclusively for retakes against this composition? I would argue probably not.
So funny seeing 4 players sitting like that. The stack. Magnum is going for what we've seen in terms of like his buys, an uptick in purchases in Buckies of all things. Did that on Corrode as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding the one part of the map where the Bucky is perhaps going to look at its best, other than well, like close up on either of the mains, and yeah, BBL have that one covered.
Oh no. They're walking into it.
Do we really want to tempt fate here?
There's no way, right?
Crashy's at the front with the spike, but it's the drone, and that should be Magnum's Q. Oh. Kayak has the corner held. And you feel like that should be the floodgates opening for Fnatic.
Yeah, they're slowly looking to use all their utility and scale onto the site. That's what you expect from a team like Fnatic. Taking their time.
30 seconds left.
And looking like BBL will grab an orb towards the tail as well.
Magnum hoping that he could be the best imitation of resistance there for BBL. He's lost his last 3 meetings against Fnatic, of course. But had 3 international events at the same time. Couple with them. The one with KC the last time we were in EMEA. If that's anything to go by, maybe Paris is set up for them, but still so much work to be done in this bracket. And even thinking about the lowers, the potential for Vitality to keep going, the dark horses that we're seeing crop up, KC hanging around there as well. BBL drop out here, that's who they'll be up against. Not willing to consider that right now. This has been a pretty damn good attempt at staving off any of those last few players making it out. Sociable got a couple. Looks like only 2 rifles were retained there by Fnatic in the end.
Yeah, Prophet was able to grab one and run away like a thief in the night. So denies what would be 4 rifles for Fnatic. Or sorry, 5 rifles instead.
It's a session of a sheriff for Boaster. But now heading into a heated portion of the game. The calm demeanor of the crowd doesn't necessarily reflect the emotions inside the server. Fnatic looking to now eclipse BBL's efforts early on, take the lead back for themselves. The main control held here.
Shadows traveling.
Alpha with a much... Well, you know, the trap is watching the flank here. Usually they'd use it to clear. It's actually just the drone investment to take Profek off the line.
Still sticking around though. Drone destroyed. Still, he is the only one caught by the drone, as Fnatic have plenty of bodies here, and it's a dimensional drift invested by Kayak to clear out the site.
Closest rounds that Fnatic had previously were from their set executions. Given a chance, a swing at the ace site. It's a slight miss for the time being. Kayak has restored order, but Magnum is right there in and amongst it. Crashy's removed, and Chronicle on the other side of the map, leaving only Boaster in position with the spike. He goes for the plant, and BBL not looking to rush things.
Not, but I mean, they should get a move on with it only being Boaster.
Buying as much time as he possibly can. Needed that first shot cleanly. And with Kron cleared out, Magnum stepping up to the plate once more. Another multi-kill. And BBL playing their classic game, getting things so close between the teams. Just when you feel like they've thrown it away, they start to come grumbling back to life.
It's crazy, right? Because BBL, most of the kills that they got, like, on the site, they didn't even see the players. It was all spam.
But you take them when you can get them.
Oh, yeah.
And from this position now, on the defense, seeing 3 initiators towards B before the barrier drop, and 11 queued up on short. Potential for a play made. Fnatic in the right place to be on the receiving end, but just an information exercise, and I suppose you usually expect there to be majority initiators, whatever end of the map you look at.
Yeah, exactly.
Take flight.
The drone to clear out through market. That's where Fnatic are looking to send up Alpha. There's BBL. Need to be careful. Alpha actually get marked there, so TP bombed. And next engagement, he can't escape from.
But the support network for Sociable is worn thin. There's no one here, no safety there. But he never needed one of those. Sociable taking this on the chin, looking for more, getting it. It's ugly, but Boaster wins the fight with an SMG, the Spectre, which then walks the spike into Magnum. So easy enough collection on it.
As Kayak trying to grab the spike, had to TP away. Fnatic need to engage here. They need to battle their way back to getting that spike plant. But look at the players positioning through B.
They've already gutted the site. Now,
30 seconds left.
Need to act as the next layer of this attack. That's where Profek is called into question, called to action, finds the kill, has the cross for Kron, but catches a dink in the meantime. All eyes on Levin. The young Turkish star to step up and stop Fnatic. Time is running out, as you say. And so there's not enough time left in the day to make it a possibility. Kayak will walk, head held high. But this, not the best of attempts that we have seen from the black and orange so far on their attack side, which is where we should really be asking most of the questions about how much improvement has been made to keep it at the front end of the veto.
Yeah, I agree completely, right. I mean, Sunset, the insta-ban for the past 3 weeks, Ascent not looking good whatsoever. When you look at this attack by, it's starting to fall to the wayside. There's one hero rifle that was saved from the last round, but one stinger as well. A big question mark right now about Fnatic's future on this attack side.
Alpha Placing the rendezvous in A main early means that he can TP back to support Boaster in main, taking this walk from short. 2 players scanned. The Fnatic are at odds with this for now, and with the weapons that they have, Levin is out to punish.
Yeah, you'd expect that to be the case. The Outlaw firing off and screaming danger, but they've not cleared the corner. The trigger discipline!
Brilliant.
Walks out for Sociable. Remember, that was the one rifle that Fnatic had. They'll be able to rescue it. Alfia continuing forward, but he's been identified.
There's nobody watching B main here again for BBL, but it matters not. When you can fell the spike in the center of the map, you put your back to the wall and face outwards. Chronicle expected and arrives right on time. Yampi making it 10, BBL closing in on their map.
The big thing about Fnatic's Ascent, right, was all about how the default just didn't look convincing. Never really went to B main and really effectively defaulted towards that side of the map. And right now, BBL, as soon as they find the stack, they'll just send in bodies at the problem, and they're winning out the fights for the most part.
Evan now onto an op as well. You can see the Armageddon prepared. Is this where the preset play comes in? He's the one to collect the information early. He has the knife. It's about to gather info.
This is where Fnatic for the first time have really went to B main, right? And well, that is a good seize. Kashi's no way out, chucks the spike back. Confirmation of a kill. The set piece working out, but Fragment was used in the meantime as well.
It's a gun round. You're happy to make that investment. They're going to go for a little bit more of the same here. Magnum still has the Nightfall. BBL still aggressive.
Continuing on, Magnum on the line, but is he baited enough for Sociable? They're going to still try and clear it out. Fnatic and Sociable still alive, blind sure, but can't quite get another 3-3. And remember, Levin has an operator to retake with, which is not the weapon you want.
Yampi hanging around though, yet to be cleared. They're still not in sight.
No, they're not. They're finally out of main now as Yampi had to drop away off the angle. The players still not identifying his position! And when they do, he finds 2! Boaster now trying to escape with a potential opportunity on A!
Oh, but no second TP, so he has to go all the way around the stairs and misses the jump a little bit too.
Yeah, remember, 2 bodies ready here. Yampi low, and that's what's going to put Boaster in a favourable position. Has to commit to the spike, the spam not quite hitting. Yampi getting up close and personal. Levin here now. Boaster needs a clean engagement, a first one. Levin potentially given that, but they know exactly where Boaster is. One player to find, but it's Levin instead, who will find 11 for BBL.
Such an important round that BBL are able to convert there. The play made into B main, really nice opener with the Armageddon. Heads up from Crashies to remove the spike and any doubt from the situation. Surprised that it's literally just Sociable fighting there, and the transfer from Yampi ultimately is the play that sends it over the line. They convert the 2 versus 1. That's now 4 rounds consecutive, and Fnatic without a pause means that BBL shouldn't be willing to invest any of those. Why give them the extra
100%.
check-in that they would be looking for if they fail to convert this rifle round, Fnatic? And BBL are set up to win the map.
And well, the comm will be given. 4 players marked in towards B main. Fnatic consistently are getting pushed out, and the utility invested to do so as well.
So often Fnatic relying on Kayak and that Yoru gate crash for any kind of gap close. See, he's hanging around in mid right now, potentially thinking about sending the TP towards market and splitting, but when you consider Boaster in A main, Fnatic have given themselves options, and this is the default that we're talking about. BBL not doing anything just yet to interrupt, but here's Levin. Oh! A flick like that is the exact sort of play They'd be hoping to make mid-round. Drone coming through B as well. All focus on the A site. BBL know what's up.
Yeah, they do. As the bodies start to get on to support Levin holding from up top as Profik sits beside Dice, and look at the time once again. Bodies still being hemorrhaged and the Spike making another angle of approach. That's the B site where Sociable lies in wait.
Premature null command from Yampi, but as he swings back through, Crashies has been sent away from any site control. In zone flawless for BBL. Another 3 for Magnum. Making it look far too easy on this defender's side. And with Haven queued up, it's just a play like this.
That's ridiculous, man.
Which completely changes the outcome of the round.
It's the confidence that Levin has, right, when he's on Jet. We've seen it a couple of times now when he's on non-duelist agents.
And he wins that big exchange against Kayak, and then it's what I was saying at the start. Who is going to open up the site for you?
Let's play.
Non-Jet duelists, I was trying to say, apologies. But with that being said, Levin needs to be careful, tries to take an engagement. He wants more. He's going again!
And as eager as he is, Alpha prepared for it, as you should be. It's the great equalizer for Fnatic, but then again, here is the mid-aggression. They spotted the 2 Arch players, but they still don't know about Yampi.
He's so deep.
And he's hearing the footfall.
And there's nothing to stop this flank.
Oh!
Well, Crashy says, actually, never mind. 2 players to the good. Profik from the corner, trying to deny the players getting out. Does so. Shorty now to get rid of Alpha. He's got control of Spike. This could be it. The map won.
And it's looking very likely. So intelligently set up by Profik. Plays anti to the TP coming in from Kayak. And now Fnatic left down to their last 2 players. 27 HP between the 2. Crashies investing the Hunter's Fury to bring the odds back in their favor, but the health pool still isn't there, and so too the Spike.
Yeah, this would be enough. 1 shorty bullet would probably grab the both players, but as they come out, Magnum just holds left trigger, and so does Profik. BBL win map number 2.
And with Fnatic perhaps lowering expectations to subvert them all over again. Ascent just not the case after a promising start on Corrode. Back to the drawing board, to Haven between the 2 to decide this series. Who knows where it goes and who makes top 4? We'll find out after this.
I'm your captain today, and today we are flying, or we are sending Fnatic straight to, we are flying Paris, and we are sending Fnatic flying to the lower bracket. Welcome, I hope you enjoy your flight.
David, I just ate baked potato.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
With like yogurt and chicken.
Yeah, the best, bro.
Let's go to the voice cam video, we are kicked.
keep getting me pissed before I make you plead. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite to my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh เดี๋ยวบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกnow out Pick a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผล the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก problems are proof in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. You with ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me.
Welcome back, everybody. BBL, they managed to secure the win there on Havid and Kakuka, joined by Mini and Billy here back on the desk. And it looks like this best of 3 is going the distance. Ascent, something that looked so good for Fnatic at some point. Now we're like, what is it, Billy? 3 losses in a row?
Yeah, it's not looking great for Fnatic, is it? You were the one that was like, their map pool, the map pool, the map pool. But like now that Ascent looks like a weakness, it's not great. It's not great for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think when they first initially played the map, it was, you know, the Vice Chamber combination, just the strong agents, kind of caught people off guard, and then it allowed Alpha to do Alpha things. But now people caught on. Like, I think that people caught on, but also specifically here, BBL chose a composition that they knew that would do well against.
And they have practice on. Which is not something many teams can say. But as you said, of course, having 3 initiators is going to battle up against a lot. It's good that they improved on the attack. And actually, if we take a look at those executes that they were doing time and time again, for the first half of that attack on BBL, it was just A.
Yeah, it seemed like Fnatic don't like to play A main very much, so BBL could lightly take A main with that first layer of util, and then they had so much util left over that they could just exit the site, basically. The time and time again, they just hit the knife on the site, and Alpha wasn't able to do anything. A little bit too easy, and I'm surprised that Fnatic didn't find any adjustment, really, even after timeouts, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think even after Fnatic had a timeout, BBL like knew that they had to move. Like, they couldn't just keep hitting, you know, a simulator and just continuously go there. They did have an adaptation in A main, but BBL weren't looking to exploit that or even search that. They kind of knew coming off the back of the timeout, which is just key preparation, I think, as well, coming into this matchup. Playing a composition that you already have experience of playing throughout stage 1 as well. Like, the game plan was just solid from BBL all around, and I think that Levin, the aggression that he had throughout this as well, we've been talking about his aggression all day today, but he was a key highlight, especially on that attack, the difference in map 1 to map 2, and to think that when we do go to Haven next, he is going to be back on that jet, which has been the most, I don't want to use the comfort word, but like, it has been where he thrives, it has been where he shines.
Oh, Jesus, just look at this numbers. I did request it. I knew that it was going to be outrageous, but this is the good thing, right? Like, on the, this is attack, just the attack side for both of the maps that we've seen. On the left one on Corrode, it wasn't good. But on Ascent, apparently, Mini, when you have 3 initiators to set you up, you can do amazing things.
Yeah, I think it's just a big game time difference, to be honest with you. Like, it's not Levin playing necessarily really poor in one and then like good in the other. It's just.
But he might give in confidence, no?
What do you mean?
But even if you have like 3 people, like your entire team or most of it,
of
playing
course, that's
for
what I mean.
you,
Yeah.
Especially after having that half on Corrode, it must feel nice, no?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I think that is overall what I'm trying to highlight here. It's not like Levin individually was just like awful map 1 or anything. I think that it's just one of those things where when you have a solid game plan, you've got that trust with your teammates, and Fnatic don't find solutions, then obviously it's going to let Levin do Levin things.
Speaking of course, we are going to Haven. That will be our last map. Just vote to see who your preference is, or who do you think is going to win. But also, Chronicle is currently 9 kills away from 2,000 kills in VCT EMEA. Guys, at the beginning of the day, you guys were highlighting how Chronicle is one of the players that had to step up a little bit more for Fnatic if we want them having a good showing at Chaps, because they're already there. Moving on to Haven.
Haven?
What are our thoughts here? Do we expect changes, surprises? Because I'll leave you for the last. I'll leave you for BBL because of I think you know why. But on the side of Fnatic, do you think that would you expect a surprise, or do you think they're just going to do the double duelist symbol?
I think I would expect them to just do the double duelist. I don't think they've really had a reason to change throughout this stage at least. They've obviously only played it the once, and it was a close game against Koi. But like, I don't see why they would feel the need to reinvent the wheel, because this is a composition that they came up with that Heretics have looked dominant on. So surely you just look at Heretics prep and maybe yoink some of that.
But I think they tried to do that at Toronto, and I think it was Toronto they tried to do that, and it didn't really work for them there. I think it has been a problem this year.
Either way, let's take a look at the agents as we jump onto Haven. Mini, I was speaking about, do you like the double initiator coming for BBL? That is what we saw on week 1. And we are seeing changes. Alpha is back on the Killjoy, and this is, yeah, exactly. We're going to see Con going on the Viper here on Haven. What do you make of this for the side of Fnatic? Oh, crashing.
I love how you teed up Chronicle for this map, because I think the Cypher, when he's on the double duelist composition, he isn't amazing on the Cypher here. He's like doing his job as the flex player.
Too passive for him.
But Viper is the agent that I associate with Chronicle these days. Like, he is, if not the best Viper in the world, in my opinion. So I think this is a map where he has to shine.
Yeah, and Billy, on the other side, BBL, the double initiator, we've seen this composition 1,000 times. What do you think they can do against Fnatic?
I think Mini's perhaps annoyed at the breach still being played on this map, but I think what we can say is there was a lot of synergy between Yampi and Levin on that last map. I think that Cairo and Hazel were highlighting it on the cast as well. I think going up against a Neon is going to be difficult for them, and Kayak has looked so strong on that agent in the past. So yeah, they need to not be caught off guard when they're anchoring these sites starting on the defense.
And with Kayak going on the Neon, I feel like I've seen Alpha playing on Killjoy on this map so many times. We speak about Chronicle, but Mini, if you're a coach, right? Imagine that you're in 2021. Imagine instead of that Neon is like a jet, and you're in 2021, and someone comes out with the composition that Fnatic have. What is the #1 thing, knowing that you're starting from the defense, that you will tell your players?
What is the thing from the defense? It means that we're not going to be able to control AMA. Like that Viper.
Do you give up, or you find another solution?
You find other solutions. It could be that you gamble more and try to like trap them in, but ultimately, if you're just going to leave your jet up close, it's probably going to be pretty difficult because they just re-clear you any time. So they should know how to play a Viper against the Viper at this point. It means that you have to leave 2 players a little bit more for information and do more proactive things on the map.
I mean, it's BBL. They've been pretty proactive on the defense. I think that is probably something that...
They're probably one of the most proactive teams that we have on defense, no?
It's often from early round situations, though. And I think they're going to need to find that aggression in mid-rounds, not just early rounds.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. We have a little bit of a delay on stage, but do not worry, guys. We'll get into game very, very shortly. Oh, apparently so short, we're going right now. So have this over, Hazen Cairo, for the last map of this best of 3.
And what a map it could prove to be in BBL's campaign towards a first ever appearance at Champions. That's what it's been for them, a year of first playoff stage, and chance for a first international event, still feeling quite far away at this point in time. All of those top 3 teams laying in wait in front of them to reach that peak, and for now, Haven, a deciding map, as we said before, the kind of place where historically BBL have then dropped off at that last moment.
Yeah, Fnatic have gone away from the comp that they were the architects for. So what will this look like for them, right? With the Viper coming in, double controller, Kayak on that Neon.
It's 11 early, as it was all of Ascent. Stunned to try and set him up. The proactivity put in the set piece. With an aftershock at the feet of Crashes, he's forced to move forwards, but it's not a problem. In fact, it's the green light he was looking for. Fnatic from the starter gun have not missed a beat, but neither has Magnum this series. And that's the quick reality check.
Yeah, Spike on the floor, up against Althea. That was the player who replaced Magnum on Fnatic.
And sort of felt that instant success from his arrival onwards for Magnum. It's been a long and arduous road, even dropping back down into challengers to reclaim his spot when Vac left after the kickoff win against Fnatic previously, he had to fill his shoes, and now it's another 3K that he will be looking to lock in, of which he has found plentiful amounts so far in this series. Just biding his time and waiting for the plant to be confirmed.
Tap of the spike beats Magnum back in though, and Alpha commits to that spike plant.
Magnum's got out back sight, and as he closes the distance, Alpha unaware! Magnum pops his head up, and BBL do respond. Another opening pistol round, and this time it's on Haven.
And it's Haven defense as well. That's a big aspect to be considering. Haven's defense notoriously hard. Recent trends have shown against that, but that's more the ISO Eurocomps, not the traditional ones that we've been seeing. And it's a big clutch from Magnum.
Doing absolutely what was required of him.
BBL Classic! BBL Classic! BBL Classic!
This is a nice.
So, if you were waiting for another reason to buy the bundle, that might be exactly the one that you were looking for. Taking a step back, though, Kayak on this Neon, for me, has to be one of the biggest talking points of the Fnatic composition change, because we saw how on Ascent at times, when he wasn't supported fully, perhaps, on his lonesome in a lot of endeavors, it was difficult for them. And Haven at times, when maybe you don't have as much official experience, at least running this composition, could be a problem. But if he keeps doing that, then maybe we reconsider.
Yeah, well, let's not completely write this off. Fnatic was able to equal BBL as well on Ascent
in the second round, which is why we sort of wait with bated breath for now. 11 down C-Long is a massive benefit to the defensive setup, because it means that if they do go for the garage push, he'll be ready. It's B instead, though.
I'm out of here.
Trying to force their way in, make it closer angles, closer fights, which will favour these Sheriffs. That's an insane shot, and now has a rifle in hand. A real possibility for Fnatic.
It's a 4v2 on site, but Fnatic have cleared the place, and with Magnum back in, needs the timing on the drone, and Kayak has a rifle now.
So Heaven's Outlaw against 4. As soon as he has to reload, you can imagine that he'll be flooded with players trying to close him down, but instead changes his angle of approach.
And that's the reason that we don't get the reload, because he's hoping for the element of surprise. It's only going to inhibit his chances. There's the next, but yeah, it's a round signed, sealed, and delivered personally by Kayak. 11 will make sure that not a single player escapes from the round with their life. But it's the same story. Fnatic in the second round. The pistol undone almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic being able to respond is going to be heartbreaking for BBL. This is just insane. It's just Kayak again being able to fix Fnatic's problems.
Supportive utility from Crashies as well has its part to play. The reveal on the player backside, I think his drones have been good for info so far. A year which I think is probably the best that we've had from him since 2022. You look back to 2023, it was a decent start to life in NRG colors, but almost perma on the sky that time, and 2024 a tough year, whereas here already peaking, second place, another international event. You have to consider the value that he brings.
Another set play for BBL is they line up basically the same thing that happened in the pistol round. Levin with a rifle in hand will be the one to send it forward.
But there is no early trigger. They're waiting for the contact, and as it's hit a little later, Kayak's already beaten the first couple lines of defense. There was a rifle in the mix for BBL, but that's already on the ground, dead and buried along with the rest. Kayak, 3 players drop at his hands. With the overdrive available, Fnatic are starting to build up their empire on attack side, and that's the issue. When you win the defender side pistol but lose the immediate follow-up, that attack gets almost stronger than if they'd just won the first 2 rounds anyway.
It just upsets that economy, right?
Because the bonus is going to look so strong now. I mean, money with every player. Alfia been put to a classic so he can hunt and move that lockdown within the realms of possibility in following rounds.
Oh, he's even being gifted his rifle back.
Yeah. I heard the steps trailing off in mid and decided it's actually not worth looking for. And the same for making sure that Prophet doesn't get away with a gun and has to die to the spike himself.
Yeah, and really nicely done. It's just making sure to pay attention to the smaller details, suffocate BBL of any opportunities and anything that could garner them a little bit of momentum. But confirmation, Fnatic will get their second. But with that being said, remember this happened on Ascent where they eventually lost out.
Yeah, and it was a half of minimal returns from BBL eventually, but the roles are flipped here, at least in terms of the side starts. And I think Kayak is really thriving on the attack here, on the Neon. I mean, I raised the question, how exactly was it going to look? But he's feeling tied to the hip of the rest of this pack up until this point in time. It's towards Magnum's site that they're going with that slightly deeper trap. Oh, it's been replaced, and that's an opportunity for Crashies to break it with the shock. It missed.
It did. And, well, Kayak will be telling his team that, but Magnum takes his opportunity out of the cage, and Boaster's the one that grabs him. So BBL at a disadvantage trying to retake, and Levin nowhere near the site.
It's one of the areas you would be looking for an advantage, the Cypher utility against the Neon barreling in. And it has actually stopped Fnatic from getting the plant for now. The rotation has been made.
But Boaster not seen with that drone. That's going to be a problem for BBL.
And Alpha now queuing up late outside of Garage. So he is the dagger that waits over the shoulder blades of BBL, who are all retaking from defender spawn side.
Out they go. Boaster still not cleared. And well, he takes his chance, takes his opportunity. Only able to get one, but plays in the rest of Fnatic. Still though, you're waiting on Alpha to activate, but he's not even needed. Fnatic will find their third.
My sentry picks from Boaster, he's the one that gets aggressive. And if you want to speak to the strengths of this Fnatic composition with the double controller, you have to be thinking about the Viper specifically. And Kron's Viper Orb there, because the decay that it shaves off of the retake, pushing in, buys a lot of time.
On the eco, it looks like BBL trying to be aggressive down B, also on A.
Oh, Levin needs 1 kill to get the blades up. If he could have found Alpha clean, that's the asterisk you place. And that's the thing with BBL. It's been a lot of when and if this year, not is. In terms of their status in the qualified spaces.
I think as well, just to bring it back to the map and speaking about the kind of the macro aspect of it, is Fnatic have been able to threaten that C side so often. The fact that they've been able to get the quick pops, right? And with that being said, now if they now start to default out, there's always going to be that a little bit of hesitation from BBL. They know Fnatic at any moment in time can just pivot and hit C site with all their might.
Drop the spike.
Yeah, I think that's where previously we'd seen the stylistic matchup have differences. Boaster's calling against Nat's calling, and another one of those former Liquid players, Yumpy, here. But maybe there can be a mismatch in the macro at times. But if you consider callers on this map, I think Fnatic's Commander-in-Chief, he is one of the best, if not the best in the world on this map specifically. I mean, all the way back as, God forbid, the Summon FC days, it was where he plied his trade. And we saw the highlights of that in the Vitality game in Stage 1, I think, one of the best displays. And here...
Yes!
One of the biggest things for Fnatic is just feeling like they have the right read more than anything else. Individuals aside, this team, everyone can perform, and we know that. So it's more the system, and if everything on that side of their game plan is falling into place against BBL.
I mean, you look at Haven, like, as we look at the whole year, right? Because right now, when we get towards the end, we now have a full grasp of every team's situation, what the possibilities are. And Haven, although historically has been a great Fnatic map, it's actually not been great for the year-long portion, because at this moment in time, Fnatic sit on a 50% win rate on Haven, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, it's also quite reliant on Alpha's form, I think. When he had slight dips in form here on the ISO is when they struggled more. But when he was playing at his best, I know it was a tight win in the end, but that Koi game signifies the strengths that it can have. Heretics usurping the throne of the best EMEA team on this map, I think, with the same composition that Fnatic originally pioneered, but one that they've moved away from here. And if playoffs is going to mean anything to them, it's diversifying their options. You've already seen a small win taken by them in picking up Corrode, a huge one potentially later down the line. And yeah, to give us any more faith in the Haven at the back end of a series which means that much more for BBL, it's yet another thing to be thinking about. But right now it is Route 1, a direct approach. It's Kayak at the front.
Camera taken out.
Now, straight away Hunter's Fury back, and that's a big couple tags! And an entry for BBL, well, a double, and Yampi's making that pain even worse. It's now just the two players on site.
Yeah, mid-walk down finding huge value. BBL need to be cautious in how they organise the retake here, and that's the first sign of warning.
Both players low on Fnatic though, that's the problem that these players will have, and it needs to be clean fights from here on out, which it has been for the most part, but it's Boaster all alone as all of BBL descend upon his position and get their second round.
Yeah, and the reason why I said that they should reapproach this with an air of caution is that it wasn't guaranteed. Nope. You had Yampi and Levin walk down mid off of this Hunter's Fury, which was really nicely played, but from that position, Levin was the only one left on the flank. It was going to take a bit of time for Yampi to arrive, and then you want to be in a tradable position. Boaster does punish them, and while that's not fully reflected in the economy just yet, it's a huge round for BBL to keep putting themselves back in this game. Levin with op money. Going to see that first fight taken here outside of Garage.
There's an attack side up for Kron as well. He's holding on to the A portion of the map, but BBL, most of their bodies towards the B and C. As Levin holds on from Garage, misses out on Kayak's Neon, and is being forced out.
Spam catching the headpiece of Levin, so he's brought down to 21. No dash available, minimal tools. Best left on an extremity to control an area of the map, and that's exactly what he's been able to do, retaining the Garage space. Fnatic begin to cast their banner elsewhere. BBL should be pretty happy to play for the A retake here. You can see the placement of the trap would suggest for an early heads up. They know the lockdown is in play. And Yampi has his Rolling Thunder to come back in with.
There's his angle of approach though, because he's starting to search in mid. The drone, the Killjoy turret would have identified that, but Alpha is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Needs to get a kill. He will at least get one, but it's Magnum, not Yampi, so that Rolling Thunder's still in play.
Huge win, but Kron left without the stun, unperturbed, goes back in for seconds and threads the needle. That's Yampi's ult off the board, and for BBL, from this position, not looking to play to what felt like a straightforward win condition, perhaps. The other side of the coin is Fnatic then expecting it themselves, and that's where you really start to go down the rabbit hole, but flank tested and one ultimately shut down by Kron.
Hey, very well played as well. I was wondering about Kron's attack side up of all players to pick it up. We know Alpha's been good on it, Kayak's had his moments, but Kron...
Hell, even Boaster.
Yeah.
We've seen it in the past.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, listen, it works out in the end, and that's the key thing about it. An ultimate that's found value through Alpha here.
Yeah, my operator worked today.
And sometimes that's all you need. If BBL are going to give you those fights, then you take them every day of the week. Levin with some shrapnel of his own, which has survived. A huge chunk, in fact. That operator is well positioned Oh, Kayak, other side of the wall.
No, Levin can flex, so if the Neon maybe catches him off guard.
Where's Sociable in all of this? He's walked right up mid again. And Fnatic, oh, he's not expecting it.
Yeah, but look at the spike. It's in BBL's favour. Levin gets Kayak as well. This is a disaster.
A disaster in the making, perhaps. There isn't too much pressure, or time pressure on Fnatic right now, so...
It could be, though. Very quickly. Boaster's managed to escape onto C, though. But it's Sociable in mid that gets caught out.
Yeah. Spike recovered. Shadows traveling. Oh, and 3 versus 4 now. Boaster had to be a little bit careful. But you know what? He's been hitting some shots so far today. So has Profeg!
Spike down, C.
Quick double from the Sheriff. A gut punch. But Crashies is still within range. Look at the health bars.
I have the spike.
Yampy up next, he has the rifle and he's caught Crashies off guard, and a pay safe card Thrifty brings him closer to their opponents.
Yeah, BBL just rushing no matter the side, and that's the biggest detail. The turret mid-construction when Sociable took the timing. How often is it you see the sober player be the one to make that kind of inquisition?
Come on, boys! You guys are eco too!
Profeg posing questions of his own with the Sheriff. Still holding on to a lot of ults on both sides, though, and this is where we're expecting things to come to blows. Yeah. Another setup for Levin.
BBL really love to try and make Fnatic uncomfortable, or at least force them into making a decision. That's what's happened right now, as all the players start to move towards A.
Cam in the corner. Profeg still with the paranoia. Wondering when BBL look to try and make a play, if they do, it's towards the other arm of the push.
Thought for a moment that they were going to move into the stack, right? Still possibly could.
Drone shut down early by the shock dart from Sociable. The one gap on the map for BBL is B. With Fnatic starting to break the trap now, indicative of their finishing positions. Everything else covered by BBL, and the value of this Rolling Thunder compounded on the B site. But no capitalization.
Oh, well, there is information now.
And no plant yet.
Yeah, this is getting worrying. As BBL try to defumigate that pit. Although Yampy nearly gets the opportunity to take Kron himself. What's going on?
I think Fnatic wanted to go A, but they've cancelled those plans. They will end on B. Smoke is down, though. Crashes in the open, 15 seconds.
Yeah, there's a chance to deny the plan. Levin nearly takes Alpha off guard. Instead, it's Magnum. Spike plant confirmed. But look at the two players' positions, completely disconnected, and one of those the AWP.
But Kron is refueling, though, and will be able to put this toxic screen back up, has the cloud if needed.
Trying to escape to a safe place, but can't find it, and now it's just Kron's AWP. Hopefully he won't be given the opportunity if you're a BBL fan, and he won't be, to even get a second shot off. Levin says thank you for the opportunity. We're within one between these two.
And it was another very weird round for Fnatic, not one to be celebrated, but I tell you what can, 2,000 kills for Chronicle. He's spent his fair share of time in EMEA. He's got the trophies, the accolades to back it up. But the one trophy that is missing from his cabinet, alongside the others on that side of the server, is of course champs. And that's what they're going to be thinking about. And this round, I think, is probably a component of some of the issues we may be seeing with Fnatic at the moment in terms of that indecision. They end up on B, you think they're going to go elsewhere, and it just takes so long to get to post.
I just find it funny that was Kron's 2,000th kill, him sitting in the corner as Magnum swings out.
Mate, look, you take what you can get. If we sat you in that corner for long enough, for maybe 2,000 games, you would have 2,000 kills. So
that's being optimistic, let's be honest.
That is understandable. But you know the reasons for this timeout coming through. It doesn't find itself in too surprising of a timing right now. check in with the coaches on either side, pals. Speech cut short. No victory lap, of course, just yet for BBL. So much work left to be done. 3 rounds from the last 4 to bring them within touching distance, but a bye beneath their opponent. Huge opportunity, really, for them to make good of this defensive half, especially after how it started.
Oh. Confirmation, Kron is the 4th player on a VCT to hit 2k kills. Along some star-studded players. Oh, Levin caught off guard. Did actually hit Alpha. Dropped to 17. Wonder if that bullet must have went through the box then.
Certainly feels that way. BBL with 3 bodies on A once more. Sociable, hung up in the rafters, just paying half an eye's attention to Long. Now the drone's traded either way. Full focus on short for Magnum, planting his feet, entrenched in the corner, yet to be cleared, but peeking into Boaster, who on the fadeaway has picked up yet another.
Yeah, and Yampi's trying to flank here. He's caught by the alarm bot, so Fnatic know about it, ready to hit into the site.
Fnatic back on their feet. Profek has made a juncture of his own. Boaster, one back.
Careful.
The captain has kept them moving forward, round on round. He does tend to step up in these bigger games sometimes when you least expect it. Now with twice the numbers and time to set up this post, you expect Fnatic to be in the driver's seat, and that's exactly what you get. It's surgical in the end. BBL just can't find a way to cut those players from position.
Yeah, Fnatic starting to get savvy to what BBL are trying to do with upsetting their flow of the round.
It was a pixel.
Yes.
It was a pixel.
It's unlucky. But you can see that, right? Like the aggression that BBL is using, the fact that they're trying to constantly, like, just swing haymakers.
I know exactly what you mean. I've heard enough of your boxing analogies.
Thanks, mate. I'm not even a big boxing fan either.
No, no. Look, I for one would not step in the ring with you, so I'll give you that.
But 4 players strong on the A side for BBL as they look to clear this side out.
Yeah, it's another one of those rounds which is indicative of them trying to guide Fnatic into their setup. But Magnum hasn't found too much value from these traps up until now, and he's not really in a position to capitalize from them either. Another well-placed drone from Crashies has put doubt in his mind, but
yeah, and Yampi's starting to think about, hey, where could Fnatic go next? Maybe be long. I'm going to go and support Levin. And both players look to hold it down.
Only one gun heard, one dash away. This is where Yampi gets overlooked, and Levin comes back in, circles to position with blood in the water, but it's Crashies to draw it. Boaster in the back line now, Profek having to do it all, and can't stand up to the challenge. BBL buckling under the pressure in these last couple, as Fnatic now will have guaranteed themselves an advantage on the half with the money that BBL have here. Maybe Sociable could think about a save on the Vandal, or maybe you just give it a go.
Seems like he wants it, right? I mean, he's got Magnum close by.
Revealing area.
Bill comes in, jump up Sociable, finding one, but on 5 points of health, he's got to take the long way round.
Yeah, I think this is where the white flag gets thrown in, but Boaster's trying to deny it, as well as Kron, and they'll get it. That's advantage confirmed.
Boaster piloting a lot of these attack rounds for Fnatic, and sometimes that's what you need. If he feels like the read is there, set up for the rest of the team.
Oh. Nice spray transfer.
Why not lead the charge? And as you say, Crashies also having his moments. Fnatic giving us the team performance right now, whereas for BBL, they're looking for their hero, someone to step up. That was a big point that we were thinking about for them throughout the year. When it comes to these tough games, you have stage experience on Magnum and Yampi, but then some of these rookies, the ones that have really looked like the best players, not maybe hit the highlights. Here, Levin will give it a go early on, and it's forced the A reaction.
And that's what BBL want.
But who's there on the other side?
I'm out of here.
I mean, nobody. They're playing for retake, giving up the site. Fnatic get all the space that they need, but Yampi once again thinking about mid.
Boaster too, just unrelenting. You'd think that he was Levin, at least in terms of how he positions himself, but that is a big loss. Kron down, no more Toxin. BBL held at arm's length. Ampy trying to retake some of this space, but the defender's side has to hold up its end of the bargain if he's to get the value. 2 players sucked into his orbit, one of them crashes, he will survive. Still BBL down a man.
Yeah, and trying to force the way back in. Paranoia didn't hit, and that's going to allow Kayak to get the next 2.
It's a frustrating conclusion for BBL, but for Fnatic, their woes have been answered, their troubles settled. An 8-4 half, one which they lead convincingly. Something that we are yet to see from either team really so far in this series. At the perfect time for the team already on their way to Paris, making sure that they aren't in company anytime soon.
Not jumping out of heaven, but not again, man. Not.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, this is now looking like a dire situation for BBL. Is this the BBL that was able to make top 4 in stage 1, or is this the BBL that managed to just drop out before they got to that top 4 spot in kickoff, not reaching the required spot? Now in stage 2, top 4 would be enough to make it to champs. Can they do it here?
That's the thing, even if they win this game, you go up and face Heretics in the next. There's no guarantee that top 4 is even on your horizon at that point in time. It's a long road ahead, but it starts one step at a time. The attacks are where BBL have looked at their best. It's the identity that we've created for them. This doesn't need to be Fnatic's day, but for BBL, that's what they're relying on.
More favoured side on the attack. A missed flash stops Levin getting straight to work on the A side, and Fnatic are prepared for this. As we can see, all the bodies are moving through mid. Well, Crashes tries to delay the spike plant through his shock darts, and that's exactly the case. Spike now going in, but all the players ready on the flank for Fnatic.
And do BBL even want to have a look towards spawn here? Crashes is monitoring it with Chronicle, and now that the flank is hit, it's the call to action for BBL.
Yeah, that's exactly where they're going. Levin completely wipes out Kron.
Second headshot.
Crashes being forced all the way back. Magnum holding sight by himself while Yampy's close by, and it works out. A pistol round win on the horizon for BBL here, and they'll get an in-zone flawless off the back of it. But with that being said, we've seen pistol round wins before for BBL. We need to see anti-eco wins.
That's exactly it. An in-zone flawless, cheeky position from Magnum in the corner here. More than anything else, BBL keeping Fnatic humble at this stage in the game.
Boys! Come on, boys!
Giving themselves a platform on the attack, which is where we know they are capable. But that idea of capability, dark horses, all of the fanfare that surrounds the teams in this wild circus that VCT EMEA tends to be means absolutely nothing if you can't do it at the business end of the season, and that's what we've been building towards. Fnatic coming into this with just the one Sheriff on Kayak, but we have seen more with less.
Just that 4-player death ball that's constantly moving for BBL as Magnum is maybe looking for a different angle of approach through C, a lock that can potentially activate at any moment, but Fnatic are moving at the same pace as the death ball and at the same side of the map.
That's the thing too, Magnum doesn't have a rifle this time, so if he does get picked off, it's not like you can really spin that stinger against him, I suppose, and very quickly it will be a matter of importance. Chronicle dispense, and now Fnatic looking to react. Into the sewer space they go. Sociable found. That was the pistol. Still rifles behind this attack, and rifles made to work. Levin gets Fnatic sweating. But with him the only player in the site, it's quickly traded hands.
30 seconds
Yeah, and that's a potential rifle that could go to Kayak, which is worrying. Although Alpha walks into the stinger of Magnum and puts Fnatic at a disadvantage.
Moving with an air of confidence. He feels like, look, if you take me down, that's fine. Happy to cast judgment across the map, and that is ultimately what wins the round for BBL.
Hey, there we go. Finally, BBL win an anti-equal round. Congrats to them. But is that what's going to be the difference in towards this half, right? Because they now need to use this momentum to potentially have a damaging bonus round.
It's been a story of second halves, so Cairo, to look at the previous two, 13-7, either which way, Fnatic really struggled on the second half previously. That was their attack, it was the defense where we saw the timeouts invested. Short-handed. BBL anything but. 4 rifles, 2 Bulldogs in there. But Magnum, the kill leader, still working with the Stinger, but walking into a loaded garage setup.
That's so much utility and then surrounding it. Prophet up, but it's Yampi's aftershock that gets the kill. And Prophet with the timing. Levin as well. BBL open up that C site, and the other two players have Crashes and Poster. They want to stay towards it. They want nothing to do with this.
Prophet is Levin's knight in shining armor, comes to the rescue just when the head was turned. The utility airtight to take the garage space. And if you want to look at the broader context, it's those two players which have put BBL in this position. Those pickups from challengers the previous year in their debut year, of course. Look, I'm not going to just gloss over Sociable here, but I think the point being is that these are the two aggressive ones that really want to get stuck in Fnatic's face. And if they're firing on all cylinders, if that partnership is effective, then that's when you're going to see the results. The problem being, when it comes to these bigger occasions, these games that require that kind of step up from them, maybe one's missing or the other, they've just never had both of them going at the same time. But it has to be that perfect storm if it is to work out.
Yeah, and I feel as if it has to be the perfect storm for BBL to find themselves in the upper bracket as well, because of the fact that Heretics lies in wait.
Yeah, and sorry to just bring it back to this round even. The aftershock from Yampi saving Prophet, so Prophet can save Levin. Like, this is a ridiculous butterfly effect.
Why is no one looking at that, bro?
Even just on the round, and I don't know Milan, honestly. It happens to the best of us. So the Fnatic coaching staff thinking that something could be done about it, perhaps holding us for just a moment, or at least that's what you would think. Even then, it would be such an early timeout for 3 rounds.
Yeah, it would be, but with that being said, you've also got to consider how the rounds have been won, right? I mean, the fact that they've not been considering the the details, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I think as well, something that's always going to catch teams off is just how pasty BBL can be if they want to turn it on. It's then, are you capable of gear shifting, slowing things down just a little bit if you need to? As you may have noticed, we are just waiting to get back in game, and any more information, of course, we'll let you know. But yeah, like I said, you have to be able to play both sides to it. I think we saw it on the defense quite a bit, right? BBL wanting to be aggressive all the time, but it's then that next step. Do you know when to reel it in?
Yeah. I mean, we are confirmation. There's going to be tech pause, unfortunately. But with that being said, We have to just look at the whole bracket as well, right, and talk about the playoffs as a whole, because
no worries.
You think about Team Heretics lying in wait for BBL. We've still got our other playoff game that's to be played after this one as well. And I mean, BBL, right? Like, you've got to be thinking about how do they potentially shape themselves up for that Team Heretics game if they were able to even win this one.
Yeah, that's the game that I feel like everyone, maybe not the Fnatic fans in the audience, would want to see, just because it is a recurring match that we end up getting throughout the year. And if it is Fnatic that play Heretics, it's coming way earlier in the bracket than you would expect. Yeah. They take the loss against Liquid. That's ultimately what ends up deciding it. I mean, even BBL's own history in the group stage, this stage, has meant that, I mean, the fact that they've made Seed 3 is an achievement in itself, right? 3 wins in a row to do it. It affects a lot. Even just being a team that has to start in the lower bracket, I think, just has such an effect on your run. And mentally, you know that it's your last chance. Yeah. BBL, if they rise to the occasion in that situation or not, I think is one thing to consider. And another, with this being a technical pause very quickly, it's come at a stage in the game where we've just seen BBL be very aggressive and play very fast. So in terms of what they're thinking now...
Yeah, and I mean, the buy not the best as well, but with that being said, let's look at the career of one of our best.
Yeah, Boaster, considered by some the best in-game leader in the world.
Best in-game leader of all time, I'd say.
All time?
I'm of that opinion. I think the only thing that would cement his legacy would be that Champs trophy.
Yeah, I think that's fair. When you look at the different players that he's been able to work with, there's certainly a case to be made. But as you put it, Champs has been that ever-evasive one for Fnatic, and that's why the focus for them in the second stage is always things which would otherwise seem trivial, like, you know, map pool, momentum. I think is a huge one that we've not actually spoken about a lot today. But when you're really feeling at your best and it coming at the right time of the year for a team, that's always something to think about. We saw it with Paper X on their run to Toronto. That was built from an early group stage potential exit, then through playoffs. It is track by track, quite literally, and it's important that we understand.
Well, back into game once we go. Just to remind you, or anybody new who's come in to watch this one, BBL have been able to win 3 in a row in blistering pace, and Fnatic are trying to get some semblance of a bye with 2 rifles saved, 2 new stingers and a bucky. So into the next one we go, and BBL continue that pace by trying to take A lobby.
They threaten it at the very least. Fnatic not yet biting on the possibility, but it's rounds like this which can really catch you if you're BBL. After a little break, the tech pause, and then you come in here, and Fnatic have a weird buy, and you've got corners to clear. You've got Alpha with deep positioning on C long, something to consider. Up against the mixed investment, looks like they're just going to go for the B play. It's a bold call to make from Yampi, but it's one which looks to be serving the purpose. A lack of extra control would be an issue, but the captain leads by example. That's Kayak gone.
Yeah, it's a bold call because we know that these Stingers and Buckies are better at close range, but BBL are just knocking them down.
And that's the issue now for Fnatic. The choice weaponry is nowhere near as good when you're the one that has to peek around those corners. But Kron, with an injection of pace, has picked up the first. As long as Yampi can guard this smoke, he's going to be in a good position. But slight adjustment with the Poison Orb forces Profek to think about it, and think he will. BBL to tie up the scoreline as expected. Boaster escaping with a rifle. Fnatic's economy not fully level. I mean, you see there, they purchased fairly heavily. They're still going to have majority weapons in the next. It's a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, it all...
Yeah, they get the full buy.
Yeah, exactly. And we come back into this probably with this making us... I don't think it's going to decide the match, but I think it's going to come pretty close to it, right?
No.
Frustrations.
Yeah. And with that full buy coming in, it's a very important one, right? This defensive buy not looking great. Attack side up invested by Levin.
just shoulder spots Kayak as he was face checking it himself. Back to his right-hand side, off towards the C site, playing as a pivot. Low rotation time for the Neon. Fnatic has been setting up to hold the sites as much as possible, and in terms of C, it's on spot this time rather than through garage. That's what Kron's Viper Wall is for. It means that you have to clear through so many angles, getting decayed along the way.
Deploying drone.
It's also a repeat of the Killjoy setup in garage, which will need to be dealt with by BBL and can buy some stall if the nano is opened, which it won't be. It's Alpha's head instead.
And BBL bust onto that side, but Kayak's timing works out, trying to bust out into safety, does so, and Magnum's lying there and wait! But Kayak's unbelievable!
So quick! BBL anything but, they're yet to hit the C site. Huge 1v1 on Sociable, but he wins it and opens up B. With the smoke placed at his back, he's relying on this recon to give him the cognizance to just get in there. And that's what they'll do.
Spike down, now trying to bolster down, a little bit of delay, but it'll be chip damage instead onto Yampi. And Bolster finding Prophet makes this a lot more doable.
Really feeling himself so far. And now, repossessing the mid space, BBL detached from one another, time ticking, but Fnatic have players in place.
They do. Oh, that's a nice paranoia, but Kron hasn't capitalised. Finally closing up, and Yampi hears the steps, calling for support through. It's over, but it doesn't come. Now Sociable needs to clutch with time so low. Boaster peeks out. Kron low. A shock's enough, and that's what's going to win it.
And from beyond the grave, Sociable will give BBL the Red Bull clutch, which keeps the round count graphing upwards. 5 successive. And despite Boaster and Kron's best efforts, it's a gift. Chronicle, if he full sticks that, I think he might just about have it. It was incredibly close. That Sociable didn't tap the shot. He was looking to really stretch that bow back.
Yeah, there was a chance, but with all 10 players dead, that will be Fnatic's coaching staff introducing themselves once again.
With the way he was setting up the duels as well, it was like, I think he'd forgotten for a moment he even had the util. It's like the panic com from your teammate. You have shocks. He's low, and there you have it. With that round picked up, this changes the face of the game. Not only do BBL have the lead, they're up against a broken Fnatic buy who are constantly going through the motions now.
Yeah, they are. Sorry, if just for a moment I got distracted by Pal's handwriting.
I was going to say, I saw it earlier. I'm wondering if he's writing in, like, is that a barcode or something? if I scan that, then...
I know he's
one item added to your basket. A Champions Paris ticket, perhaps.
But yeah, but he's not got the funds to buy it just yet.
Not just yet.
Not just yet. There's a possibility you could get that.
I do find it interesting, though, while we have a moment, that the timeout comes in here, because Fnatic aren't going to give us that full buy just yet. And we've already seen BBL take a moment. What do they feel needs to be changed?
It could be possible something like a note to the calling, right? Like something that they've noticed. Crash is maybe dancing with the devil as he tries to play just right behind the smoke, and Levin gets 2 off the back of it. A Rolling Thunder invested, yes, but I mean, BBL get the sight for it. There's still a dodgy buy to try and navigate through, and well, BBL are doing it. Levin on for the ace.
BBL had showed signs of intention at taking long space early in previous rounds, but now they toy with the conditioning and actually fully commit beyond that Omen smoke, which is the deviation that ultimately wins this one for them, round 18. Sort of as you put it, I think it's important to note, yeah, maybe the coach did pick up on something. I think that's one interesting thing with both Thinky and Pal. We had the Spanish Challenger League post a tweet that Thinky, they have these like little magnets with utility on them, and yeah, using that whiteboard, you're kind of looking for those tendencies, right? What is it that Fnatic are repeating perhaps? Where can we look for a gap? They seem to have found it here. The bigger question will be, is that replicable in following rounds? As we are also now coming into the biggest ult cycle of this opening playoffs game.
Double digits found for BBL. They can see that finish line. They can't quite reach it just yet. Lovely utility, sets up 11. 3 kills when he's on 6 HP is crazy.
Is indeed setting up here. GiantX brings the op out. And in terms of his positioning, on C. Now, BBL usually would think this is a site guarded with Sentinel utility, one which they slowly have to make their way into. The expectation of him on the line only comes through the Owl drone here, so smart usage from Sociable to collect them that information early and make no mistake.
Yeah, and GiantX no option to scope in.
Nice combo with the stun even to try and catch him off.
Yeah, doesn't work out. Magnum now exploring towards B. That's where Boaster is.
And the big problem on the map for BBL is that Viper's Pit and the Killjoy utility that's supporting in and amongst it. A lot of teams, you know, you see the op and you suddenly think, okay, we've got to panic, like we're panicking here.
Yeah.
You probably don't think that, but you do panic, right?
Yeah.
And you look to head elsewhere, but that's kind of what Fnatic want.
I mean, BBL, they've seen that the problem is there's a Viper's Pit A and an op on C. So the option now is towards B as they try to get onto Boaster, but Levin was stunned by his own breach, and it's actually Prophet counter carriage that buys BBL an opportunity to get that spike down.
Well, they've reconfirmed GiantX is here. They will not look to overwhelm him.
I don't want anything to do with it. Would rather take that extra space in C-Link as the other two try and approach from A, and Levin is caught the first. Another Kron lies in wait, but instead is backing off. Yeah. I think this is 11 for BBL.
It most certainly will be. We are seconds away from it, and Fnatic will be without their operator in the next round too. The biggest issue of the round for me, and one which BBL have approached with some serious grace. I mean, this was an 8-4 half in very much the same way that Fnatic were, you know, only... They had, it was a 7-5 half on Ascent. The difference being, of course, they're on the receiving end, but I digress. They've approached the situation with some serious composure. They've not fallen into the mind games immediately when there was such broad coverage from the defense. They found the gap, they've taken the timing, and this from Prophet is more of the same. I said that it was either him or Levin that we needed to see step up. We're getting a bit of both, but it was always Prophet in the past. Now we have everybody.
And Fnatic are going for broke here. They want to win and try and get up towards BBL. So this is a big round. This could decide the map. BBL, a team that Fnatic have never been able to beat, are trying their luck by buying into this one right here, right now.
Omen ult immediately to just set the tone. Missed shot from GiantX goes past the leg of Magnum, who hasn't stopped. As BBL sprint towards the C site, they will be able to take it over, but this Viper wall in their post plant is a problem.
Yeah, that it is. And remember, there's no more smokes for BBL either, so every angle they cross is a potential for Fnatic to be on the other side.
They seek to deal with it through their positioning, and by playing in front, they confirm that no move has been made just yet by the defense. It's a double stack with 2 players off the shoulder. Boaster will be collecting the info, but the ult doesn't quite fan out backside, so he doesn't get full visual. Levin undetected, Magnum follows it up, but still, Fnatic have the trades. Yumpy needs a whole lot more here, and he's gonna get it! The Finn to finish them off! Red Bull clutch for Yumpy, and BBL with a streak of 8.
And that could be it. The final nail in the coffin for Fnatic in this series.
1 enemy remaining.
Tried to force everything into that last round.
Let's go! Come on, boys! Let's go!
BBL not dropping a single round so far in the second half. The majority of them on their feet. And in the 7 months that we've seen between the last time they faced, it might just be another 2-1 for the Turkish org.
It could be. Boaster trying to be aggressive in towards window, but Magnum's on the other side. Kron now next up, but look at BBL. Oh, they're trying to work in droves, but instead, Kron proves some resistance. Alfier catches the next, and Fnatic will be able to survive a round longer, it seems.
And that's the rug from beneath BBL's feet. You can't get too comfy when you're playing the team that is most at home on the EMEA stage. Our previous winners looking for back-to-back in successive years. But BBL, the first task, has not been so easy. And Levin still thinking about it. Oh, Kayak was low. That was an opportunity. Valhalla missed one.
Yeah, a big exhale from Fnatic as they're able to get and survive a round longer. This is crunch time for them. They need to show it here and now.
I mean, Kron finds 3 there, and you have to remember it was a 1v3 from Yampi that actually got them the round win. So, yeah, frustration creeping in, and you don't really like to see it at all, to be honest, because that's what sold BBL short before. They've got 3 opportunities to close this one out, but that's the first for Fnatic, and when it rains, it pours.
The only thing for Fnatic, though, is they have an ultimate cycle that they could potentially build up in these following rounds. Alpha has the lockdown. That's why you look at the A site, and it's barren of opportunity of a kill.
Oh.
That's really early.
Yeah, I don't even know if the turret had been hit at that point.
But look at the aggressive stance in mid.
He's waiting for this, and it's left unchecked. So under the microscope, Magnum picking up the first of those kills, still hanging around in the back as the rest of BBL have arrived on the scene, busting into playoffs. And now set up for that rematch with Heretics, perhaps, unless Chronicle can do the unthinkable again.
I got the spike.
I mean, 3 bodies. That's where he needs to go, but Magnum first on the scene.
But everything that's gone his way in the previous week or so, you're asking for so much in this situation. Denies the plant. A strong start, and with the pit in pocket, a tool to play with. He's stunned, thrown up into the air as the BBL players will find themselves on their feet as well. An eruption on their side of the stage. A huge win in their push to Paris.
BBL are Fnatic's kryptonite once again. The Supermen fall, the ones who were able to make the Toronto Grand Final. Sure, their focus was on their map pool, but there's a lot more question marks than answers found after this matchup, as both Ascent and Haven fall to BBL.
Positives to take for both, but the majority on the BBL side, of course. Yampi paying his respects with the rest, as you can see the conclusion here perhaps would have been unexpected to some, but we know BBL have the potential. Finally tapping into it, they will now have to get past Heretics if they want that best possible chance at locking champs. The one team which they've been unable to surpass in VCT this year awaits them in the upper bracket semi-final. But in repeatable fashion, it's another 2-1 win against the Black and Orange. They were the better team today despite their struggles at the start. The kind of response and character you expect from the culture that they've built. A performance to be proud of wherever they go from here.
Yeah, a big performance by BBL, saluting their fans. And as you've already mentioned, the fact that Heretics lie in wait is not something that BBL will be happy with. A team that they've yet to beat at all, right?
And Fnatic in a lower bracket, how many times have we seen this happen in a stage 2 of all circumstances? It could be a blessing in disguise when we think towards champions, but there is a lot of thinking to be done between now and then.
That there is. We have an interview lying for you. It is going to be with Magnum. We'll chuck it over to Kuka on stage.
Thank you very much, boys. As you all said, I'm joined by Magnum. Magnum, congratulations. What an opener for your playoffs. It really looks like you are the one ex-player from Fnatic that always knows what to do against them. So how are you feeling? It was a very long best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy we won. And for me individually, as I said in the interview, like, I always enjoy playing Fnatic. Maybe it's because I spend a long time in the Fnatic, but it's my comfort, and because they play the style which we like. And I'm very happy that we won, as well, especially in consideration what happened in BBL. Like very young soul passed away, so we wanted to give this game to him. Yeah.
And you did it wonderfully. Let's take this from the beginning. You say that you know Fnatic a lot. Did you expect them peeking into Corrode?
Me personally, I was telling Paul that I think they will pick Corrode because it makes the most sense, like for champs. First of all, they were saying that it's very strong and no one picked it, so I think they need to show it here for champs. And yeah, they were very strong, so we got clapped, but at least something to get better at.
Yeah, but it was very fun. It was very entertaining to watch. I'll give you that. And then, as I said, let's take it by parts. We move on to Ascent. The triple initiator again. Can we assume that this is something targeted for their composition? Do you feel, question is, do you feel comfortable enough in a position to be like, oh, I can have a different composition depending who I'm playing against?
Yeah, I think we can play both comps, but funny enough, we played this comp actually before they played it in official, so we kind of think that it's our comp, you know, on Ascent. And we kind of know its strengths and weaknesses, and we just decided to play comp which we used to play, and yeah, just fully counters. But we'll see like what to pick against Heretics, because to be honest, I'm not sure. I think they played the double duelist, so we might play again the same initial. Yeah. I'm not too sure what comp we will play, to be honest.
Oh, you're assuming we're going to see Ascent?
Yes.
Tomorrow? Okay,
yeah.
Lovely. That's definitely a message for Heretics. Before I ask you about them, we hear a lot that Double Initiator is dead. You decided ultimately to go into Haven, and you played this composition. Were you surprised by what the approach that Fnatic were taking? Did you expect them to change things?
On Haven, to be honest, I didn't expect that they will change the comp, but we play this comp a lot in scrims, and it's very strong. But I think this comp can punish you a lot in officials when there is a stress, because you rely on individual decisions, while with double initiators, you just have power util and you can run over people. So, but yeah, I didn't expect it.
Okay, last question. It has to be about Heretics. You're playing against them tomorrow. There's some teams that you've played against that you've gotten your revenge this year. There's teams that you've obliterated. But Team Heretics is the one that you are unable to beat. I remember last time you played against them. I bet you do as well. What is going to be different tomorrow?
Well, as Weissman once said, the mountains are there to be climbed. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Obviously, we are in our peak form right now, like in terms of scrims. So I think we have way better chances to beat them. But they are a very strong team, and yeah, we'll just see how it goes tomorrow.
They're a strong team, so I will let you go, take a rest, and definitely prepare for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Congratulations again. And do not go anywhere, because right after this break, it's GiantX versus Navi.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back. I guess I know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Let's leave it all behind. Think of guide aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my. Be my Joven, be my
is necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh, punch, man. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when it put get the pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite to my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. Put some pop love, yo, how about now, bruh? จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก
Okay, so next match, GiantX versus Na'Vi. GiantX, Na'Vi, GiantX, Na'Vi. Do I see any of these two teams making it to champs? Like, I feel like I've always supported Na'Vi, and then GiantX is having such a good show.
Bea, listen to me. Listen to me. I think they can do it. I'm the angel on your shoulder, in your mind, and your thoughts, and I'm going to be telling you, I think they can do it.
Really?
Yeah, I genuinely do.
Why is that?
I mean, look at Na'Vi. They've made playoffs consistently this year, right?
True.
When we think back to 2024 Na'Vi.
Oh, the knockout rounds.
They made playoffs but dropped early. But not this year. Not this year. Yes, we were worried back in kickoff. But stage 1, they did manage to win a playoffs game, and one could argue that they got unlucky with the opponents that they went up against. Stage 2, playoffs, it's going to be different. I can feel it. It's going to be different this time.
Playoffs?
Yeah.
We're talking about playoffs? Like, that's mediocre land. Like, we don't judge teams on whether they can make playoffs or not. We're talking about global events. You know that, Kukuka. We don't think about, you know, the teams that just make it to playoffs and then, like, fizzle away. We talk about the great teams, you know?
Yeah.
And for me, when was the last time that either of these teams made a global event?
So for GiantX, that would be champs a couple of years ago, and for Na'Vi, I don't want to start that conversation.
It was the same tournament, and the only reason Na'Vi got there was because of that great team called Fnatic, coached by an amazing coach, and they got the extra slot for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that was a beautiful thing to be part of. I think that we should bring that back. We should bring back LCQ, and we should bring back giving a slot to the team that wins. Maybe that way we go back to winning trophies, because apparently that's all we cared about. But when we speak about this performances, I think there's also many things to be excited for this year, and it has to be the new additions, right?
It has to be. And I mean, Minnie's talking about, you know, Na'Vi not making a global in a long time, but look at the additions that Na'Vi has made this year, right? They look great with the youngsters being in top form. You look at Ruxic, you look at Hero, you look at even the recent addition of Alexic as well. They're all in the top 15 stats-wise for ACS, and they're performing at a level that is completely expected of them. I can't wait to see how these youngsters get on in this playoffs. They're in absolute form right now. You cannot disagree with that, Minnie.
What do you have to say?
I can't disagree. Like, that Rooksa kid's pretty good. I can't deny that. But they haven't been in these positions before. Like, Hero's the only one who's made a global event, and it was with a different team. The other two have no experience feeling this pressure. So when it matters, can they do it is the question for me. And then on the flip side, you know, who cares about the rookies? There's a couple of older men on their team, and I don't think they're pulling their weight. There's a man named after your horrible species.
Minnie!
That's not very nice.
That's so mean!
That's small even for you.
I will not take that angel slander here. Absolutely not. Especially when he aced last week.
Yeah, and the most, like, useless ace of all time, once again, when it doesn't matter.
It's the confidence.
Give us another one on stage 1, and the one on Haven. I remember that one.
This year. I will not hear any angel slander here right now.
I'd rather consistent performances round by round, shot by shot, than these moments of brilliance in rounds that I've already lost, you know? Who cares?
That's what he has his three.
And then the other side, another angel, a fallen angel, Shao. You remember how happy you were, Kakuka, when you saw him locking in that recon initiator. You were bubbly, you were fun, you were over the moon.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic of me, to be honest.
Now what? Now how are you feeling?
I am feeling like the Shao that we're seeing, there's no show in here. I think that he's lost a little bit of the spark. I will give you that. I agree with you. Like, this year he's been missing in action.
I think this year a little bit. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not been the same for a while.
Yeah, I know.
Don't listen to him, Bea. Do not listen to him. Let's talk about GiantX. Let's try and bring you up a little bit more again.
Yes.
Okay? So, Minnie, you're talking about inconsistent IGLs. Let me bring you a consistent IGL in Cloud. He's been great this year. He's led GiantX to their first playoffs in a long, long time by utilizing the pieces of the puzzle that he has at hand. Their plans, they've looked great, specifically on the defense, placing third highest team in EMEA for that defensive round win rate percentage. Like, look at him. Look at the energy he's bringing across the stage. This guy was born a leader, and he's going to take them all the way to their global event.
You said it was about having fun. If having fun was one of the keys, he is having fun. He's cheering the team up.
And like little moments where they're winning a couple of rounds. Come on. You can't tell me that this GiantX team is like the hype team. You're kidding yourself. And the only consistent thing about his IGLing is those poor attack sides. They are the worst attack-sided team in playoffs by far, with a win rate of only 40%. How do you justify that? And defense isn't even where the IGL shines. It is that attack side.
Every IGL is struggling with the attack side right now.
Well, he is the most. There's no. What do you mean? He is the most. And then the other thing, he's trapped in a cage right now. He's this beautiful bird who used to be really good, being put into this cage of IGL, and he isn't the same.
I don't think he's been put in his cage though, because if you look at all of the players that he has on his team, he's utilizing them in the best way. He doesn't always have to be that star player. All he has to do is lead the team to victory, which is what he has been doing in the regular season coming into this playoffs.
I miss his greatness. I don't like. He's not the same. I don't like watching this guy as much anymore.
I think you do have very good points. I think that also one thing that concerns me is, like, are we, if they were to make it, like, are we wasting a spot? Are these two teams ready to take on global teams? Can they go up to the regions with their plans, with their ideas? Are they going to match fairly with the rest
with their ideas? They're two dark horse teams who are playing double initiator. I said at the start of the year that double initiator, well, the start of the stage that double initiator was out. I could have told you a long time ago. And they're teams that
That's not what you told me.
What do you mean?
No, I mean, you could have told me a long time, you say.
2023, end of 2023, we knew. When Fnatic lost to Loud in that Haven game, everyone knew Viper was better than Double Initiator, but here I am pretending in Toronto that we learned that Double Initiator is out. But no, we've known this a long time. And these are teams that need something to push them over the edge. If it's playing standard, rubbish agents, KO and Breach that, like, everyone knows is rubbish, like, how are they going to beat the better teams? We saw last week GiantX losing to Heretics. Like, look how they lost to Heretics. It was abysmal, in my opinion.
Listen, Minnie, I've had enough of you, so I'm just going to get you out of here, because it's I am just sick of all this negativity from this little man. So I'd rather hear actually from the players themselves. Thankfully, Jinsu caught up with Ara and Flickless in Spike Drop earlier this week, so let's take a listen.
So let's talk about this bit, because we already mentioned about Vitality. It was a really nice start. At what point did you feel like, you know, people should believe in you more and that you could really actually make playoffs?
I mean, to be honest, after the BBL comeback, was probably like the biggest thing, no? Like that we could win stuff. I think it was like 9-3 or for them.
9-3. Yeah, that was a fun game too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what about you?
same. After the Vitality game, people are saying, yeah, but it's just one game. They're not gonna. And then after BBL game, we did the comeback on Corrode 9-3, and yeah, it got better. Because we already 2-0. We need one more win for playoffs.
Yeah.
We were in a good spot.
I think the Heretics loss, maybe, you know, it's Heretics. We'll talk about it in a sec, but I didn't think you were going to lose to Foot. I was very shocked.
Yeah, me too.
If I would say from this, I have like this problem. I'm changing my mouses so often. And I didn't stick to a mouse.
You want to speak about the reason why you need to change
No,
mouse?
it's fine.
Okay.
And I would like to know the reason, actually.
You will not like to...
Instigating over there.
Yeah, he's instigating.
Yeah.
And I was changing my mouses a lot of times.
Just fine a lot, like once every game, or how many times?
Even daily. Yeah,
Daily? How many different mice do you have?
I have I was having a bit, but now not anymore because I got rid of them. So I have only one mouse right now that I'm playing on and I'm focusing on.
Okay.
I think it will help.
So this split, how many different mice
I
did
played
you go
on
through?
different mouse every game.
Yeah.
So 5?
Yeah, 5.
5 different ones?
No, last 2 games actually.
Last 2 games
I sticked on
it was
on a mouse.
Okay, so 3.
Yeah.
3 different
Which I'm
ones.
gonna stay on it forever.
Okay, so this was against Foot, you had a different one?
Yeah, and the thing is I couldn't really get used to this. I don't know why I even played with it, to be honest. I don't know, it just felt so unnatural to play on. Like my sense was higher, I was missing a lot of shots, and that's why I was also like frustrated about the game. I think it was on player cam as well.
Yeah, how does your coach think about, what does he think about your habit of changing your mouse? I can't imagine Pipson supports this.
No, he doesn't support it, but also he doesn't care. He just he also like encourages me to just stick to one because it's gonna be better for sure. So
But in the end, he wants us to be comfortable, you know.
Yeah,
so,
okay. I understand.
If that helps for him to switch every day, he will support it. But if he sees that it doesn't help, then he will. He will say
Okay.
it.
What about mouse mats? You just have one, or you change that as well?
No, I have more, but I'm using only one.
So you're just changing monitors or anything?
No,
you know?
nothing
Okay,
else.
that's the
Nothing
same. What was your excuse then?
No, I had no
Foot?
excuse. I had no
No,
excuse.
I'm kidding. But what happened against Foot? Because I think if you
I
had
don't
won
know.
that, very different
I mean,
story.
to be honest, like every map we started like so strong, and we just couldn't, like one timeout, and we were full out of the game. So.
Yeah.
I would say it's my fault a bit because I didn't.
I mean, we lost like S5, so.
Yeah, but still, I could have done better for sure. Like,
Oh, I mean, you could always do better.
Yeah,
you know,
man.
you could always do better.
Absolutely love to hear from that podcast. Check out the full video. It's on YouTube, it's on our social. So I heard from Yinso that there were very, very cool things in there. So definitely go check it out. Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you two here. Minnie's good to see you in the same size. Billy's good to see you bigger now. Absolutely love doing that segment. But I think that it goes very well with both of you's personalities, right? Like
I wish that I could just wear the devil horns all the time.
You are.
And be,
in my head, you are.
'cause
That was literally a representation of what goes on in my head when I have to think about teams.
I think I'm too reserved with my meanness. Like, I know people seem to think, like, you guys seem to think I'm a bit too mean, but I think that I can go further.
I like the fact that you don't mind being that honest.
I think it's good to be critical, but I'm always trying to look on the bright side of things.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same boat. I'm like, oh, that was terrible, but honestly, it cannot be worse than that. So I'm actually on the same boat. Now, going back into the match that we are about to see, GiantX versus Na'Vi, we went a little bit over the general topics and concerns when we look at both of this roster. But, Mini, at the beginning of the day, speaking of mixed signals, you chose them as your dark horse. What do you think is going to be, besides the rookies that are going to be amazing, like Ruxik and Hero, we expect them to keep up with that performance. What do you think Na'Vi has to do differently from what they were doing in the stage to make the run?
I don't think they need to do anything differently.
Nothing, so you want them to continue?
I want them to continue. I think that if they had used the style they have right now throughout this year, we'd be looking at very different expectations for Na'Vi. I think that their game plans have looked decent, and they tell a story. What I liked about Na'Vi from years ago, and it is the same now, is that when I watch the rounds, you can tell a story. You can be like, oh, they're defaulting here to do this, and therefore there's this going to happen. At the start of the year, I was like, I got no idea what this is doing and why this is happening and why this is happening. And I just love that there's now like a story to be told.
But Billy, I think that maybe they needed that character development, as in they needed to try out things, try here, try there, and maybe that's what has helped them reach the synergy that they have nowadays.
Synergy is a key word here, because I think that Alexic has synergized with the rest of the team so quickly. You see the plays that they're able to get away with. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And for a player that's just come up from Tier 2 into Tier 1 as well, I think he's going above and beyond what's kind of expected of him. So yes, the rookies are like a key part of what Navi's success has been so far. But if Angel and Shao can continue to kind of try and put up numbers and, you know, like Angel like openly said himself, you said at top of show that he's trying to like simplify their game to help the youngsters blend in and perform better. And I think that, like, I agree with you. I think it's working out for them.
Yeah, and I think if there is a moment for Shao to shine, it's got to be in these tense moments. Like, if he is supposed to be the veteran, like last week...
Put pressure on him. This is not going to work, okay? This is not going to work.
Last week, he was making this like joke about how like he's a veteran now, so he doesn't have to frag as much. Whereas this is like, that's not true at all. I think that this is now a key moment for him to step up and to that pressure. Okay,
we'll have 1 more minute left, as you can see there in the timer. We have to touch up on GiantX. Would you say the same for them? Do you want them to continue this trend? Because at least to me, we're speaking about a team that locked playoffs before any of we saw the Fnatic, the Heritage, the Liquid, and GiantX.
I think for me, like GiantX, I almost feel as though there's a little bit of recency bias because of how well that they've been performing in the regular season.
It's like we give it to everybody else but them?
I know, and it's difficult, but it's because, like, how many times have we been disappointed by GiantX? We look at the roster on paper coming into the year, we're impressed, and then it's like, no, it's not how it should be. Yeah, I think it's recency bias, in my opinion.
I think there is a bit of recency bias getting smashed by Heretics, but those attack sides, like I said in the little skit, like 40% is like way lower than any other team.
The attack.
So it's the attack sides that need to be good today.
Good. It doesn't have to be amazing. It just has to be good. Okay, we'll take good. Okay, let's just go on to that, right? So yeah, for today, none of these teams are going to be locking in, but of course there is a lot at stake, and it's the chance of proving themselves in the upper bracket. It's GiantX versus Navi. Let's welcome the teams onto the straight. Be the first time that we see either of these teams on a global event. But it will feel different this time, guys, because the rookies, the new names, the new hopes that these two squads have brought onto our region makes us definitely question if there is a spot for them in that top 4. We were speaking a couple of weeks ago about how Foots, they always made champ. Well, this time around, they're not even going to be in contention. As we look at the map veto, any surprises for you, Billy?
Ooh, okay, let's have a look at this.
So Lotus is banned by Navi, another day in the
I mean,
office.
that's no surprises. It's been their insta-ban all throughout this stage. But GiantX banning out Icebox? I don't know, I feel like they could have left that one open.
Things that, like, they've been targeting a lot, right, for the side of GiantX, which I think is another strength. But to me, the surprise is Navi peeking onto Bind. Do not get me wrong, like, I think I've seen this before in the past a lot. It hasn't worked out very well. And they do have this thing mini for KO on Bind that I'm sure you're a super big fan of.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan, but I think that they had a very close game with Fnatic the last time they played, and Fnatic are usually quite a good bind team, so I think going here isn't too much of a surprise. I think that Haven is GiantX trying to punish Na'Vi for having a weak map there. Overall though, Ascent in the pool 2, and Na'Vi picking bind means they got 2 maps where they're very comfortable.
Do we expect changes onto Bind? Because you said they had a close game against Fnatic. I know that they play something that but I mean for both sides.
I think we're more likely to see it from GiantX. GiantX are playing an Astra Deadlock Gecko, which is very surprising, and I think that the KO would do quite...
Sorry, what?
KO would do quite well into that, in my opinion. It'll be interesting to see if the KO remains to try and counter that, or if GiantX are going to switch it up.
I'm intrigued to see if Na'Vi stick with the KO, because we've seen Angel jumping onto that Gecko more recently, which was a pleasant surprise. So is there a chance that Angel actually plays the Gecko on Bind?
I would much prefer to watch Angel play Gecko on Bind. I think that KO requires you to do more with your kind of micro and kind of getting frags with your flashes. Gecko, you can send a little bro out and he's doing your work for you. You don't need to do much more.
Do you not think is a bit of a gamble if you're GiantX to be picking Haven, knowing that Na'Vi has not played it this stage? They did play it with the double duelist, and you know, seeing Hero with how he's playing, being put on the duelist, so now he's in that fragging role. Do you think if they are to keep that composition?
I believe it was a double duelist in like a third-party event, wasn't it? I think. And yeah, I think double duelist for Na'Vi could be a pretty good idea. So. And double duelist is one of those things where it's like, okay, this map might not be our best map, but, you know, double duelist can pop off.
Okay, let's focus now on to Bind. These are the compositions that we're getting. We are getting the KO on the side of Angel. Mini, I hear you're laughing. What's so funny?
Double KO.
It's just one of those days. What do you have against that?
Oh, Flickless hasn't locked in yet. All's not lost. He might actually
be saved on one side. Hey, you said you didn't want to see the Deadlock Gecko this, that. Were they playing a more composition, and that doesn't mean boring. That just means
more
good and like something that you would.
Okay,
be
I
more
do
adjusted.
love the Astro.
There is.
I'll give the Astro.
There are changes though on GiantX's side.
Yeah,
I mean, Cloud is jumping off of the Gecko and onto the Fade this time round, and we're actually going to see Ara on. Oh no, sorry, we do usually see Ara on the race, but they have moved away from the Deadlock. So Westside is now going to be jumping onto that Viper instead of the Deadlock, which I'm sad. I do enjoy watching some Deadlock gameplay here in VCT EMEA, but hopefully it works for them.
Maybe in the new maps, maybe in Abyss and all that, but for Bind, this is what we are going to get. You, on the other hand, are going to get to enjoy two of the best casters in the world. Let's toss this over to Mitchvan and Tombiz.
High praise, Kukuka. Thank you very much. Yes, it's time to get into this matchup, Na'Vi and GX. And Tom, GX, I said this the other week when we were casting them, these guys surprised me this year. I didn't expect this roster to look anywhere near as strong as they do, but a big challenge now up against one of the most tenured IGLs within the game of Angel.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it comes, for me at least, as like a middle ground. I think that we saw an incredibly strong start to the season coming out of GX, slightly slowing down a little bit in some of their recent matches, especially the loss to Foot was a bit of a surprise. Na'Vi have kind of been the opposite. I think they started a little bit slow, a bit shaky versus Apex, lost to Liquid, and then have kind of come into their own later into the season. So I'd say on form, I'd slightly give this series over to Na'Vi, as some of their individuals have looked very good. But if you're going off the entire season so far, I think we're bang in the middle.
Oh, you saw there on your screen, and we talked about it a little bit on the desk. 2023, the last time either of these teams was at a Champions event. It was over in Los Angeles. Early fight for Alexic, a man that we'll be talking a lot about as this series goes on. We don't get to see why here, but the rest of the squad is there to clean up. Hero and Xiao with the double each. And that's going to leave Westside, player, I think, #1 in headshot percentage. A lot of that you can put down to the Sheriff rounds that are terrifying when it's in his hands. But he's coming into this with a Ghost and 4 tangos to drop. This is a tough play for anyone.
Yeah, already Paranoia was still available as well, so very easy finish for Na'Vi and a solid start to their map choice. And also the maps is something I think that I want to talk about going forward. Is like, if there was a map I think the Na'Vi are going to be most comfortable on, it's actually map number 3. I think Ascent has been one of their best maps for an incredibly long time, looked very good as of recent. I'd say that Haven is a complete unknown. But for GX, I think they'll probably go into that one as slight favorites, although they got dominated by Heretics, but so does everyone else. And then Bind, again, a bit of a mystery. I think that we've seen a singular map versus Fnatic look very good for Na'Vi, and a blunder versus Foot for the side of GX, but all in all, a match that, again, feels somewhat a middle ground, but I do think if it goes to 3, it's very dangerous for GX.
Well, the TP play from GX, I like this, trying to make the best of a bad situation. They catch one player, Westside, a little bit isolated, it's fair to say. But with only him going down, nothing big retrieved for GX. It'll be the other teleporter as they realize the hits coming in on the other side of the map. one player down. It's Hero to fall. Now they can recover a weapon, but it's this fight towards Long. Expecting Angel to be that late to the party isn't something that'll cross most players' minds, and they get punished heavily for it.
Punk is stat padding. He just lost a battle to a Classic on a 40 HP. Orb, he was farming orbs, even though that has actually hurt them. Because up until that point, they weren't losing any weaponry. I like that from Gravino. Realistically, winning this round, very unlikely. As you can see, he would have been decimated. And so he gets rid of a gun. It makes things more expensive for Na'Vi than never would have happened if he maybe went for that fight. And it means that one of those rifles has gone down the toilet.
Yep, a cost applied to this round either way. And I like this, the start out looks very good. You can see the opportunities that GX are creating for themselves, even on this low buy round. It's a great sign of what's to come.
3 frags.
I knew there'd be something like that.
I think two of them were like 15 HP, but you take it.
Three is three, brother. A win's a win.
It gets the orbs, and that's the main thing. Of course, what it does mean for Angel in this round is he is only going to be playing with a pistol. Now, something we saw with his KO on Ascent was he was holding those knives quite regularly in the second half. I'll be interested to see if that will be the case here on Bind, but early throws do allow him to get that extra little bit of space. They know that there isn't anybody around that hookah area. Well, a little bit dangerous with the jumps. That's Ruxic already hitting a tag. There might be some weaknesses here, but tags like that will make Angel's life very easy.
The occasional wall going up here towards the A site. You can see the Viper wall in play. A lot of the time it's going to cause you to have that little gap of information, be worried about that sneak up, but Westside is just checking it periodically. He's going to get the info, but it's so costly. Great shot delivered on the other side. On 10 HP now, he cannot defend that position. And it's Ruxic to run through, an easy fight. One shot to the body regardless of what weapon he goes for. The Outlaw might make this a little more difficult. Never mind, he gets his first and another followed up on with the Ghost Na'Vi. They're making this really good, and it's all on Ruxic. A 3K that has left Ara all by himself after Xiao picked up the attempted trade. What a lights out start from this attack side.
I feel like he was not in a favorable position for almost every single one of those fights, but somehow has managed to make it look good, and my hero should be able to execute Ara. He got there in the end, 3-0. A solid start for Na'Vi, but more importantly, a very, very shaky start for GX. That is not the look you want to see from them early in this matchup.
You know, it's difficult, though, playing up against someone like Ruxic. Remember, Na'Vi have had a lot of closer games, a lot of tough matchups, and this man has delivered almost every step of the way. He's leading right now in every statistic that he should be.
Like, did he wallbang the second player? Was that why Cloud went down? Because it looked like they lined up. And then that's why he went to the pistol. But if so, that is a millisecond read that he's made to win that fight.
Yeah, I think even still you're blinded. The pistol's going to give you a better chance to take that duel. Situation of happenstance. But back to the point for Ruxic, like, he's #1 ACS kills per round. The things he's not leading in are like first kills per round. But, you know, if he is as an Omen, we have questions to ask. And more specifically, if he is with Alexic on his team, that would be very bloody impressive.
If he is, he's seen it.
Literally.
Pretty much.
Is that Alexic's been having a great performance.
Yeah.
Well, again, we'll talk a lot more about these players as the game goes on. Right now, for GX, round 4, it's all Sheriffs. But we did say Westside, he's a scary man with this weapon in hand.
Whether or not they can find the space for him to get any value. They've sent Ruxic out alone. A singular kill would mean he can teleport right back to the rest of the team, but it's more so just to find if there is a stack. And if he continues to spot nothing, may opt to try and switch up their positioning. Grabino already on a fast flank as well. Bear in mind there isn't a Sentinel available, and with Flickless dropping 1, this extra gap could be a problem.
What Grabino does with this
30
is
seconds left.
Going to determine how the round goes. If he's still where he pushed up, well, he would have been seen by a Prowler. What a shot by Cloud. That's Ruxic, the very man we just sung the praises of. Now down and out. A 3 versus 5. The weapons don't even matter quite as much anymore. Cloud even picks up an Outlaw. The tag off that deadly, and if it's followed up by another, that's exactly what it's going to do. Hero down in the ground at 2 versus 4 and a full flood attempt. They can't stop the plant, but they can catch the players out of position. Very nice response from GX.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a ridiculous round for them to win. A lot of it off those individual fights. I think a little bit farther push forward for that kill that Flickless managed to get. And now just waiting to see if they can retrieve any additional weaponry as well while they go. Really trying to maximize their economy as much as possible. Make sure that this round is a huge win for them overall. And of course, the pay save card Thrifty is what will garner the first round for GX.
Pay save card Thrifty, 4 Vandals taken out of this situation as well. And it is very much just Na'Vi in those 2 fights pushing a little bit isolated in those fights, giving the opportunities to GX that were capitalized on immediately.
Come on!
And these are the kind of rounds, I guess, where you don't want to look at it and say, hey, go search for space. See what you can get done over there. You'll see teams stick together a bit more, and I think that's exactly why.
Not going to get back into the buy rounds. Early utility being expended. The start, though, is solid once again. This aggressive fight has not worked out for the side of GX after a huge win off the pistols. But, well, I was going to say Cloud at least gives them a little bit of hope. The remaining 2 players going through the TP. That is all the information that Na'Vi could ever need. Even the paranoia sent through. But Cloud, again, has managed to find another. He's trying to drag his team through this round. But look at the HP.
This guy's been such a menace. It's the second time we've seen him have this kind of impact from this area of the map. Late lurking on the KO. And he's finding value. 3 kills is 3 kills. That's what Angel said earlier. And another one added to the tally.
His ADR is going to be like 35.
He's finishing off the low HP players, but as he said, Tom.
Yeah, he's got his ult. He's not going to care. 6 and 3. Those are literally the only kills he's got around the low HP players. But hey, as I said, a kill's a kill. And we've already witnessed that sometimes those are easier said than done. Na'Vi with an immediate response. Of course, the context here for both of these sides, they need a deep run within this tournament. A matchup versus Liquid awaits. And of course, a lower bracket matchup against Vitality. Ara, though, it's aggression again, but a completely different form. After being hit by the knife, he's forced to retreat. And I think that's what Na'Vi are actually excellent as with these Prowlers, with the knife, is forcing players out of aggressive positions.
It's a nice opener. Flickless West side down already. Alexic in for another, and this site seemingly overrun already. Heroes got to hold onto the back line, though. That could cause some problems. I don't think they'll get in here in time to take Flickless back into the game. Certainly not with that showstopper sectioning them out, but it's fired early. A response to the Prowler going down. All the while, Na'Vi moved to positions up in heaven. This post plant so open for them, and with full control over Bathroom, this would be an impossible take. GX have to send Cloud to clear that space. They're isolating themselves, but it's their only chance.
Alexic is almost just playing bait. He's spamming through that smoke. He's trying to make it seem like maybe there's more aggressive positioning than there is. Angel not needing to take the fight. We'll just fall back, and now just look at the amount of time. It's been ticking for a while. They need these kills almost immediately, and look at where Alexic ended up. He fell back to his team. They had to clear every single angle, all the way through lamps, all the way through backside, and they were just waiting off that timer. Cloud will look to flee, and he's not getting away. Alexic now adds another triple to the tally, and Na'Vi extend that lead even further.
5-1 start. And the scariest part about it is seeing Angel top frag. Again, we know the positions, the situations in which he's found those picks, but it is more so to the credit of the rest of the team, the fact that you have Alexic, Ruxic, these guys have been putting up numbers.
Good luck, brother.
In almost every series we've seen them in. And at least, you know, although they're 6-4 and 5-2, I know there's so much more that they can offer. If Angel can keep up that kind of pace, still be that menace in late rounds, this could be a very quick bind. The GX look to make a stop to it here. They've got ults to work with. They've not got much to work with anymore. That is an immediate shutdown. This looks like an eco. It's a full buy round, Tom. And Na'Vi have just cut through the A side.
Yeah, Brooks again, it's... Well, no, I think it was Hero actually with the sniper. Or did they swap it? It was just an opener with the sniper that looked incredibly easy, combined with another kill from Angel. You can't take anything away from him this time. And then after that, Alex is like, I've got entry into a site with 2 people already dead. I guess it's a 1v1. That was a blink and you miss it round. And, well, yeah, the other 2 players, all they can hope to do is cower and hide and hold on to the guns.
Sometimes we speak about these rounds and say, well, there's not much to talk about. There's not much to write home about. There wasn't even a point of damage done by GX. This is ridiculous to see that level of a punchy play from Na'Vi when they're 5-1 up already. When the way that we've gotten here, you could look back at that timeline, you could look back at some of those rounds and go, okay, whatever. You know, GX are slow to start, but they'll get a foothold eventually, right? And now, I start to question that. They saved 2 weapons, they've still got ults to fall back on, but this was so damn quick.
Oh, it's literally a blink and you miss it. Like, Hero gets an opener. That's actually a lot more filthy than I imagined it would be. And they've just cleared that site out without any real issue at all. No wonder it's going to be a pause for GX.
Yeah, I think a pause where you're 7 rounds played out on the server. Angel's top fragging the server. We probably do.
And you only won an eco.
Yes, you only won with 5 sheriffs. It's probably the time to hit the brakes on this.
But something else I wanted to talk about, it's been mentioned a lot about placements of these teams, and that's where I talk about the parallels. You go back to that LCQ in 2023, which the only reason the second place team even went was because of Fnatic. Then you've had sort of like a middling year and a bad year, and then, well, almost the opposite on the other side. This is where both these teams probably have their best opportunity since 2023 to make it to an international event. I think many have the likes of Na'Vi as maybe a bit of a dark horse with how some of their youngsters are currently playing individually. But as you mentioned, it isn't the youngster who's at the top of the board right now, it's Angel. And if you can add him or Xiao statistically doing well, honestly, a top 4 might not be impossible.
Top 4, and no doubt they'll aim even further than that, but that would secure them that spot. That's what they want at the end of the day. 2023, the last time we've seen these teams at Champions.
I wonder with that stat as well, is how many of those matches with Angel and Xiao was Cloud on Na'Vi? Because let's not forget that Cloud used to be the talisman of this Na'Vi roster.
Now, there's been a lot of shifts, and I imagine next year we'll see even more as the EMEA landscape. It's changed over time, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. We just saw Fnatic lose an upper bracket here today, but look at BBL and the changes they've gone through, making a Goliath out of what was previously a non-contender.
And Heretics, who they're going to play as well. That's one of the greatest moves in Valorant history, picking up 5 youngsters and, well, 4 and Boo, no offense, Boo. You're not quite as young as the rest, but making it work. Already contact play into the A site once again. 2 players ready and waiting. West side, well, you mentioned the headshot percentage. Yeah, I don't even think he connected there. Nightfall already utilized. Alexic's trying to sneak his way around the back, and both players have been revealed. They know exactly where they are. It's Ara, though, that strikes first.
Yeah, Showstopper gets Hero. Ara quickly coming through the teleporter to help out on this side. He's going to keep control over Bathroom. But now knowing that there's 3 players here, they might decide to go back, but that is not Angel style. He presses forward, finds West side, and thins the herd that little bit more. By now, 30 seconds, a decision needs to be made. They're either going to root these players from position, fight deep into this site, go teleporter, and plant on the other, and the decision's already made. They're committing. It's the wrong call from what we can see, but maybe they hope some players have left, or to bait them out into a fight while the plant's going down. It's exactly what they've done. Angel, he was left in a tough situation.
You believe for a second.
Manages to put up a few. Hey, quick adjustment. I see Angel win 1 duel. Why not 2? Why not 3? That's all there is to this one. A 2K from Angel, but Na'Vi going 6-2. Still in the lead.
Yeah, well, also just looking back at that foot game that was played by GX, it was that defensive side that they really struggled. It was a 0-6, and definitely not a scoreline that they want to recreate here. The victory they had 7 on the defense. Obviously, that's not a possibility, and it's not something that Na'Vi even want to think about. An immediate pause called, even from such a commanding lead. They want to make sure they stamp out their opponents early.
I like the proactivity. You have got a pause to play within this half. And look, a 6-2 lead, a 6-1 lead, that's a great sign. But if GX fight their way back into this one, that advantage can quickly be forgotten. So, it's time to touch base with the coaching staff. It's time to level this playing field for Na'Vi. Is they're not happy with how the previous one went down, but also, you think about the attack side, your waves crashing onto a beach. It's not always going to work out, but eventually you'll grind them down. You pick up a couple rounds. That's what we're looking for. And Na'Vi, with already such a big lead, it's hard to imagine they don't at least walk out of this half with 8.
But that's what we're looking at, and that's what we're looking for, because when they played versus Fnatic, the one match we've sort of seen from them on Bind, they got 8, and they still lost. So I think that might be why. It's like, okay, we've been utterly dominant in this half so far. Let's try and make sure that we just stamp out GX altogether. And with some of their stars becoming quite quiet so far in this matchup. Definitely something that I'm sure GX will be quite happy to have a pause themselves. Nonetheless, still a purchase in, and something that has been quite effective so far from Na'Vi has been having that attack side sniper. We've seen it with the Outlaw, and now for Ruxic, we're going to see it with the Op.
Well, you mentioned him having to be seen at if he wanted those opening duels. Perhaps that's the inspiration.
Only one of them still in the tournament.
Be the better one.
Bring them down.
7, what Na'Vi are fighting for, but again, it's this TP from Ara. The wall that they've got gives them that little bit of extra space. Flash out of it to try and retreat, but Fligless will be caught on the cross. 1-to-1 trades, but it's the Op that makes the difference. They know the spike is here, but they don't know that Hero has already crossed in. That information coming with a heavy cost as Cloud now meets his maker, and Westside 1 and 7 looks to double up his kills. He'll get at least one, but more is needed. He at least needs to survive as this plant's going down. The rotates coming in late from Grabinho.
Ruxic on the operator. Wants to put himself into a more passive angle. Grabinho will be able to clear out a lot of mid, get them information. There's only a couple of spots that are left, and Xiao's utility could be pivotal here. He's still got himself the C's available. The Haunt maybe needed to come back online. They're actually going to be denied positioning. They're locked out of the site right now and just waiting on the timing to try and get back in, but that plant has only just started to be defused. They're a little bit late to the party, and back through Ruxic goes. He needs to get in there soon, and he's going to take it anyway! Perfectly timed on both occasions. He may have had the operator, but it's the shorty that does the work.
Yeah, getting back through that wall with a sliver of HP, time on his side. The patience there from these players, throwing in the paranoia. When, keep in mind, that defuse could have been underway. It could have been right under their nose, but they were a little late getting on it, expecting this aggression to come in a little bit earlier. And on 2 HP, Ruxic gets in there just in time to save the round. Really nice play from Na'Vi in the readjustments, because the smoke that went down in the Cosmic Divide, that usually causes a lot of panic, but there was none to be seen.
And Snakebite. They put a lot into that. The positioning and the read from GX was sublime. One thing I will say that I've noticed so far in this match is GX, every time, whether they've won a round or lost a round, they seem to like going in for these aggressive attacks on their defense, and it hasn't worked once. The 2 rounds that they've won have been when Na'Vi have executed and they've been sat back passive. It was the same with the pistol, they had some control on the site, and it was the same in the round that they won. The aggression almost feels like it's playing into Na'Vi's hands. They have a lot of util for clearing these aggressive angles. That was nice, but again, it only ever ends up in a trade. I like the B-side positioning though. That was where they had success before.
That round, it was an opening duel 1 on this A side, right? But the attempted push that came in. Good enough. But this time, moving towards the B side, there won't be 3 players stood with pistols in hand. There won't be control. As already, they've lost Long and Elbow. Alexic spotted them up top. The Op far behind. I feel like there was a little disconnect there. Alexa going in before the paranoia had been shot. Ruxic was going to swing it. Now there's a bit of danger too with Angel isolated, being pushed on. The knights come out. Cloud probably going to just chuck that rifle over to his buddy. Still, there is definitely a chance for this to spiral out of control as fights are not being won cleanly by Na'Vi, but time ticking. A 2 versus 2, Cloud super low, and now the last one standing, rifle on the ground. That was Westside carrying it. It'll be a 4K from Xiao that gets them around that honestly, Tom, should have been guaranteed from the get-go. Is a little too close, but they've hit 8.
It's not pretty, but it gets the job done. I feel like that has been a few of the rounds here and there for Na'Vi, but with 8 already on the board, their economy in a very good spot. I don't think they're going to care too much. Going into this next one, they'll be the one with the majority of their ults, having the Nightfall, the null command available, and even a Viper's Pit for the post-plant. Nonetheless, this is where we need a response from GX. I feel like maybe they can have a chance to try and turn things around on their attack side, but if they're going in 10-2 down, I think it's ropes.
Still something to fight for. This Op on Ara looks to make the difference, holding down on B-Long. The Prowler coming, but he has not evaded it. Gets him just at the last second. In goes the Nightfall. The Players backed out towards elbow can reclaim that space, and the deep push on A has got a lot of information for GX, but they're rotating quickly. This is a danger. Cloud's about to have a fight on his hands, and he won't win it against Hero. Now they know about that deep aggression as well. You have to look to Angel. He has to be cautious if he's re-clearing this, and if not, you want them to group up and push together. He's definitely worried about someone having pushed up, but Xiao, he has no worries at all. It's a cleanup towards this site, leaving one in the back, Grabinho alone. He's got a nice angle on Alexic, but still loses the fight.
Yeah, that ended up looking like another opportunity, but the firefights have been going Na'Vi's way all the way through. Angel, he's just going to fall back.
Right call?
Yeah. Normally you'd see him take those battles, but I think in a playoffs match of pretty important proportions for him and the organization, and Westside on the other side, there isn't going to be any risks. I mentioned it earlier in the match, if you can get Xiao or Angel online for this team alongside the youngsters, they're a force to be reckoned with. Well, both of them are online, and that's why GX are getting slapped.
Yeah, we're coming into the last round of the half. Angel still top of the server. Xiao following him by 1 kill. And in fact,
slightly
everybody,
less deaths.
Yeah, a few less. And everybody on Na'Vi, the lowest player, putting up numbers above the best of GX right now. I mean, this is a damning sign. They're getting destroyed. And with 1 round left to play for, Tom, 10-2, very much on the cards.
Yeah. Still a fair few ults as well for Na'Vi. Alexic even just retrieving the orb to get him the showstopper. Immediately used to take space. There's only 1 defender here. It's Westside. Okay, he's gone unchecked and he's done well. Even hits the dink, leaving Ruxic a little lower. Xiao trying to defend from the Xiao's position being retaken, but it's Grabinho to come out on top. Alexic, aggressive, but the Boombot hasn't connected onto him at all. It's gone past him, and now he's even going to take further space, but Cloud is aware. Keeps their advantage in their favor.
No extra space for Ruxic. And in comes the Cosmic Divide. Now problems start to brew. Knife goes deep. Don't think it caught them. They can... Well, they could flash through. They don't have any left on Flickless. Ruxic's walked in. Had to confirm they weren't defusing. It comes at a heavy cost indeed. Now Angel, he's going to go for the knife on Diffuser. Fails it. And, well, they've got a few brandished back towards him. Grabinho sticking it, gets it across the line, but 3 rounds at the half. This is still a pretty damning position for GX to battle back from.
Yeah, they're going to have to really pull out something when moving into that second half. Otherwise, they will be going a map down. We'll find out if they've got it in them after the break.
Welcome back, folks. It is a surprise turn of events here. Seeing either of these teams lead 9-3, sure, we could imagine that. But with Angel top of the server coming out of the first half by some margin, that was a little bit outside my imagination.
Yeah, we obviously have a man who is running away with it. He's read more than 1,000 books. You're loving TFT right now. Maybe you've got a teacher in Angel. He's the same, or maybe his rank's really low in Valorant. We'll never know. We'll never know. And he won Copenhagen. That one I think is a little bit more of a well-known fact. Wow. It's not too long
I
ago.
remember that. It was
Not
on
too long
KO.
ago.
It was on KO as well.
It was also very close, wasn't it? I feel like there was a player like 1 kill behind.
Yeah. I thought it would be longer. The last time that he top fragged.
Hello.
Stage 2. Okay, Rux.
Lost Grabinho already. That's all of your util in terms of your smokes gone. That's going to be incredibly difficult now with so many angles that will be tough to clear. That is not the guy you want to lose first.
The only adjustment here is moving to the A site, but they will need to be pretty quick unless this is a double fake. As they move towards the A site, there's no space taken either. Waiting for that orb to go down that, of course, on that defensive side is being roused by Hero. And it'll be a late walk back. You know, this is what you got to rely on when you can't effectively take control of a site. You have to try to make missteps from your opponents. Moving towards the A site, pumping the brakes, leave West side to try and grab one, and hope that this space has been left entirely open. It is at least only 2 players defending it, but
Poison's off.
going back in the other direction again.
One of them is the superstar young duelist of Angel. Going to be stood in their way. Already under pressure. Plenty coming his way, and Westside has managed to deal with him. Hero also on this side. Seems like they have an expectation of where he is. The spams are very good. Doesn't even realize that he's almost taken out Cloud in the same spray, and now with 20 seconds left, his teammates are starting to arrive. The spam this time will go amiss. That means the GX have managed to get the plant down, but here is the cavalry, Alexic with both. And well, they might just be walking their way into a map victory.
Yeah, lovely stuff as well. While you have one player spamming from outside bathroom, you just walk through lamps. You know at that point that the player is not planting. He's going to have to be watching an angle, and he can't watch both. So isolating those fights, walking through the orb, wonderfully done. Was Hero buying that time, but Alexic delivered that killing blow. And that may well be what this is.
I don't know. I missed.
He missed, I missed, you missed as well.
They still won the round.
Sloppy opening, but yeah, it may well be the death blow with Navi double digits secured.
Do it before.
Well, the beginning of the end.
You love a Stinger. You're the biggest fan of the Stinger.
Oh, listen,
so
big Stinger fan. It's just that so far it feels like there's a different level of firepower on the server. And I know the GX are capable of hitting that. We've talked a lot about these players throughout these last few weeks. As I said, I've been very impressed by the entire roster.
Read from Na'Vi here is good. They've got 3 players on the right side of the map, already timing things on the cross. They are not getting past Xiao. He has been on a tear, and if you get past Xiao, you're still going to deal with Ruxic. That wasn't an eco. That was a full investment coming out of GX, and a Stinger fan or not, they just got obliterated.
Yeah, this map is starting to feel like a formality, an ego duel between Angel and Xiao to see who can top frag by the time it's done. Maybe to see who can find the most anti-eco kills, but for Xiao, that's not what these were. Those players had shields, they had fully automatic weapons for the most part, but he stood his ground now 11-3, and again, like I said, it already felt like the beginning of the end with that pistol round, but a lost force coming out of it. Most players know this game is done, but you know, people down on the stage earlier, they'd have some words. They'd say belief is everything. We'll see if GX believe in themselves enough to fight back, because this is the round that they got their first one on the board at 5-1 down. It was with Sheriffs.
This has been so quick that Powell might still be in the building. We could get him up here to see if he still believes in this, because I think even he might not think that belief is everything in this one. Already an early fight lost. It's not getting any better. Some spams taking out Westside. Every duel is just going the way of Na'Vi, and it has been so clean in the manner in which they've done it. Hey, let's add another to the death toll. Only Cloud remains. I feel like he has been the sort of candle at the end of a very dark tunnel, if you're looking for a light at it. But even still, he's 8-13, and he is about to walk into everyone.
Yeah. Cloud won't block out Navi's light as an in-zone flawless puts them 12-3. One more round to lock in their map pick, and doing so in such convincing fashion. That's going to put a lot of pressure on GX to come into Haven with their best foot forward, because this, I don't even know we call this a slow start. It feels like it's a non-starter for GX.
Hey, you just go into the next map as the start of the series.
Exactly. BO2, right?
This was the warm-up scrim. You played a quick play. There you go. That was you just went through it.
Swift play at this rate.
Well, can they at least warm up 9 rounds in a row? I don't think even the most diehard GX fan is believing in this one. Rubinho's a good position, but just unable to capitalize. The knife as well has already given information over to Na'Vi. We're seeing a lot of KO play by Angel, and I think you can see the consistent value he's pulling out of it. That knife every single time finding the push.
Oh, hero.
That's 2 rounds in a row. The last to spam through the box. This time, just straight spam through the smoke. It doesn't help the arrows also incredibly low on HP. Even if he gets a showstopper, he won't be able to use it. That timing's not the best though. And Xiao's actually also desperately low.
Yeah, that might just be a way back through. Angel's over aggression, coming back to bite them like that Prowler was. Cloud straight onto Xiao. The low HP spam, easy as can be. Snakebite might buy a bit of time, might force an unusual plant position, but they're going to fight into lamps, and now GX, you talked about the light at the end of the tunnel with lamps secured. It looks like they may well have at least another round on the board. It's Ruxic and Hero though, 2 players you can't underestimate in these clutches.
Just one.
It's left down to Ruxic. As I said, a stat leader in this league for all of the important stats. They're lined up, sure, but that means there's 3 weapons lined up on him.
There shouldn't be any way he gets out of that one, and Cloud is going to make sure that there isn't a chance in hell. It's at least a round, but a mountain to climb. And of course for Na'Vi winning the last 3 in relatively clean fashion. They are going to be able to get a purchase onto the board. Nightfall will be online for either side, and both teams have a close showstopper, so a lot of parallels.
Guys, listen to me right now. Let's take as many as we can. Let's get them tired a little bit, even if we don't win this map, okay?
He's looking over at Angel and thinking, you know, his bedtime's probably around 10 p.m.
He's getting tired real soon. Someone doesn't bring him a cup of tea and a biscuit, he is going to pass out.
That's going to make him more tired. Need to get him a Red Bull.
Extra sugars. Extra sugars. Yeah, 12-4. 8 rounds in a row, and you heard it there. Down on the stage from Cloud, like this is not somewhere that GX can even look at it and go, guys, 8 in a row, that's nothing. We can get that done. No. The attitude is get as many as you can. Round by round, build your way back up. And as well, just start to fight against the narrative in Navi's head of, we are just better than these guys. Take some of that confidence away. And for a team with mostly young players, that definitely can overstate the importance. That's a great flash, but won't get anything done. Too many bodies there.
They caught 3 players, and, well, there was 4. So, a little bit unlucky. Nightfall immediately used. Now, they're not really going to be able to action much off that. In fact, Angel tried, and he gets taken out because of it. A 2-player advantage already. Well, the only man standing has just used his ultimate, so we'll know that they're there. Has to almost duck out because of the Nightfall on the other side and isn't able to avoid it. So they know that there was only 1 player around this position. That nade's not going to be helping anybody, but
30 seconds left.
Even still, you kind of look at Na'Vi and go, do you even go for this one?
To be honest, I'd probably look at them and ask that right before Xiao put his ult into the round. And I think especially having like a showstopper, Alexic, I think just claimed the orb over towards bathroom on A just before the plant went down. So even if he doesn't die, he'll have showstopper to open up the next round. And that's where a Nightfall can be so useful in just finding a target for your raise. I think throwing it through here, it was a little lackluster. But again, you're seeing a manifestation of what GX are trying to chip away at, which is the confidence on the other side. The fact you can be in that disadvantage and still feel like, throw the ult in. We might still win this. They don't want Na'Vi to have that kind of headspace. And if they keep up like this, they'll definitely be in a position to chisel away at the mental. 12-5. 2 players falling from GX in the end, but again, economy doesn't matter to them at all. As long as they can get rifles up, there's no next round.
Oh, they were so unlucky. Like, it literally caught everyone other than Grubinho.
No need for that.
Yeah, not even a slow-mo. That was a freeze frame.
I believe in you, and you need to believe in me. Let's go.
Amen.
This is the other thing. I feel like in 2 of these rounds, we've seen Angel go like, I'm going to get that top frag back. He tried to flash ahead of Xiao.
Go peeking.
Xiao, stand behind me. I'm going to pop flash myself in. All right. Let's see how you're moving right now.
Xiao, use Nightfall. I need to swing. They do still have a purchase. Showstopper as well. Ara yet to find his, so ball still feels like it's in Na'Vi's court, and of course it does. They're 12-5 up. So whether or not they start getting complacent, maybe a little over-aggressive, we've already seen it. Their attack side of this map versus Fnatic was sublime. Their defense left a lot to be desired. Alexic almost with an opener and actually able to retreat, but it's a bit of a bait. Trying to pull them into position, the nade even helping defend, trying to bait the TP, but Ara has managed at least to bring one back. It's not the greatest of starts. It's at least something.
I think that's just priorities
Going
for
back
Ruxic.
for more?
He put a smoke up, it stopped Alexic from being able to trade, but it would have allowed him to TP safely out. I believe he would have still had a Shrouded Step to play into. Angels got a fight, Showstopper active and shut down immediately. Hell, if you want to fight your way back in, GX, you're starting to convince me this is looking better round by round, but it's Angel they have to get past. He's holding on to control the lamps. He's not over peaking, it's a rarity, jot it down. And a plant can now come through, but with Ara down, Flickless wants to fight, and that is his undoing. 13-5, Na'Vi with a dominant showing. And there really is no question about whose pick this was coming into the series.
Yeah, for sure. For GX now, sure they go into a map that they've had a couple of good showings here and there, but they don't even know what they're facing off against. So we'll have to wait until after the break to find out what Na'Vi will bring.
Alex, I have a bad news and good news.
Yeah.
I have a Vandal, you don't.
Maybe give it to him. I really want to use ulti this round, Indro.
Brother, it's not on us. Blink and died.
Yep, happens.
Oh, yo, there is hooker right side. He scared me, bro.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. Navi, they managed to secure their map with a 13-5 victory. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Kakuka, joined by Mini and Billy. Coming into today, you know, Mini, you said GiantX, their attack, not very bright, but we barely got to see much of that.
Yep.
We did get to see a bunch of their defense, and it didn't really go their way, did it?
No, and one of the things that I was teeing up why I thought GiantX were quite good going to playoffs, or their identity, was those early rounds and set aggression. And I guess the question on the defense. And I think that one thing was the question was, are these better teams who are more prepared going to be able to deal with that? And the answer, I think, from Navi's side was yes. So in many of these rounds, GiantX, it was like almost half the big gun rounds, to be honest with you, or even the pistol here, where they're going for these early pushes, and Navi just said no and just killed them.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely true. I think a big key to that puzzle as well was actually Angel, right? Look at the nuisance that he's being. Look at the positions that he's playing in. He's just being annoying. He's being almost devilish in a way, I guess we could contrast with. And it was just annoying for GiantX having to clear him out.
Yeah, and even here, Aura can't do anything at showers whatsoever. And that was something you were noticing, right, Billy? Like, Aura's performance this game was not, he wasn't able to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, Angel killed Ara 7 times and Ara did not kill Angel once, which I just think is completely insane when your duelist has been shut down in that way 24/7.
Not only that, we've spoken about it in the past, how for GiantX, one of the win conditions is having Ara having a good map.
Look at this positioning from Angel. Like he's sitting in heaven in this post plant. How are you supposed to get rid of him? Like, he's just been a nuisance all the time.
He's ahead of absolutely everything. I love that we spend so much time being like, yeah, the rookies are doing this, and that. The veterans are not showing up. But this man, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Angel is the best KO in our region. And I do not care what you think about that statement, because it is true. I do not know what it is, but when he goes on the KO, he does not go to die first. He just like,
Wait. Let's pull this back. What are we saying? He has a good game, and then you have a few bad games, and then you have a good game. I do think that he's doing.
And the good games, he's playing KO.
No, on the KO, I'm talking about specifically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Listen.
I'm surprised. I'm impressed.
It is Angel. We give him special treatment here. Because
yeah, but I'm not going to pretend he does this every game.
We don't know when this is going to become true. You know?
I think like the key
he's reaching that age.
The key thing here though as well is the fact that he was like fighting for top fragging spot alongside Xiao as well, right? Like the fact that both of those two were the ones that you were like really keen to see step up today. And they're fighting to get that top spot in amongst this first map is crazy to me.
Like Angel just go to his duelist being like, you know what, I have a Vandal and you don't. Like so many times we mock IGLs to be like, you don't have to frag, just do everything to your duelist, and that just doesn't happen because with Angel you're playing a different thing. Billy, you were speaking about Xiao, you were speaking about Angel doing amazing on this map. Moving on to Haven. What can we expect? Because at the end of the day, this was Navi's pick, fine. So on to Haven. What can we expect from especially from these two? Because I think that we were teeing up that the youngsters might be on those duelists. How can they keep it up?
Do we see a Xiao Sova potentially on the Haven?
Listen, it would be too good of a day. Too good of a day.
I don't want to get you too excited. No, I think for me, I'm expecting to see these two continue this kind of performance. They obviously know that playoffs is a very big deal and they want to make it back to being at global events again. And I think that that's probably the most important to these two players in particular. But I think as well, you almost have to wonder why GiantX chose to go to Haven, considering it is unknown territory with Navi not playing it. And it's not that Navi haven't been wanting to play it. Yes, they have been leaving it open and they've been banning it in that second wave. But my point is more that they have been leaving it open for teams to be able to pick into. So almost wonders, is it like a trap? Is it a bait?
No, I think that banning it second consistently means that this is probably our second worst map. Like Navi are probably saying, this isn't a map we love, but the advantage that they have is that lack of information on them. Teams aren't going to be fully sure. Like Bea said, they have played like a double duelist recently, but it wasn't in VCT.
It wasn't in VCT, and apparently we're not going to be seeing it regionally. Why do you do this to me? Seriously, why do you do this to me? They are playing double controller. They're not going for the double initiator. But man, you could have just put an Angel and an Omen and Xiao on Recon. Like, what? How much do I have to beg for this to happen?
Yeah, I mean, Navi playing the same comp Fnatic just tried and they got beat up by a brick.
By this composition?
Yeah, pretty much.
So now that you've seen that, if you want Navi, because you chose them as your dark horse for this playoffs, what piece of advice would you give them so it doesn't happen? The same doesn't
Just
happen.
don't do anything Fnatic did and they'll be alright.
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
That's sound analysis from you, Vinny.
Yeah,
That's
sorry.
really sound
I'm sorry.
analysis. No, I think for me it's going to be intriguing to see Alexic on that Neon because this isn't something that we get to see him on very often, right? We get to see him on the Sunset, but Haven, it's a different ballgame.
Yeah, absolutely different ballgame, but a lot on the line because one of these teams is going to continue their run in the upper bracket. If Navi gets the win here, they will go up against Team Liquid. So let's see if they can do it and close this one out. I'll throw this over to Mitchman and Tombis.
Thank you very much, Kukuka. Yes, it's time to get into map number 2, Haven, where we're expecting to see a GX who started to heat up a little bit towards the end of the previous map, come in firing on all cylinders. That's the desk talked about, Tom. For Navi, this map, we didn't even know what composition they would come in with here. Looking previously at the double duelist, now you're on that double controller. They have at least got a potential ace up the sleeve there.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't think they've pulled anything crazy out of the box, like obviously changing to a composition we've literally just seen. But I don't mind the fact that we now have Ruxik going over to that almost more Sentinel-like role. I think you can cause a lot of delay with what you do with Viper's utility, especially up against the likes of a Neon. And they knew what they were coming up against. Already, though, some early aggression towards the B site, but that seems to be a pretty hard read right now for Na'Vi.
Deep reveal for A. They know that it's clear, but a smoke blooms, and now question marks appear. For Navi, it's only Angel. Stood in position.
Only?
Well, he was the top fragger for most of the last map before Xiao snuck into top spot.
Cage triggered.
Quite managed to claim that accolade, but there's always another map.
How's he alive?
He somehow avoided being sent to the afterlife. He's alive inside that poison orb, but not for long.
Cloud, again, he was one of the players that still looked like he was up there. And now, well, retake should be almost impossible. Like, you don't have any utility to get you back in with, don't have the paranoia, like, everything's already been utilized, so finding anything here will be off the back of more so mistakes from GX. This is such a powerful crossfire to have when there's no paranoia to put through on the other side. Grabinho already will kick things off on the cross, and these remaining two, they should just get shut down relatively easy. A pistol victory for the side of GX, and a much-needed one at that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's not even just the pistol itself and the advantage that we drum on about it bringing, but best foot forward. If Na'Vi were to come in and start stringing together rounds, it's deja vu. You're already looking at map 1 all over again.
Good job, guys.
This is the mental reset they need. They started to make the scoreline closer. Sure, it was 13-5, but in that second half, we got on Bind, we got to see the first time really where GX were winning rounds themselves, where they were finding repeatable wins. Maybe if they started on the second half, it would have been a different scoreline, a closer one at least. For Na'Vi, pistols galore. It's going to be one Sheriff in the hands of Xiao. Everyone else, classics in hand, but they're pushing the right spot. There's plenty of players here, and already it's going to be trades 1-to-1, but that's perfect for the side that came into this very much underarmed.
Yeah, and the weapons are actually still with Na'Vi. Like, they've got the spike down on the other side of the map, so that's the main thing. The time is going to start ticking against them, and Cloud being left behind could be a gift or a curse. If he manages to find kills, brilliant. If he goes down, horrific, because the other two players only have pistols. Na'Vi, though, are wrapped all the way back around, maybe expecting a more aggressive plant towards their own spawn. Instead, it's set up for long with a cam, trips as well. This is going to be difficult for them to get back in.
You got to be deleting those traps on the way through with Xiao down. It's a bit more haste towards the site. The reveal comes in, and it's Angel down. Cam working wonders, and Ruxik left alone. Tries for damage, but won't get it done. And that is the weapons
guns back.
given back to GX in the end. So altogether, you know, that could have been an awful round for GX. Instead, they've stabilized nicely.
Yeah, and very important that they did. I think going into this next round, if they're going to have an opportunity to really do some damage, they're going to need to have those weapons onto the board. I will say, though, as well, like, going into the last map...
Come on!
I think you have to sit there as GX and go, okay, we must have had an expectation of defeat, where it's a ground that Na'Vi are comfortable on. It's one where we've had our own issues. But coming into Haven, it's a map that, I think Minnie said it, it looks like Na'Vi have been actively trying to avoid. now into the buy is where we see if they can prove us wrong on that. And I do think, again, you're going to look towards those youngsters. Can Hero have his moments? Can Alexic step up on the Neon? Well, Hero will be potentially the first point of contact, but the opponents are fairly hesitant.
He's got Shao alongside him, but him going down opens up this space towards C. He steps away. And they've heard those steps as well, being that close to the door. This is important. Shao should fly under the radar when they eventually come to push in, but he's now crossing, starting to doubt whether players are actually coming in this direction. Whether this is a full C long play, but he gets back. Not into the corner though. Sticks around for the info. It ends up costing him his life. Nice angle taken by Hero, but only good for the one. Alexic there to trade him out at least, and a 3v3 ensues with rifles in their hands and 40 seconds. No real fallback for GX now. They're too deep into the site. And they'll lose at least one more with Westside down. This is looking done.
Yeah, a big round from Alexic in the end. The fact that he was able to sort of get as much done as he did while rotating back in towards the C site. There are a few moments there where I think like the drone didn't clear Hero. That's why he was able to get into that corner with relative ease. But then being hit in this initial fight and then still being able to sort of reposition and get the pick at the end, that's solid work. 3 players standing. I don't think either side will be too unhappy with that result. And now for GX, this is where it really matters. Buy in, but just look at the early potential aggression out of the side of Na'Vi. They are pressuring early into mid.
That's going to be a lot of control for this squad to have early, a lot of info to bounce off of. They're here in steps, even as they just inch a little bit back on short. They don't have that info to work with. Still the trap to be concerned about. Breaking that will let them know there's one behind, and often you're going to see that team on short on long turn around, but they're already too deep. They've taken site control, but with Angel going down, that's a key piece of map control taken out of the hands of Na'Vi.
Yeah, normally the goal from your scan is to try and maybe put a dart in that will get you a pick, and then you play the retake with an advantage. Instead, they've lost that early fight and now had to try and take it with a disadvantage. Oh, that disadvantage doesn't last for long. Hero with a quick double. There was a 1-2 punch on short, but he manages to win it. Alexic has got very far into the site, and the fight back is not going well for GX. They started that round strong. They get into the post plant, but that flank, and more importantly, Hero, has done impressive work.
Well, he got them the foothold. Exactly. Breaking through was such a difficulty for this squad. Again, you're coming from that back position. Maybe you expect 2 players there if you're GX, expecting more, not likely. But once Angel goes down, that's where a lot of the concerns start to fade away. Exactly as you said, Tom, it's that reveal, the timing of it. It can push players back to short, back to long, and that's where the rest of Na'Vi are waiting. And they lose all of that in an instant, yet still fight their way back. You think about the map we just saw, GX slow to start, and now that early lead they built up here, already up for grabs. Their buy is miserable.
They're going to pick up the pace.
Into this.
You can already see straight down short goes our Angel already under pressure. The TP to the back of the site as well. They are really looking to try and just do this as quickly as possible. Great start from Ara as well. That'll be the ultimate online. And while after losing their initial foothold, again, it has to just be a fallback and try and play the retake.
This time, there'll be nobody coming from behind. The trap still up with Westside alive is key. It's allowing all 5 of these players to be focused forward. Even then, Cloud is checking behind just in case. Shao could always shrouded step across, could make a cheeky play, but no. This will be a one-pronged attack. Back into the site for Na'Vi, and in the smokes, a pre-fire comes out. That's devastating. They knew that they were gearing up on the other side, and GX strike early. Westside, we've talked about him!
I hate
the headshot percentage unmatched in EMEA, and there it is. The Sheriff coming out. 2 quick headshots. The low HP finished off with a body. 3-2, the lead's not going anywhere.
I really like the pace change. They were struggling with these sort of slower rounds, even if they were getting their entries in. So with the low buy, they go diving into the site. They have the TP out of Grabinho to sort of take away some of that heaven control. And it just leaves the aggressive players fighting long with nowhere really left to stand. Big round from Ara. There's someone who's definitely been a little bit flaky with some of his matches, up and down in terms of his individual ability. He's looking up right now.
Yeah, Ara could be a big contender within this, a player we look to see online, because we know on the other side of the stage, without a doubt, a man like Alexic's going to be putting up numbers. And we've talked about him quite a bit, but looking at his actual stats, and here's really what I wanted to highlight. Look up the top. Defense, first kills to first deaths, 32-10. To put that into perspective, last week he was 12-3 in a series, right? When it came to the defensive side, opening duels. He was winning so many of them and taking so many. On the attack, 0-6, right? He's diving in first. He's getting space for the squad a lot of the time. You expect this man to show up, and this is the half where I expect to see a lot from him.
And this is the gun. Like that, the operator coming into his hands as well is a perfect time for him to look for those opening picks. It's always difficult on Haven because you have that gamble, 3 sites, a lot of pressure that can be taken, and I like GX's idea. You know your opponents are looking to make changes. You've just had a pacey A hit. Why not a pacey B hit?
Being direct with it. Navi look for that control over A, push down on C, take space elsewhere. This could quickly be discounted by the fact that GX are going to give them the info. We've taken B, we've planted, and now the post plant in mid. Nobody left on site. For Navi fighting their way back through here, and luckily they're quick. This is what I was going to say. They have to be quick because all that real estate is given up for free. They're going to have a lot of utility coming their way. There'll be flashes, there'll be big swings with lots of numbers behind them, and a narrow alleyway on that defuse to deny that they're losing the fight. Xiao's still alive, he can pop a smoke. And they've got a little bit more space to start this defuse, to put the pressure on. That's exactly what they do. It's tapped already. These players need to swing wide to confirm it's not being defused, and that battle is exactly what Navi are looking for. It's more than half, and the op rings out, but no! The shot's not landed! It's gonna come desperately close! Too close, in fact, for Navi with a Red Bull clutch. GX, more specifically Flickless, has got it done.
Yeah, and I want to say a lot of this round just comes down to how quick they were initially, because a lot of their utility in this round was not good. Like, you even see a swing a moment ago where, I think it was Ara, he was blind. He was blinded by a teammate's paranoia. There was another swing from Westside where he's blinded by a teammate's flash. But it worked for them. They still managed to get that over the line just based off a bit of individual brilliance and the amount of time that it took for them to get back into the site. I'm liking the initial calls. There's definitely still a few blips and mistakes being made by GX along the way, but the calls to where they're going initially have been very good.
It was a nice attempt to refight as well. Navi quickly taking the B site, looking deep then for those duels, putting the smoke up after the Rolling Thunder comes through, even Xiao being ahead of that to find a pick. So much went right for them, but it's that op shot missed by Alexic in the end that ends up costing them. Down to 5 HP is Cloud.
145.
It's a nice start for Navi, but again, just look at what they have to work with. So many weak weapons. A man without a kill on the board so far. Leading for most of the previous game, but on Sova, Angel's had a tough time. Well, now this is really going to test his iron.
Taken out.
Okay, it's not a bad first kill to have. He's got to be careful though, because they have already taken a lot of control towards long. The reveal is going to give the game away. 2 players found. They're still going to look to execute off this, but Na'Vi have got the full force here. Angel manages to close out that kill from earlier, and after a quiet start, he's already managed to find 3, but the swing back comes for GX. I have retrieved the 2 kills. Both players already tagged up, and Ara is going to try and get aggressive. Hero is just waiting. So is Ruxic as well. He's got to be careful that he doesn't end up giving the game away, but it is a nice shot onto Ruxic. Hero even going to commit his ultimate, trying to force them forward into position, but they win the fight instead. A solid recovery from GX, and what a very nice try from Angel.
And again, we highlighted him coming into that round, or rather coming out of the previous. Ara, such a big player here, even in how smart he is at the end, isolating those fights. Angel goes into this round 0-5, comes out 3-6. It's a nice little correction for him, I'll say that. Certainly answering when he's called upon. But that there, not fully extending into a crossfire, taking the first fight, knowing the other guy's going to push. He's going to try to trade me out. That's all he needed to do. 5-2. Navi trailing early on, but the economy's still there. A full buy comes into play. The operator is really what I was thinking. Would they have enough to pull it out? They've made sure they do.
It's a gun that, in a lot of cases, with the way that GX are playing, is not going to have that much value. It's only if they play the slower style that it really feels like he's going to be able to get into the match with the operator. We've noted that they've had very fast A and B side takes. GiantX this time opting to slow things down. And ultimately what the goal is with the pit is to try and force them to go in another direction. You're going to make them move towards the other side. The problem is they're going into B instead.
Yeah, that might be part of the plan though. Angel's got his Hunter's Fury. I think he's going to pop it. There it is, but it's all a bait. It's all a ruse. They went in, tapped it, expecting a reaction. That site given up too easily, considering a round was lost on it not being defended before. And now the push into Garage, but I think they're still going to go B with this. The option open, if they find picks on the C site, walking through Garage, nothing to be found, but in goes the spike. Great time to strike, and they've got this embed for the late round. Westside can have so much value from here if Na'Vi get too focused on retaking this B site.
The only problem, this fight's going to be everything to start, and while they're losing everything along the way, patient stuff from Alexic. Hasn't had to move too much in this round, and this time there is no clutch to be had. Na'Vi, it really did feel like this round, a lot of it was boxing them into Alexic. Like, you had that initial Viper's Peak, you had the Hunter's Fury, and it's like, okay, well, the reaction is likely they're going to go towards Alexic, and he hits his shots.
I think those two fights are a little bit of a mistake, or just undervaluing the position that Westside was in. Because once you lose those, Westside's screwed. They have more than enough bodies to throw at this, you know, effectively 3v2 with a human drone sat there watching for Garage, a spot that they lost not long ago, that there were players there. Of course they're going to keep an eye on it. If you keep those players alive and the focus is on retaking B, that opens a window for Westside. So I feel like he was a little bit left out to dry on that one. 5-3, nonetheless. Na'Vi find their round. Can they string them together? The AWP's still in play. The rifles.
Standing ahead.
For them. But on GX, they've had to take some downgrades.
This is
deploying drone.
An important round for either side. Na'Vi aren't exactly cash rich at this point. It's probably still scrape a buy, but the operator wouldn't be in hand. And I think they've made the read that, okay, they failed in their B site takes. They're going to attempt to try something over on the other side. So much utility already thrown through, but Angel's the one to open. Ruxik, however, goes down, and so does the rest of this defense. Angel, the last man standing again, hoping to try and hold on. He's doing a decent job, but he runs out of bullets, I think, leaving Hero with a couple of low players to find. Waiting on the edge of the smoke, the stun will force him back. Now they can hold the angle, they can have the advantage versus him. Waiting on the swing, and while the swing's not even needed, Ara is just hitting everything put in front of him.
Yeah, this has been a great map for him, and I think talking about him as a young gun down on that stage as well. We didn't see his true potential on map number 1, but here, this is a very different flavor. The attack side where you'll see a lot of the time, and we have seen Ara throw himself in first. He's the space maker.
He's getting him and then ran out of bullets.
And it's his wall being put up in these positions where he can take space but not actually be forced into that initial fight. So when the flashes pop and everyone comes running through the barricades, he's already behind enemy lines. It's such an annoyance to play against, and now you're going to have to find a solution to that one way or another.
I think credit needs to be given as well to the likes of Grabinho with where those paranoias are being placed. Just creating that amount of disparity. In that round, it was a Hunter's Fury as well. It makes it so difficult to play against a Neon who could just be anywhere at that stage of the round. Now, it's definitely a mixed bag buy. This might be one of the most ambitious attempts at spam you'll ever see. Cloud has actually taken a fairly nasty chunk of damage. But ultimately, not a whole lot of support. Very aggressive positioning taken. Over on the other side of the map, that operator glass cannon has been brought into effect, but is patient once again for the side of GiantX.
Well, push comes to shove. It's the C side under threat. Reveal back sight. That shows them a lot, but Ruxik able to find one, able to find 3, in fact! The Spectre up against the full buy. That's not a fight I'd favor you in, even for the first. And the first was at least caught off guard. I don't know what he did to find those other 2, but...
Good gun.
Oh, let's not go that far, but good player. That is for certain. There's no way this round is won by Westside. He just wants to find some space, save that weapon, and maybe backstab someone looking to save late towards that spawn. But Alexic waiting, gets 4 on the board for Na'Vi. Pretty clean round, too.
Give me the Okay, so he's here, he's stunned. They know he's in this corner, and somehow he's just jiggle peeking with that Spectre. This makes no sense what he's able to achieve. But that's why I think everybody who's been watching EMEA this year has become a huge fan.
Insane, bro.
See? See? Are you going to disagree with Rooksik?
They ran through a poison orb, brother. They ran through a poison orb.
And whose poison orb was it?
I reckon a harbor wall could have killed them, and it doesn't even do damage. That was...
Hey, it just depends. Do you agree with Rooksik or do you agree with Mitchman? I know who I agree with. The best guy in EMEA,
metric, but
and potentially the worst. A man who's definitely got maybe his work cut out. Obviously still in the lead, but starting to let something slip. It is Pipson. Oh, wow. What do you think? Anything that grabs your eye?
Yeah, it used to be a pro player for GX before their introduction, before the introduction of VCT EMEA. There's a real possibility someone goes down, someone's got a case of a cough. We got Pipson in there on the stage, and hell, we've had some crazy substitutions over time. Look over to Weber.
He's been known for his calling for quite a while.
Well. Yeah, he has actually. In the online era, some of the greatest calls. It really caught people by surprise, I'll tell you that. 30 years old as well. Man. He's pushing it.
Really?
Yeah. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I remember the fan interaction you had recently. How did they say you look?
Come on now. No need to bring up actual trauma on this. Absolutely no need. Oh, right. Well, 6-4. Round 11 playing out. Full buy for one team. Not so full on the other side. It's looking like Oliver Twist. GiantX asked him for just a few more credits. And Alexic, seeing a low buy, says, I'm going to hold garage doors with an op.
He's very close for that scope showing.
He's
there it is! Oh, he just walked out! Okay, that is an overstep if ever I've seen one. And then Angels lost the battle on the other side of the map. This is after a GX pause, but I don't think GX have really had to do anything. I don't know if Happy just said troll, but that seems what has happened in this round. And we now sit in a 2 versus 5, where Na'Vi came in with a massive advantage. And GX have, well, they've been gifted that one with a nice little bow.
Yeah, let's not add that one into the defensive first kills to first death statistic. That one...
It was a first death.
It was, so I'm saying. Let's leave that out of the calculation. That's rough. I try as I might, Tom. You know, sometimes I just want to be aggressive. But I don't see a way to interpret the ideas from Na'Vi in that round in a kind light. Maybe I'll leave that to Mini.
Yeah, he needs to put the devil horns back on for that one.
I think Na'Vi put them on for that one. I mean, that was just a devilish play to go pushing against the knee.
Oh, okay. Dear Lord. It's a pace save con Thrifty, and we're going to move swiftly on from this one. Rooksik will be allowed to hold on to his gun after he almost whiffed the entire... Please don't slow-mo. Yep, yeah, he knew he was there.
Oh, he saw the barrel.
Yep,
Oh, I see.
And then he saw the rest of him as well.
Quite a short gun, so you don't normally see that happen, but... and yeah, I would be pretty frustrated there as well. The op ended up coming back to bite them with this kill. For West Side, opens up the
thank God we didn't have the spray at the end.
Honestly, Tom, it's because it happened so late. Andy was working hard to get us that slow-mo, but they couldn't get it in on time. And knowing Andy, just like Mel showed us the other week, it's probably going to be in the next round's replay.
Half-time. He can't do it, half-time.
True, yeah, he wouldn't open the next map.
7
half of that.
to 4. Still a chance for a relatively close half. You almost feel like GX might feel a little bit hard done by if this doesn't end up 8-4. It's definitely been a stronger half from them. We know that Na'Vi normally show their strength over on that attack side for the majority of maps. Obviously, we haven't got much data. We haven't got any from stage 2 at least. Zhao might go unchecked. He has.
He definitely has. I had plenty of time to cast an eye, but I'm not sure it would have made much of a difference. The trade there anyways. GX, that's a trade out of space. It's big rotations coming in from Na'Vi as well as they flood to fill the gaps now left on long. I love this This is all a fake from GX, and it is working wonders. There are 3 players now, not on the verge of the A site, not outside it. They have fully crossed the border. They're in there. This map is wide open now for the taking.
Careful.
Lexix caught one, though, and another goes to Hero. Now this has gone from a very good position with all the control in the world to a battle they're not likely to win. Cloud alone, everyone running it down towards him, and Na'Vi, they get their 5th.
Yeah, ultimately not a great half from Na'Vi overall with what we saw from them, but they come out with 5 rounds, and I don't think they'll be too unhappy with that. For GX, obviously, this is their map choice, and going into the defensive side, we'll have to see if they're able to keep this series going, or if Na'Vi are going to win this one 2-0.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, folks. It's 7-5 at the halftime, and for Na'Vi, this is where they could 2-0 the series. But GX, they're looking.
Yeah. Why don't we get Mini up here for this round review so he can give us a proper analytical breakdown?
I just want to say, Tom, you said halftime, so he can't do it, and I told you. I know my boy Andy. He has given it to us one way or another, and there's Ruxic. Yeah, that whiff was generational.
So glad we had that in a specific round review segment. We needed to label that one. If there's any sponsors out there that want to sponsor us getting trolled,
love it. But 7 rounds on the board for GX. They have certainly come into this map heated up, using that first map as a launching pad, and now they need to see if they can make it all the way to Ascent.
It's weird to think, though, that if you remove the pistol, this is level. Like, considering how a lot of these rounds went, it just doesn't feel that way, but Na'Vi have managed to sort of scrape the rounds together. Aggressive from Grabinho. Surely has to check the angle. Doesn't check the angle, and it's Ruxic on the other side. Honestly, it couldn't be anyone worse. He's just waiting patiently on the lurk, and, well, they've already got a disadvantage in this second pistol.
Spike planted.
It's a ranked play, but it's worked out. Ara been so good thus far on this map. Cloud's found one. This is winnable. Ara needs to hold his ground. They're all pushing him down, and Ara's the wrong man to take a fight up against today. 4 kills under his belt, and another pistol for GX on Haven.
Yeah, considering the start, they were very quick to get back into that C site. It was looking desolate after they lose 2 opening picks to Ruxic. Thankfully, they got the trade, but this man, Ara, has been having an incredible performance. His 18th kill. Come on, 4 that really could change the landscape of this match.
Enemy remaining.
Well, it already has. You know, you see a player like him putting up numbers like he is, and then you look at the scoreline.
Nice. Give it to Ara. Give it to Ara, to my boy.
Yeah, but let's go. He is the difference maker here. And they're going to give it to Ara, not just the respect that he deserves, but the defuse as well. So 3 away from his ulti, early doors of half number 2. And already getting aggressive, but the Outlaw in play, it's not the only one. Still one on Ruxic, and it's now on the floor. Ara has shut down that attempt from Na'Vi to be a little disruptive with the early game economy.
At least means that that sniper can be retrieved. That's sort of the danger of it. You have that one player that's going to have to take a hit going into the next round, but the amount of damage that you could potentially do with it, especially with a player or two on the other side having light shields, it's an opportunity, but if nothing comes of it, GX will be very happy with how this round has gone, and it will make it weaker for their opponents in the next.
Nice shot, Ara! Both barrels are deadly. He's got himself a 4K, and any doubt about this round should be put to bed now. Hero needs 5 from this point. I don't think it's going to quite be the ace for Ara. I think he's going to be denied as Grabinho's got the perfect position, a 50-50 of if Hero even checks the correct angle. Oh, faded him out, but it's not going to be enough. Grabinho has more chances, and in zone flawless now for GX. 9-5 on the board. That lead looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, that 8 kills in 2 rounds for Ara. Well, just had a perfect read in every single decision he made in this round.
Nice try for your first ace, Bratan. Nice try.
But already having his ultimate online for this one could be a deal breaker. Now, there are a couple of SMGs into the mix, so it's definitely not going to be the best of buys. But as said, that purchase of the Outlaw is going to leave Ruxic down onto a pistol. He's been the best player for Na'Vi in the second map. But as we know, whatever weapon he has, he still manages to deliver.
This is going to be somewhere they need him to deliver because GX on the cusp of pushing us to map 3, bringing us the distance. Very different look to this squad on what we saw just one map previous, and that look is almost entirely down to Ara. He's won them the first 2 rounds of this half at least with his back-to-back 4Ks. As Cloud said, still no ace for him in VCT, but he keeps playing like this, and this could be the series he gets it in.
There's definitely a gap. With the weaker weaponry, it's no surprise that GX are looking to try and take a little bit of a gamble. A lot of space already taken, but Obadi found. It's a lot of battles needed for Alexic, but he does win the majority. Even the trade onto Cloud as well. And an additional ore being taken. They're even going to split, eventually ending over on that A side of the map. Now, both players left are sat with Outlaws. It may not be a round that they could necessarily win, but it's definitely one where they can make it costly.
Element of surprise.
Oh, okay, maybe they can
I
win now.
Thought would swing that fight, but now it's looking very dangerous. Ara's got one from top. Old pop, but Ruxic's there to greet him. Smoke in hand. Grabinho doesn't stand a chance, and Ruxic is the man to drag them kicking and screaming through that round, but that got way too close. Those Outlaws were looking much more deadly than I expected.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is I hope the Na'Vi have a very strong contract with Ruxic, because I think there's going to be so many teams looking at this guy as someone who can just bail you out of situations, because yeah, just fights that really felt sort of unnecessary and players being caught off guard in a pretty hefty advantage. It's made that round a lot more costly than would have been liked, and Na'Vi, well, they're going to invest back into this one, not play it as any form of like additional bonus. They want to make sure that they get back on now, and they're going directly into this C site.
Utility some already destroyed. They know west side's towards the garage, but back side's under Navi's control. Xiao battling for it with a lot of success. The reveal there, beautiful from Angel, and it leaves nowhere to hide for GiantX. Now they're in a 3v5, fighting back in to that C site. The drone here, that's 2 players spotted. So much information to play with for that attacking side.
Wonder now, is it worth going for? Any chance to catch someone off guard seems to be gone. There's no reason for anybody to really be peeking into garage, so Angel is obviously peeking into garage. They have retreated. And from Na'Vi's position here, with the last round being fairly costly, I don't know if they'll hunt too much for this weaponry. Wanting to make sure that their own economy stays strong, and with Ruxic already feeling out the majority of the map, there is not a gap to be found. A quick one from Na'Vi, and that was something that we gave credit for on the other half as well. When GX were picking up the pace, more direct, it was quite hard for their opponents to react. And for Na'Vi, that's exactly what they've done in this round.
Here you see reveal pops. Get the information on one. Quick adjustment by Xiao, and Ruxic clears out that corner. From this point, the round's already lost. And maybe if you could see Westside grab one through the smoke when their own reveal pop, but that's about it. GX didn't have a leg to stand on once push came to shove. Na'Vi looked to replicate that success with a very direct hit on this A side, and as we can see in the setup, that's the right call. There's only one player here, and it's going to be a much more passive start for Cloud as well. The reveal is sent out. Yeah, I was thinking he steps back behind the wall, so he won't be caught by the drone. A drone of his own gets him the info, but where do you hold from right now? Keeping a leg on short allows you to be isolated. I thought he'd fall back, but it's actually taken him so long that there's a three-man rotate.
They're diving in. We'll see if they can create the same sort of disruption off the back of Alexic. You see why these entries can be so difficult. He's left completely blind, and the counter flashes out of Flickless have completely halted this push in towards the A side. They've now got full support, and actually, Na'Vi don't have any other map control. The only thing that's held is the turret. So it's going to take them a while to clear everything if they are to go back.
And that turret doesn't even clear like a full C long peek. The player could have spotted them, could be sat
they're clearing spawn right now.
Around these boxes. Exactly. It's just not getting you enough information in that late stage. And here it's just a pacing issue for Na'Vi. They had one player on the A side. Oh no, Ruxic, he's looking the wrong way, but he still gets one. Does well to do that as well.
Going back to A though. It seems like the initial ground that Na'Vi wanted will be given to them, but with a 4 versus 3 retake, it's definitely not going to be easy. Full defensive positioning already here. May even try for some spam. You can see it's an alternate position, and the jump through from Ara. How has he survived that one? He was meant to be the lamb fed to the wolves, but the lamb's still standing.
Devoured the whole pack. Very nicely done. And yeah, well, for GX this round, obviously the retake itself is impressive, only allowing Ruxic the one on mid. That's exactly what they needed to do. A single player swinging would be a mistake. They sent 3. And it's the rotate that came through. Look, you see the paranoia fired in, then Flickless pops a flash.
Perfect flash.
By this point, nobody can do anything. Alexic was fast enough to get ahead of the paranoia, but unfortunately, no one else was. And then the pop flash from Breach caught him, and that's it.
Good job, nice. Active boys together, we killed the lurker.
Yeah, they kill the lurker of Ruxic. They dive out of heaven at the perfect timing. And for GX, it really has been an impressive showing from them here on Haven. What a turnaround from the team that we saw get desolated on Bind.
Yeah, I think Ara's stats, of course, for anybody wondering, this is the entirety of Stage 2, and it kind of does display how he's been. It's like he's around a lot of the sort of average statistics, even a little bit lower on the KDA, but he has those sort of like flair, like those blasts of just amazingness.
It's not even that time, to be honest. Like, I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember Ara having an average map. It seems like he's either really good or he's getting shut down, right? But that's it. When we see him at his peak, like here, 25-9 after being desolated on Bind. And again, of course, that being the map pick of their opponents and so on, but this is the Ara that we're in love with seeing down on that stage, because the stats may look middling, they may look average, but on his day, this is far from an average player.
And they'll be looking to map 3 and hoping that it will continue to be this Ara and not the Ara that was there on map 1. It definitely seems like the pieces are aligning as well. I think that Flickless and Grabinho, you're going to look at the stats and maybe not think they're too impressive, but they've definitely been throwing in a lot of that supportive utility. For Na'Vi, they've taken themselves a pause, trying to switch things up. Alexic again running into the blender, and they have sent through the Hunter's Fury, that same sort of supportive util being utilized by him. And while Grabinho is the one under pressure, holds on for the moment, but Flickless, he was just a little too late, unable to join his teammate, but will join him in the grave.
Oh, we talked about Ara. Now's his time to show up yet again. Quite a big task.
It's a tough one.
There's even the option to go for the save at this stage. Drone committed. See if they can get something on the back of it, but time is ticking. Those players can be embedded deep on long. They've spammed down Ara. So yeah, now probably we're at the save portion of the round, and that's exactly what Cloud's going to attempt. He's got players hot in his heels, but I think he'll at least be able to make it into like a heaven. If he goes a long, he can't be caught. Looking relatively secure to save that over. I was looking at the stats there as well for Ara, and the only thing that pulls him down is actually the Neon. And I think back to his debuts here, somewhere there was a lot of comfort to be found, and he's definitely found his stride now. Cloud, there's the challenge, and he is up to it. Very nicely done, just took it. Good, okay.
Yeah, he's made that one a little bit more costly, but ultimately Na'Vi have broken back. This back and forth definitely isn't doing GX any favors. And holding onto that gunner, I think, may actually end up being relatively important. As they did have one of their players a little bit lower on the credits.
One enemy.
We saw a beautiful Poison Orb lineup. Thank you, Jack. Catching that in third person. Always appreciate you. And Ara, here we go. He might have been shut down in the previous, but that's because they shot him through a smoke. When he can see you, it's a different fight. At least here on Haven, he's drawing the eyes as Gravino sneaks up behind for the triple. This round already put to bed, and it is again Ara that's the focal point. Gets aggressive, finds one, falls back, and Grubby, oh, the world's his oyster from that spot.
Leaves Hero in the spawn. It's back and forth looking like it will continue unless he can find a 1 versus 5, and at this stage he's not even really going for it. He's maybe hoping that the opponents will peek into him, but again, the economy of GX is not exactly thriving. They're not going to want to give too much away, and in fact they give nothing away. It is an in-zone flawless that gives them their 11th, starts to bring them further towards that map number 3 of Ascent.
Again, opening fight, wonderful. But it's from there, it's the fallback, it's the distraction that leaves Angel and Ruxic out of the round.
Nice, boys. Nice fight, Groovy. Insane call, Breton. I like it. Good.
Grabinho's call, there we go. Getting the credit at the end, and you can see Happy is, he's not looking like his namesake.
It also felt like Xiao was just ahead of everyone else. Like the drone was being used as he's taken a full fight. So I'm curious where the rest of the players were. Obviously there has been that stun put through already. Oh, this could be big. 2 players connected onto, and they are just getting slaughtered. Blink and you miss it. Another in-zone flawless for GX. They are looking to close this one out in style.
Yeah, I mean, that Hunter's Fury finding 2 is, honestly, in most rounds, that's already enough for that to be a successful early play, but the fact that they combine that with just all-out aggression, by the time that Hunter's Fury is being popped, you already have Ara in their spawn. And he is certainly making use of that position. They're not going to fall for that again. Exactly. It is a ranked play, and that's why it's not going to work. Certainly not most of the time at a pro level.
Worried after map number 1 if they'd be able to find their footing. It seems like they're going to be heading into map number 3 with utmost confidence. A couple of Spectres. Clearly they've seen Ruxic use it and decided to steal the idea. It will be the youngsters with the rifles. This time the drone is only going to give them the information of one. Grabino is being spammed onto, but looks to go further, aggressive again in a sneaky corner, but it is only trades. That's not bad from Na'Vi. An upgrade onto the weaponry, but Xiao is, well, on his last legs.
Yeah, and already we've seen Flickless retake this position, so on backside you've got one of Cloud, but, oh, hold on, the surprise isn't actually there! It's Cloud that is the surprise with a 3-piece, it's closed out! 13-8 in favor of GX. They really struggled to get it started on Vine, but now they've bought themselves a lifeline, a 3rd and final map in this series.
Yeah, it has been a matchup that we said would end up being a sort of like 50-50 battle. It hasn't been in either map, but that's what a decider is for. Join us after the break to see who is staying in the upper bracket.
attention based, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? Trying to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting.
Welcome back, everybody. GiantX, they managed to close out Haven for themselves in very dominant fashion, I would say, and also in a style. Those final rounds, just seeing the aggression, seeing also how they were feeling. It's a good prospect for them, but of course, things are not over just yet. We have one more map. But guys, what do we think about the Haven? Billy, is this what happens to teams when they stop playing double initiator?
That's crazy to say. No, do you know what? I think GiantX came out and they knew what they had to do. They knew that they didn't want to drop to the lower bracket today. There is obviously still a chance, but I think that they put in a solid shift today.
Yeah, I think they look decent. I think the problem is that Na'Vi, it was more about this not being an exposed map in that map pool, in my opinion. So I do want to give some credit to GiantX, but ultimately there is a reason why Na'Vi haven't been playing this map. They copied the Gen G comp, and once again, not working quite like how Gen G play it.
But don't you think that this is like very dangerous, no? Because of course it's not the only time that we're going to see them play.
Yeah, of course. And I think that here was one thing that I want to highlight was just the individual mistakes Na'Vi were making across this map. You see on the anti-eco, just Aura randomly pushing out, and then here we just see Angel solo peeking and just not looking great. And then the Operator gets picked up and is used against Na'Vi to finish out this round too. So I think that it just looked messy, like individually. Yeah, like you got the Viper, and the Killjoy, which is supposed to be great for this defense to like maintain positional advantage, and just there wasn't any of that being used.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think it's moments like that where you like to see confidence coming out from teams, but Na'Vi almost looked overconfident at some points, I think we could say, Mini. The way that they were playing and just almost getting a little bit complacent, specifically in this round.
Yeah, and I think on the flip side though, it was, you know, decent showing from the Aura Flickless duo. Like doing their usual kind of things. I think you highlighted there that like on the defense specifically, some of those rounds coming in. And here like was another mistake here. You can see that like, you can see Shao in Garage right now, just essentially just solo once again by himself. He should be playing with his Viper wall. Doesn't call for it to do anything. He's just peeking by himself and just dies.
Yeah, it's those individual things. Maybe at some times we might think, how much is GiantX winning? How much is Na'Vi losing? But someone that is definitely winning today, and especially Billy compared to the first map, is Ada.
Yeah, he's had a complete turnaround coming onto this second map. Something that I highlighted in the first map was that Angel managed to kill Aura 7 times and Aura didn't kill him once. Well, it flipped the script a little bit this time. Aura managed to kill Angel 6 times and Angel didn't manage to kill Aura once at all. So I feel like we're building up a little bit of rivalry between these two throughout this series, which is exciting to watch unfold.
And we did see...
Somehow we ended up with that rivalry.
Black Cloud's leadership in that first map, you heard him, it sounded quite like he was doing those good things. Hey, I'm not the devil guy right now.
Yeah,
I'm Mini, okay? So he was building up the team, right? And keeping them in it. Like, even though like the first map was quite bad. And so I quite like that Aura had a poor performance first map, is able to bounce back. And I think it could be partly to do with that leadership.
I think that you're referencing when it clearly looked like they were going to lose that first map. He said, it doesn't matter that we are going to lose. Just keep your head in the game, because he does have that experience and he's a brilliant IGL. I know that he's going up against Angel, but speaking about Angels, speaking about Ascending, we're going to Ascent. So what can we expect from this? Do we want changes in the composition? Do we expect just the vanilla stuff? Because on record, Navi have always been very, very good on this map. You know, times they are changing, but Navi is still good on Ascent, and is an easy map for them to understand. On the flip side, maybe GiantX not feeling so comfortable, but you know, Ascent is they made that decision.
I think we're expecting a mirror matchup here when it comes to the compositions, and I think for Navi, it's been working out really well for them, right? It's been one of their more dominant maps so far this stage. The record that they've been able to get on it so far is the 2 wins and not dropped it at all, and that's including beating a very strong Fnatic, who we thought looked great on Ascent, but they had the complete counter, in my opinion. So I think GiantX, they know how the compositions should be played, so they should know what to expect.
I think that this might be Navi's best map, though.
Yeah.
Despite taking that bind, they're like, this right now might be their best. So like, I would still favor Navi to close out this series, to be honest with you.
Okay, so what does if you would favor Navi, and you were for some reason giving GiantX a piece of advice, what would it be? Because Ascent feels like we've seen for such a long time, especially with the basic composition. This is what we are expecting. But what is the weakness? What is like the one pillar that you would take down if you were to go up against Navi? How do you break their mental?
I think it's about trying to disrupt Angel's mid-rounding, making sure that the extremities, they have information to make sure that Angel's not comfortable to just do his mid-rounding. Angel's very confident in this map to know how to play the chess game. And I think GiantX have to disrupt that, not just in those opening moments, which is what they're good at, but also then mid-round, Aura has to get out.
I think I'm looking at Westside for this one. I think he's been particularly quiet throughout this series. He did have a couple of good rounds on that map, don't get me wrong, but like, yeah, I think coming into Ascent, I'm looking at him as that key anchor being on that Cypher. How much of a good start can they get off to starting on that defense with him being a valuable player there? And this Alexic and Ara kind of Jet head-to-head is something as well that I'm keeping an eye on. They both enjoy playing the operators, so who's going to be able to shut each other down, I think, is one of the key things I'm looking at.
Having Chow in the recon is always a good day to come into the office. But again, remember the stakes. Yes, the teams might not lock champs by winning here, but continuing that upper bracket run could mean a lot and make the difference for one of these two teams. So let's jump over to Ascent, the last map for today. Let's stuff this over to Mitchman and Tombis.
Thank you very much, Kukuka. Here we are at map number 3. It's gone the distance after a 13-5 opening in favor of Navi. GX showed up on Haven. More importantly, Ara showed up. He showed us exactly what he can do. The head-to-head of himself and Alexic will be something to keep an eye on now that they're both on Jet here on Ascent.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that we ended up here. I'll be honest, when I was predicting the veto myself, I actually thought GX might ban this. Because I think this is a map, as Minnie was saying on the desk, where I think it's one of the strongest that we've had as of recent. Now, what I will say is you look at that 13-3 victory for Koi, and a lot of that was down to Alexic. 25-8. He was absolutely destroying anyone who walked into his path. And he was kind of silenced in the last map, making some pretty bad errors, in fact. So I think with Aura performing well, there's definitely a chance that this switches, but we'll have to see if he's going to be able to reset.
Right here.
For now, at least, with Na'Vi starting on the attack, this is where historically they've always been able to pull out more rounds than maybe you'd expect.
If I had to put my money on Tom, I'm betting, you know, we've seen an Angel and a Shao map. We've seen an Ara map. This is Alexic's time to shine. This is where he's going to take it across the line. But
it's like just every map a Ruxic map?
Yes, yes, without a doubt. The guy always delivers, even in the previous. He was the one spearheading a lot of those rounds for Na'Vi. Now, whoever shows up here will be the one that's remembered. 50 seconds on the clock. Na'Vi starting to chip away at some mid-control. They were waiting for GX to get aggressive, waiting for them to overplay their hand, but the patience of GX going to reward them with 3 players towards the site that's being hit.
Vino in the smoke. They're looking to go around the world, put the pressure instead onto Ara. He did it very well in their prior pistols, but will be eliminated. Flickless tries to save the day, but he's been punished. Grabinho does well. Allows for the rotation. They're just trying to quickly move their way back into the site. Westside has already managed another. That time is ticking, and Cloud's done well. They need to get that planted. Xiao, last man standing, and there really isn't a safe space to try and get this in. The swing from both angles. GX recover, and will take home another pistol.
That's 3 pistols in a row now for GX. Really getting the leg up in these early halves against Na'Vi. And you said it, when we came into the second half, Tom, it was hard to imagine that it was an even game, with the exception of those 2 rounds gifted to GX because of the pistol and follow-up. With all that considered, oh, this is definitely the best way for GX to start. Boys. And again, I like the patience. We saw Na'Vi expecting that over-aggressive face to this defensive side early on, but they just sat back and waited.
I think the other thing, though, is that it does feel like in these pistols, Na'Vi are kind of attuned to throwing away a lot of advantages. Like, that's now happened multiple times, and I think it got a little bit panicky towards the end, but losing so much control. This round, at least, the hope is for damage. Xiao already going to be farming towards that Hunter's Fury, of course, a very high impact ult, especially when it comes to that B site, if that's where Westside will reside. And I think you've already mentioned the highlight of those duelists, but I think in equal proportion, the Sentinel on either side, on that defense especially, is going to be pivotal. If you're just going to have a player like Hero or like Westside that can lock you down this much map control. Just look at the map right now. Literally 50% of the map is held by 1 player.
First shot rings out. They know it's an outlaw. They know it's only got 1 more bullet in the chamber, and there it is spent. Time to speed up. Low HP, easy for Flickless to claim lives, and the classic on Ara does well against Angel and against Xiao. A solid hold by GX, and a second round claimed with only 1 loss. It will be the weapon loss, though, because Westside was on the B side, so he can't get around there to recover it, but I think it's just a bulldog.
Yeah. It's not going to be the end of the world. Pistol will be dropped over to Flickless. Westside's going to buy up a rifle at that.
1 enemy remaining.
This is now where we look to Na'Vi to see how early on in this map they're going to be able to break back. Of course, we already know that lower bracket run. Well, you already have Fnatic down there, if you needed any more information. But even Vitality with the potential of a safe return, there isn't a good option. I'll just put it that way. There's nobody you really want to be facing down in that lower bracket. Angel off to a start, flash popped, and a couple to meet him.
They've slowed them down. Still, yeah, a flash to play with for Angel. They could just go firing through that smoke, but there was a counter ready in Flickless's hand. So he would have popped out of that door and decimated the push. It's the right call to move back. The problem is the space that they've lost. Look at this from Ara. Deep in mid, flash goes over. He doesn't see anyone though. This could work out perfectly for Hero. He's got more to contend with though, more than he bargained for, that's for sure. But the rest of Na'Vi come in to fill those gaps.
They'll get mid control, but they're losing control elsewhere. It's not like Westside has just been sitting pretty. He's taken this aggressive position in towards B main, low on HP, just hoping for 1, and he'll find it. That gives the time for the rotation of Flickless. Only a pistol in hand, looking for a timing instead. He's going to risk it through the smoke. He is, and he wins it! An uncharacteristic miss from Ruxic. That now leaves Alexic alone. You mentioned him as a highlight. He needs to deliver.
Oh, that flash is brutal. They know where he is, and there's no safe space on that backside. Another round for GX, and I love that from Flickless. You're already in a disadvantageous position. The rifles they've got, the pistols in your hand. If you let them group up on site, that is a much harder retake. But he knows somebody just closed the door. He heard the drop of the second player going onto site and makes the read. They're isolated. Now's my chance. It was just a split second before that he heard the drop down on site, and that was his springboard. Get in there, take a fight, take him by surprise, and that gave them the leg to stand on then to close this out. 3-0 in favor of GX. This is a lights-out start, and Na'Vi have next to nothing invested into this one.
I think the other problem as well, though, is that Na'Vi, once their initial hit doesn't work, they didn't have any control. Like, they had to go and reclaim everything. And Hero going down early again means that's going to be the same story once more. Hunter's Fury actually committed into this one. This is a very low buy for the side of Na'Vi, but that ult that was building up for such a long time has been used. But now they're going to try and walk in dry. That just feels like a completely wasted ult, and they are just getting destroyed.
Gun here. I can look at it from two perspectives here. I don't think it's as bad as the Fatal because you're trying to close out Bind. But this one here, if you get an advantage early, I can see it being thrown in. Doing it when you've lost that mid control and lost all flank control, I guess, is just a sign of desperation, but it does feel like an overcommittal of a very valuable piece of utility. I mean, even if you're going to use it on that A push when you've got rifles in your hand, that makes all the difference.
And an in-zone flawless as well, so it's not even like there was any real damage done whatsoever.
One enemy remaining.
This A-site defense has been sublime. And as something that, again, just springs to mind when I think of Na'Vi on the attack, it was their executions into this A-site. They've always been stellar at picking this part of the map apart, and right now they are being obliterated, be it from just well-placed fragments, I think from Flickless. The flashes have been very good as well. They've been able to delay them with the smokes from Grabinho. The amount of times that he just puts that into place just as they're about to execute. And it doesn't seem like Na'Vi have a backup plan. The second that initial hit fails, they're just trying to fall back and retake control that they've lost all across the map.
I think this is kind of the problem though as well, Tom, because one of the things you're highlighting there is the fact that you've had great utility coming out from GX. Flickless's flashes have been on point. The same, looking back at the previous map, that was true with Grabinho, using things like the Paranoia to claim them that extra space, to deny it from their opponents. But I think one of the things here I noticed, and shout out to Andy as well on our replays for catching this, and they bring us up close on this one. You saw this flash come out of Angel, and it lands, it pops just a tiny bit too late, as you've already got the TP started coming out of Ruxic. So he's already been spotted, and sure, you blind the other player, he's already looking at your teammate's head. It's an easy kill conversion after TP comes through. It's a split second of a timing, but Na'Vi, it's not the first time we've seen them be ahead of the play. This time, they will very easily deal with that push coming out of Ara. DRX certainly not working to start with, and maybe not to finish either. Xiao somehow gotten out of this with 3.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams now start to adapt to play that early anti-flash. Grabinho has run back out through the smoke, though. What was looking like a pretty dire position, with Xiao managing to be successful, has ended a very good spot. That TP has been stuck. This means that the flank is going to be ready and waiting. It's going to be the run through. Xiao, that's huge. And now looking to try and play for the ace. He's had a brilliant round, but he's spammed out by Groovy. It's going to take down both. Anything you could do, he could do better. And what was looking like a first round for Na'Vi ends with a 5-0 for GX.
Oh, this is a beatdown now. I agree, this round, it starts with the DRX, that gets shut down. Ara traded out, another goes to Xiao. He clears out deep mid then, gets them to rotate, embeds for this deep play into AF, and I mean, Xiao did everything to recover on these disadvantages, and for Grabinho to be the one closing this out, after he already found one through smoke, he caught the rotate through, wallbangs Xiao, and then finishes off Angel. And that is a ridiculous round from, not GX, from Grabinho, who, we've got 2 players on Na'Vi who haven't got a kill yet. Grabinho hasn't died yet.
Yeah, an insane Red Bull clutch coming out from him. And oh yeah, 8-0. We know that this is GX in their attempt to make the road to champions. Of course, Liquid await whoever wins this match. Vitality await whoever loses. We started off this series thinking Na'Vi were going to run away with it, but right now they are being, I don't want to say dominated, because some of these rounds have been close, but then others have just been squeaky clean. We've had multiple flawlesses, clutches, you name it. The problem for Na'Vi is they don't have the money to buy back in.
I'm saying you don't want to say dominated, Tom, but to quote Angel on this, a round's a round. Close as it may be, 5-0 with a big clutch from Grabinho to put that 5th nail in the coffin for Na'Vi. I bet they feel like they're being decimated, even if there have been closer rounds. I like the second trip. The first, well, unfortunately that second trip's not going to get anything. The knife's been activated, and indeed, no players are going towards it. The gap of info could have caused an over-rotation, but Flickless is doubtful that they're committing. There's been no further noise. The read is there. Flickless is already back to pop the flash that gets Grabinho the double. This site is still very much held with a player back site off in hand, but Alexic deals with him, and they may have time to correct this course.
Lexic is even going to be the one to plant. He's given them something to play with. Operator into his hand, but he's desperately low. A spam or two here will do the work, and that's exactly what happens. Re-aggression coming in, a bit of a mistake, but when you've got Westside, that might not matter. Yet to get onto the diffusal, and that will force Hero into the open. Westside holding the door. That will be 6-0. Again, moments where that looked like it could be around for Na'Vi, but those moments quickly dissipate.
Again, I said Flickless in that position. I wouldn't blame him for an over-rotation. They've seen players coming up through mid. They've got no real control. The cam and the trips go down, but he rotates back. He pops that flash for Grabinho, and that's really where the round just unravels completely. He was in the right place at, I mean, to the pixel, the perfect time to be in that position. The flash caught so many and slowed that push. 6-0, and again, you know, close, sure, some rounds have been, but a round's a round. And so far, Na'Vi wouldn't know.
Flickless definitely one of those players that I think at times might be an unsung hero. He's definitely getting his flowers. You're visibly seeing the work he's doing. Ara's reposition. Bear in mind, some of the players on the other side are yet to get a kill, but Xiao will remove him from action. They've been rewarded for their patience. But it's the second they've looked to execute that Na'Vi have been shaky. There's Rooksic's first kill. Normally a safe pair of hands. He goes for more. No, he's just going to wait in the smoke and catches Flickless as well.
Yeah, but Grabinho is the third pusher. The aggressor coming behind him. They've heard it. They've heard the drop. Being watched by Hero and easily dealt with. Westside, we talked you up. The headshot percentage leading the...
What did you say? Something about headshot percentage?
No, I wasn't saying anything.
Can we get an action replay of what Mitch was saying?
I don't remember.
Nonetheless,
I have no idea what you're talking
about. An in-zone flawless. It almost just describes this game. A lot of close rounds, a lot of back and forth in terms of who could be winning those rounds, not in terms of who was winning them. And then when Na'Vi do win a round, it's an in-zone flawless. And a lot of that felt like a lot of overextensions, maybe a bit of extra confidence coming in. For the side of GX, you can understand why. They are 6-0. Yeah, something about the headshot, really high headshot percentage.
Relax.
Mitch Man curse is real. Well, that's all I'm going to say. It's the only curse I believe in.
ADS range. It's kind of difficult to hit at the best of times, especially when they're jumping around like that.
It's interesting. Flickless has 2 flashes, and yet Rooksic was full blinded by a flash.
Yeah, I don't know how that could have happened, especially after Angel's fantastic nade sent onto mid in the previous round. I believe it landed right about here. That's a really big circle, which does include some decent spots to molly. And let's just pretend it landed in one of those. 6-1.
Your circle accuracy just about as good as the headshot accuracy.
I thought you were going to say as good as Angel's lineup accuracy, but if the tank was here. 6-1. Round 8, and a chance for GX to just prove that the last round was a hiccup. And they're right back to winning ways. They've again got 3 players towards this A site, short and deeply held as well. These guys in main only have one thing to look at.
This is the delay we talked about. Knife gets rid of the utility. Fragment holds them back. Smoke already falling. A mass rotation in from GX already. And Na'Vi now have 30 seconds left to try and make their run back to the other side. You can see Grabinho trying to watch them on the cross. That cage has left a pretty big gap for him to play around, but he hasn't been able to find them. He's now going to TP into the back of the site. 15 seconds for Na'Vi to make this move. Westside is there as well. They are ready and waiting for this push to come in, and Groovy again is the man they have to get past. The time surely is already gone, and Grabinho just isn't falling. The rest will just have to survive as Xiao has no hope. And the late pushback, as said, every time they try and alter and adapt, it does not work.
And I look at the previous map and I see moments there. I think back to the A site push that Na'Vi had where they had one man, they isolated him, and by the time they pushed, there were 3 players on site with an Omen just outside lining up a Paranoia. It was awful from a pacing perspective. Bro, what are you doing, bro? And just a complete misread. I think this time they fall victim to the fact that Grabinho hears those rotates so early and has it from the shadows. But you also have to look at it like They knew he was there. Angel
Also,
revealed him with the knife.
So early there's 30 seconds left on the clock. It's it's at a point where Na'Vi have to just rush everything. Like they're not pulling any rotations. They're not baiting out any utility. I like this. A bit of a pace change off the back of the null command.
Good amount of space taken. All those trips gone. Let's see what Westside can do with just the rifle in his hands. Cloud certainly good to hold the cross, but they can get Angel right back into the game, and they will do with Hero finding the double. That will not be trades. Instead, it will be a 5v3 reset with GiantX having to fight their way back through, in the AWP in the hands of Xiao, already reducing the numbers of the defenders.
This round has to be a done deal. If Na'Vi are going to have any chance of turning this around, but Ara has already managed to make things interesting.
No charges left.
That smoke will begin to fade around main, but Ara's caught another. Alexic, though, is there to at least give them their second. It has not been a pretty attack side from Na'Vi, but I like the change because I feel like we haven't seen any aggressive direct takes. Come on, they won the round. Let's see something slightly more positive.
You wanted to see, the desk wanted to see Xiao on the Sova. There you go. You got it. Favorite lineup already.
Hey, he's 11-6.
One to learn back home.
0 assists, but 11-6.
And it's great because it saved Angel from the slow starts that he's had, right? Like, he wasn't really performing early on in the previous, and now...
He's going to beat you up. I hope he beats you up.
But it does feed into Minnie's point, which was that, yes, Angel's had great maps on KO, but as he said in the desk, it was like, he's also had really bad maps on the KO. So it really is a double-edged sword, and this time, it's cutting clean into him.
7-2. There was a change of pace from Na'Vi, but the fact is these slow, defaulty rounds have not been working out for them. Cloud, though, maybe an itchy trigger finger, is going to use the ult. And, well, Alexic tried to react. Has walked straight into the operator of Ara, something we haven't seen too much from him thus far. But now with the man disadvantage, seems like already with the knife going through on the A side of the map for the defense, and one coming back on the other side of B, they are starting to piece things together on the GX side.
Depends on the position of Ara. Pressure's now put on, and he is smoked out.
30 seconds
this time,
left.
Westside will have his util to play around, but it's being destroyed. That only buys them time. 25 seconds on the clock. Na'Vi need to push in. They need to claim space now. 20 on the clock. It's time to move, and there it is. Westside down. That's their trigger. The retake already attempted, but Xiao was waiting by. They only need to clear Cloud from the back of the side, but that proves to be a difficult task. 8 seconds. Xiao's on a sliver of health, and they have got no time and no players left. A phenomenal hold by GX, by Cloud. I don't know how he got away with that.
Yeah, it's just the same problems. They get into those late round scenarios, this time looking close again, but it is the individuals that, when we were talking about that first map, we were saying it almost looked like a firefight that was only ever going one way. Well, crispy 3K.
It's my backside envy. They are not allowed to go there. It's fine.
It definitely seems that way. He's just double his kills in a singular round. Robinho 14 and 3 at the moment, and Xiao is the next best, but next best when you're 8-2 down in rounds really doesn't mean too much. A lower bracket awaits them. Well, that's another easy fight for Ara, as Alexic is gone.
Yeah, we had the questions about Ara and Alexic, but I'll tell you what, one player
Spike down mid.
certainly delivering in the moments when they need is Ara. For Na'Vi, it looks like not many have shown up. It's been a great series for Xiao so far, though. Even looking at that previous round. But an uphill battle if they want to make anything of this one. Even after that pick from Xiao, it's still a 2v4. And look at the position of Flickless. He's just managed to thread the needle deep onto short. A flash sends Xiao backwards. Now mid is there for GX. Sure, Flickless the one that can be isolated. The other three, though. Actually, Westside, you're a little far out there. Oh, no, they're going one by one, and that made me very worried from what was an otherwise very clean display. 9-2 nonetheless. You can see the reason for the confidence.
Oh, for sure. But it seems like they don't believe they can miss a shot at this point, and in a lot of cases that has been true. His battle for mid was decimation, and it was only really Xiao in the 1v4 that made that look like there was any semblance of a close round. 9-2. From strength to strength. And maybe Haven was the one that ended up being that close map. As I said, coming in, I looked at this as a favorable map for Na'Vi. But GX have other ideas.
They definitely do. Updraft will save him from the first. Pulse the Hunter's Fury. Not finding its mark, and it won't in the end. Ara still breathing on full HP, full shield. Late mid play, but it's expected. You already saw the paranoia through from Rubinho to slow this down even more, but 1:15 on the clock, plenty of time as Na'Vi already claims side control. It's Alexic with a double in the corner. Ara grabs one, but getting out of here will be a challenge, and they'll be dropped eventually. The advantage here for Na'Vi, it looks like 9-3 should be in the books.
Alexic did everything. Those two openers were basically just him running through with no one hit by any utility and managing to get two. Might have just given them a third round, but we've already seen, especially with the likes of Grabinho still standing, that there's always an opportunity. They're definitely knowledge of some of their positions, but being caught by the knife at the time starting to tick away. Grabinho still has so much to do. One already coming up, and it's that late flank, another being dropped. Xiao at the back of the site needs to stay standing, and a man who's yet to get a kill has got to try and deny them. The fragment should be onto that spike, and it should deny Grabinho. There's just not enough time. It's coming up at least something. A Red Bull clutch from Angel. He managed his first kill in the final round.
I was so worried that wasn't going to land as well. If that nade missed, that's the end. What a time to put up his first and only kill of the half, but it's one that does cement a round for Na'Vi. 9-3 though, an uphill battle indeed. Let's hope Na'Vi have got their hiking boots for the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, we had questions coming into that half. Will we see Ara still deliver? Would Alexic find his form? Would it be the same Angel from map 1? It wasn't. Grabinho certainly drawing a lot of our eyes, but speaking about the leaders down on the stage, Angel and Cloud, like I said, it's been a different half that both of them have lived.
I think as well, it's less for me now about the numbers and more about the mental resilience. Of course, when you are leading a team that's already winning the match, a lot of it is going to be about not going overboard, getting those rounds over the line. For Angel, it's about building back into the match. He may be 1-10, but I'm way more concerned about Ruxic being 2-10. He has been their best player consistently. In fact, he's been one of the best players in the entirety of the league, but he is having a quiet performance. A pistol round victory, and Na'Vi on a map that has always had strong defensive sides. They have an opportunity, but realistically, the pistols, at least the last few, have not been going their way.
Well, round 13, your second pistol here. It's been 3 for 3 in the last ones. Last map in this for GX. With 5 players spotted. Well, they're certainly not flying under the radar, but they're also not fleeing. Oh, that's very awkward.
It's got the same as the last half.
That's very awkward indeed.
Ruxic definitely doesn't seem to be lacking any confidence. He also now has the same as the last half. It is looking like a potential turning point. Ara's definitely had his moments in the pistol, and you can see that with the amount of control that's already there for Na'Vi, they are locking in any players that look to try and rotate. Hero, this is an unorthodox position that definitely won't be expected by Grabinho. If there was ever a way back in, an in-zone flawless in the pistol round is a good way to start.
Disrupting the consecutive pistol wins for GX now. 9-4, possibly 9, probably 9-5. That was really unfortunate. The reveal, two players body blocking each other, Cloud and Westside. Look, Cloud, obviously someone's made the call, probably him. Let's go in, let's flood the space. Reveal pops, he's like, no, no, go away, run away. And, well, the comms get crossed a little bit. 5th on the board for Na'Vi if they win this one. And it is Classics and the Sheriff they're up against, so we're not expecting too much to go wrong for the defensive side.
Yeah, it's definitely not the biggest investment in on the other side, though, either. 2 pistols, an SMG, a Marshall. Oh, and then just... It seems like there's just gaps being left. Like, I think Shao clearly thinking that Alexic had that covered, and then almost goes down because of it, especially with him being one of the players with a gun. I can only assume he's going to give that over to Hero, and with the only rifle, that could have been devastating. Ruxic, this is disgusting. He has put down a smoke as just a bait, putting in the one-way just to try and sell the idea that he's still on the other side of it. Eventually will be there to execute his opponent, and this man is already looking like he's going to have a much better defensive half.
Well, that's the scary thing. Like, 9-5, it's not that big of a gap, and if we do see Ruxic reach the levels that are usually his floor, then this game could very easily flip out of control. We talked a lot about Alexic as well. And if you remember, if you were with us earlier on, we were looking at his defensive opening duels. And on the attack, he can be a guy that lays down his life a lot for the team, that takes that space, the old style, what we used to see from like a Jet on Split. That is how he plays attack side a lot of the time.
Or an Ascent.
Or an Ascent. Yeah, very good point. We're here. But on the defense, this guy has a lot of success. It was last week 12-3 in defensive opening duels. If they can replicate that, you got Ruxic online, Angel can be there, and all of a sudden this becomes a close game from what looked to be a shoo-in for GX.
Yeah, we've got to see how they're going to be able to deliver over on their attack side. Oh, ready, opportunity, but a weaker weapon and not capitalizing. Ruxic, this Spectre, has not been a weak weapon. Oh, it's not the prettiest, but even still, a trade is not the worst. That Marshall needs to get something here. Even if it's just tags, bring some of those players lower. They're not quite hitting, and well, Angel's found one, but that rifle dropping to the deck is not ideal, and there's no way that Alexic's going to be able to correct to hit that shot. An advantage found, a 10th looking likely, and a tough retake for Hero and Shao.
Got to go for this 2v3. The odds aren't stacked that heavily against them. No deep clear of short. Obviously pretty happy that all 3 are towards the site, and as the door breaks, they have to be worried about A main. That's always a possibility for someone to be there this late into the game, and with Cloud finding Hero now, maybe you'd think about a save in a lot of these rounds. Shao's going for it, but the result is as expected. Double digits locked in for GX. 10-5, very much reaching the home stretch if they win this one.
Yeah, all in all, you take this as a bonus round, you go, that's not bad. Like, you made it a little bit costly, but when you look at the scoreline, that's where you're hoping for a little bit more from Na'Vi. Wow, for GX, managed to keep that one at least decently. They are going to have a few troubles here and there, but they will be able to juggle the rifles over. I'm more interested, though, in that Alexic operator. We mentioned he was 25-8 the last time he played on Ascent, and a lot of that came down to the defensive side. They really need him to have a performance here.
It's must for Na'Vi, and nice, it's Alexic to open up. West side down. Na'Vi now looking to overextend. Sure, they'll fire a flash through, but it's all posturing. One thing to be concerned about, really, is what I'm seeing over here. Grabinho's looking to work space on A, and if he goes a little more brazen, he had a window to walk through, but now the rotations come through. You've got an operator stood up top waiting for that. The right read from Na'Vi as the rotates come through.
Yeah, Cloud already has his ult online, though. He's been farming up the orbs. Now, if they fire this through short, he could have a nasty couple of tags, or at least he can dismantle the position that is being held by Alexic. Give them that post-plant. Early flash. There goes the Hunter's Fury. They have been caught by their own util, but as said, this is the space that they wanted. The main idea is to get them into position. and allow them to fight in that afterplant. They have, however, taken a lot of damage on that cross.
30 seconds
Flickless is lucky to make that cross. He was jumping across the smoke and jumping. Grabinho! Oh, he's just made it out of that nade. 9 HP.
Ooh.
A spam from Angel almost catches him. Flickless onto Xiao. Numbers thinning as the attackers come up in most fights. Grabinho's still in heaven, and he will be dropped, leaving it all onto Ara, but this man has performed in so many of the big rounds for GX, and this a chance to put them on the home stretch, to decimate Na'Vi, and he's got the first! The follow-up is there too! A Red Bull clutch for Ara! 11-5, and Na'Vi left in the dust.
Yeah, that might just be the nail in the coffin. We were saying that it can be a slog to grind out these attack side rounds, but that Red Bull clutch is exactly what they needed from Ara. He's maybe not had the craziest of games, but if he's able to get them over the line, and you can see how fired up he is, staying in that upper bracket has so much extra value. For Na'Vi, their lifeline is fading away, and a matchup versus Vitality that could send them out for the year. This is the last chance for Happy to talk with the team. Well, hopefully he's got some value to bring.
Happy to talk with the team, and Pipson talk at the team.
Yeah.
It's good. I love seeing that from Ara though, man. Seeing him fired up down on that stage. I don't know why I said bots. Angel's the only bot on Na'Vi. It's just, he's playing a robot.
Right.
That's what I mean. So it's kind of weird. But other than that, I think Ara perfectly justified in the trash talk. I mean, you want to see him, especially after that first map where, like I said, he felt shut down, but on Haven he had full command. That game was all his, and then we moved to map 3. And to be honest, you know, he's been good. He's had his rounds. Grabinho went 8-0, didn't die for a long time, finished the last half, what, 16-4? He's definitely been my highlight, but Ara's not far behind. I mean, other than, as I said, Xiao's been having just a great series. And I don't remember seeing him play like this for quite a while.
It's a shame that it seems like, at least in this map, you haven't got the rest of them. I like this. Oh, a pause called, and you just want to pick up the pace. End this quickly, move as a unit. You're up against a weaker purchase, but a purchase of sorts. And this round already looks done. Within the first 20 seconds, you've given your opponent something to think about. They've had the talk, they've been sat there with their coach trying to figure out what to do, and then you've just blitzed them.
Updraft battle, I like it. Yeah, for Na'Vi, obviously they've got the Blade Storm here. Ruxik's got a Bulldog to play around, but this was very much a save money for the next, which is a brave call when you're staring down the barrel of a 12-5, 7 consecutive rounds when the most they've had is, what, 2? Blade Storm fired at the shots through the smoke. They found it. Okay, this is now looking winnable. I don't know why I'm having to pay attention. I thought it would be just a few picks, but now the Diffuse already tap draws them into the open. Ruxik drops Ara. Diffuse needs to be stuck though. He just has to drop the Diffuser, and that's exactly what Grabinho does. Very well played. The Red Bull clutch for him. And GX locking in that 12th round. Yes, it was a low buy from Na'Vi. They lost early fights, whatever. They now need 7 in a row.
Yeah, the fact is, even though, again, like, fantastic work from Ruxik to be able to clear out 4 in this scenario, I don't even know if that extra kill was needed at the end. It was so late on that defusal, and it doesn't matter in the end. 12-5, economy damaged for sure, but when you have this much of a run at it, I don't think there's anything Na'Vi can do to turn this one around. That lower bracket is calling. Their lifeline is fading. And well, in this round at least, they do have themselves the better of the buys. I love the bait. Ara just willing to sell himself for that additional trade. And once again, they have this A-site post plan with an advantage.
Oh, that's disgusting too. Ara threading the needle. He'll be shut down eventually, but the work has been done. And it should be enough. They know where Xiao is already. Now they know Alexic's position. They've seen the op too. There'll be no easy kills granted. Over to the rifle, Alexic dash online. He needs this opener for them to have a chance, and he gets it. Even gets out cleanly. Repositions for the fight on Flickless. It's beautiful from Alexic, but much more is asked of him. He has to hold the line as the defuse is underway. And it's Alexic who can walk out of this round with his head held high. He's just bought Navi a chance.
Yeah, again, it's another round where those advantages were there in the early battles, the execute. Ara doing fantastic work, not only to just dive in to almost die, but he ends up taking a kill later in the round. But as this man, once again, we mentioned him on the defense, but if anything, this was a full retake. It wasn't him being set up for success, it was him taking it with his own hands. He's almost top fragging, by the way, after what had been a relatively quiet game thus far. It's not going to matter, though, unless they can string 6 in a row. This one, the most likely of the lot. With Ara on a Blade Storm, there's still an opportunity.
Oh yeah, there's nothing to be taken for granted in this round. Ara's had, again, even just think back to Haven. He has been the threat that Navi struggled to deal with, and with a Blade Storm, and nothing to lose. This could go from bad to worse. Thrown out. Xiao's going to be revealed, but he's safe behind the wall. The problem is he's not safe from Ara, who's going to jump through the trap to take that pick. Eats the stun. Hero under pressure now, but he's got backup.
They're going the other way. They're going the other way.
They've ran into the op. They've taken Alexic down. It's the Blade Storm again to draw blood. Now the A site's open for business. Oh,
he's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Risky play, and it will not pay off. Ara's found a third with the Blade Storm, and this one is done.
It is a pay save card, Thrifty, that will end it for the side of GX, and a dominant final map to take it home. They came into this series talking about it being a 50-50 with Na'Vi dominating map number 1. We started to call that into question, but it's the resilience and the turnaround from GX that will keep them in that upper bracket. And while speaking of turnaround, they've got to go and start getting ready for tomorrow, because they'll be back here in not too long, as they'll be looking to face off against Team Liquid.
After that first map on Bind, seeing the bounce back from GX, I mean, the writing was on the wall. Those last 4 or 5 rounds of Bind, they looked like a different team that had played out that first half, but there wasn't enough runway. The foundations laid too thin with a terrible opening, and then they end up bouncing back on Haven, putting their best foot forward and giving Na'Vi a taste of their own medicine. A 13-6 to close out the series that opened with a 13-5 defeat against them. GX, they continue to surprise us down on that stage. They dug deep. The win is all theirs. The upper bracket run continues.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, I was questioning after maybe a few games that didn't quite go to plan. Even the map pool coming into this one, their Ascent had been dismantled by Heretics, but they kind of proved that they have that little bit extra left in the tank to try and make that run for Champions. We mentioned that both of these teams are in a similar position in terms of how they like to play this one. But it's, again, some of the ideas they have into these rounds, and then some of the mistakes that were made on the other side. They are so ready to capitalize off them. And while for the side of GX, they'll be very happy marching on, but it's only going to get tougher from here.
Oh yeah, that is the first totem toppled, but much more is to be told of this GX story. For now, let's try to get a peek behind the curtains as IGL Cloud is standing by down on the stage with Kukuka.
Thank you very much, guys. As you said, I am here joined by Cloud. Cloud, it was a very intense and long day here at VCT EMEA. I think that especially for your matchup, at the end of map 1, when you kind of knew that it was not going your way, you know, we got a peek of one of the speeches that you were given, being like, guys, we might not win it, but we still need to be focused. How does that translate into what we just saw on map 3?
I feel like we weren't on the same page on the first map. Also, nobody was like kind of giving their full energy, and I try to hype up the team. I know our potential that we can play, and it was just about to turn them up, you know, my teammates, and I tried to do it like as much as I could.
Yeah, okay. Coming into, you speak about the plans, the energy, this and that. Coming into playoffs, you know that you're the team with the least points, so you need practically a miracle, but it's 100% doable. What has been the plan for you guys coming into playoffs overall?
I mean, our plan is just to get the experience, don't struggle with the pressure in playoffs, I think, and of course try to win every game, game by game, brick by brick, step by step.
Where's my anime promo video? You guys have been doing such a good job. I was so disappointed when I saw the Pipson just saying, no video, we're just focusing on winning. I feel like we're owed one. If you make it to champs, it has to be massive, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You promise me?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. So before I let you go, it's late. You're playing tomorrow, and you're playing against Team Liquid. Now, in VCT EMEA, Claudio, you've never won against them. I know that there was an off-season tournament that you played and you got the victory against them, but when it comes to the big stage, when it comes to the region, there's no victory. What do you make of Team Liquid?
I mean, pretty good team. I think we'll just prepare tonight or tomorrow before the game, and let's see who will win. But they're pretty confident. So like I saw some interviews from their players that they think they are unbeatable, but they're pretty beatable.
They're pretty beatable?
Of course.
Okay, so well, best of luck tomorrow. Again, I don't want to keep you too long because it's pretty late, but we had a day full of action here in EMEA, and playoffs are just getting started. So as we say goodbye, let's take a look at the Herman Miller Gaming end of day highlights. Thank you very much to you, Cloud, for the victory and for being here with me, and for everyone here for watching and sticking with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
That's what we want. Let's have a little bit of a mess. Oh my God! Yeah! Both players holding, and confirmation there. Fnatic on their debut on Corrode will win it out. Son. Magnum just holds left trigger, and so does Prophet. BBL win map number 2. Not jumping out of heaven, not again, man. Clutch. What? Yes! Let's go!
One enemy remaining.
The BBL players will find themselves on their feet as well. A huge win in their push to Paris.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Angel is the best KO in our region.
It didn't die, bro.
Good luck, brother.
Navi with a dominant showing, and there really is no question about whose pick this was coming into the series. Surprise with a 3-piece, it's closed out.
He's had a brilliant run, but he spammed out by Groovy! It's gonna take down both!
They only needed clear cloud from the back of the side to decimate Navi, and he's got the first! The follow-up is there too! Aris found a third with the blade.
and this one is done.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive. Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤 소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain